Illustration of Hollywood. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 527. The peak showdown between the director's banners in the 1980s and 1990s. Wayne Greenberg's special style continues, combined with the big budget special effects. The Dark Knight continues the grand themes of the previous dark epic, and the theme of the film is quite artistic. This will be a movie comparable to or even surpassing The Joker. Kenneth Turan. At the end of the internal preview, dozens of professionals in the industry applauded Wayne for 10 minutes. Everyone, whether media reporters, film critics or cinema selection experts, was completely conquered by this film. Premiere. The film has a strong Greenberg style dark style, outstanding action scenes and visual effects, and more importantly, these elements that people like to hear and hear, are all in the service of the film's story and theme. The depth of the film is deeply fascinating. Vanity Fair. Looking at the newspapers, magazines, and film critics columns on the table, Ron Mayer, who was sitting behind his desk, gradually raised the corners of his mouth and revealed a cold smile. That's right, The Dark Knight itself has the biggest popularity of this summer's film, and Warner Brothers is still promoting it with all its might. The preview just ended yesterday, and this morning, all media were occupied by the topic of The Dark Knight. Everything makes movie fans look forward to the arrival of mid-May. However, when the CEO of Universal Pictures saw this news, he rarely smiled. "Ron, are you sure you want to do this?" The person sitting opposite the desk and speaking was none other than Steven Spielberg, a well-known good guy in the circle. At this moment, he frowned and expressed his dissatisfaction without disguising himself. "It is not necessary for us to do this. It may even lead to a lose-lose situation. I suggest that we stagger the release schedule with The Dark Knight. Otherwise, if a lose-lose situation occurs, both sides will suffer. Steven, you just need to cooperate with the company's publicity plan." Ron Mayer smiled and looked at the other party and said in a relaxed tone, "No matter how the two films compete, it is just a pure business behavior and has nothing to do with your personal relationship. You know, Steven, May this year is too crowded. There are big productions released every weekend. None of us can avoid it, and we don't need to hide." His meaning is very clear. If we have to hide, it should be the films of other companies that avoid them, not them avoiding other films. Steven Spielberg glanced at the pile of newspapers and magazines on the table, shook his head, stood up and left the office of the CEO of Universal Pictures. This time, he was just fulfilling the director contract he had signed long ago. After all, Universal Pictures is not DreamWorks. It is not his turn to make the decision here. Even if the other party gives him face, he will not let him interfere in the distribution work. "Warner, are you ready for the impact of dinosaurs?" Ron Mayer muttered to himself. He still hasn't forgotten how Warner Brothers crushed Universal Pictures films in the summer of the previous year. He has been patient for a year, waiting for the completion of Jurassic Park 2. Just thinking about how crazy the news of the big dinosaurs would be, he was trembling with excitement. He was waiting for this moment. Originally, Jurassic Park 2 was scheduled to be released in June, but this year's Universal film Liar Liar attracted widespread attention as soon as it was released at the end of March. The box office has been rising all the way. In just over a month, it has grossed a terrifying $180 million in North American box office, and the global box office has exceeded $300 million yesterday. Such results have given him and all the executives and shareholders of Universal Pictures endless confidence. Compared to blockbuster films like Liar Liar, Jurassic Park is Universal Pictures' top production this year. Now Ron Mayer is waiting to use this film, which is destined to be a big hit at the box office, to give Warner Brothers a kick in the ass from behind. What happened in the CEO's office of Universal Pictures is destined to be unknown to anyone. After holding the first internal preview, Warner Brothers immediately took advantage of the media's popularity and started the final sprint of publicity and marketing. Soft articles promoting The Dark Knight can be seen everywhere in newspapers, magazines, and even on TV shows. Roadside billboards in major cities in North America, at the entrances of cinemas and video sales and rental stores, almost overnight. Posters centered on Christian Bale were posted. Seeing that a new summer season is about to kick off, from May to the last 3 months, every weekend will see the release of large-scale productions with an investment of more than tens of millions of dollars. Some special and popular weekends will even see 2 or 3 large-scale productions released together. However, compared with other crowded schedules, The Dark Knight, which has already announced its release date, has forced other production companies to avoid mid-May. No one is stupid, and no one wants to collide head-on with this movie that is destined to be a big hit. According to the rules of the summer schedule, normally, films that want to enter this schedule will encounter many competitors anyway. Every weekend's box office champion is almost fought out of open and secret struggles, and there is no chance of luck. From this point of view, the influence of The Dark Knight can be imagined. Although there are wolves in front and tigers behind, at least, no big production is willing to compete in the same weekend. When the North American summer schedule officially kicked off in early May, the publicity work of The Dark Knight also entered an intensive bombing stage. Almost wherever people can receive information, they can see various information about The Dark Knight. Unlike other film companies, Warner Bros. Has always had a relatively leading publicity channel, that is, the internet. Since reaping good publicity effects in this virgin land, Warner Bros. Has attached great importance to this place with great influence, including several portal websites, as well as forums where fans gather, such as IMDb. A large number of water armies promoting the movie also appeared at the same time. Before the movie was released, all topics related to The Dark Knight have become a trend of social hotspots. While vigorously promoting, Warner Bros. Successfully got the film's rating. The Dark Knight almost brushed the edge of the review standard and got a PG-13 rating, which was enough to ensure that the information of the film began to appear smoothly during prime time on public television. Less than a week after the internal preview ended, Warner Bros. Held another fan preview. Although each fan had to sign a strict confidentiality agreement before entering, the number of applicants was still terrifying. No one could resist the temptation of watching The Dark Knight in advance, especially those hardcore DC fans. After the fan preview ended, more information about the film began to appear on the internet. In particular, fans who had seen the film almost praised the film to the sky at the same time. The emergence of similar information has made the expectations of many ordinary fans soar. Everyone is waiting for the day when the film will be officially released. Universal Pictures CEO Ron Meyer officially announced at the regular media conference this morning that Jurassic Park 2 has been officially scheduled for May 23rd. The Tyrannosaurus Rex is making a comeback after 4 years. This year's North American summer season will surely usher in a new round of dragon battles. Steven Spielberg, the representative of Hollywood directors in the 1980s, has returned with his latest masterpiece Jurassic Park 2. The release date has been officially confirmed. It will be released the weekend after The Dark Knight. This can be said to be the representative of directors in the 1980s. It is the first time that he has faced off against the banner of Hollywood directors in the 1990s. Who is the most popular among contemporary audiences? Flipping through the newspapers one by one, Wayne's eyelids kept twitching, and even the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching slightly. No one could underestimate the influence of that Tyrannosaurus Rex, and no one was qualified to underestimate Spielberg. Even he felt tremendous pressure. Compared to the dark attribute of The Dark Knight, the name Jurassic Park means a template for family movies. Although his film is not an R-rated film, the audience threshold of the two is naturally quite different. Ron, that guy, played a good chess game. Bruce Rosenblum, who was exhausted from the journey, shook his head and sighed while looking at the various information in the newspaper. This year, Universal Pictures has harvested a box office bomb like Liar Liar at the beginning of the year, which can be regarded as a complete turnaround. Now Jurassic Park 2 is about to be released. It is hard to say whether Ron, that guy, arranged it this way on purpose. Steven Spielberg has been producing this film, and this information is known to everyone, but the news that the film has been completed has been kept secret. Now the release date is suddenly released, which really caught Warner Bros. Off guard. In terms of audience, The Dark Knight is hard to compare with that Tyrannosaurus Rex. Wayne leaned on the sofa, staring at the distribution director of Warner Bros., and emphasized with a serious face, "We have to think of a way Otherwise, with the current media hype about the peak showdown between me and Steven, all the publicity we did in the early stage will be cheap for Universal Pictures. He has a clear understanding of this aspect. Perhaps after the reputation of superheroes is thoroughly established, just like the Marvel method in his mind, it is possible to be comparable to the audience of family movies, but it is very difficult now, because ordinary audiences in this era, as long as they think of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, it means that they will drag their families to watch movies together on weekends. This subconscious is the most frightening. It is really that the previous work of this big dinosaur was too successful. The box office of more than $1 billion is the biggest capital of Universal Pictures. To confront The Dark Knight head on, there are less than 2 weeks before the release. We must do something. Wayne emphasized again. He is not afraid of competition between films, because he has a huge source of confidence in this film, but it depends on who the opponent is, right? Even if you are a novice who has never watched a movie, you will probably think of the Tyrannosaurus Rex when you mention the name Jurassic Park. Judging from the current situation, it is very likely that both sides will suffer losses. Bruce Rosenblum was silent for a long time and suddenly said, "I have an idea that should be able to draw the media and fans' attention away from that shitty dinosaur in a short time." Chapter 528. Something just like this. There was a brief silence in the living room of Greenberg Manor. Bruce Rosenblum had just returned to Los Angeles. After seeing the news about Jurassic Park 2, he rushed here as soon as possible. In a way, Universal Pictures CEO Ron Mayer's move was not very clever, but the timing was just right. The Dark Knight had been intensively promoted for several months, and its popularity was the highest in this summer's movie. He chose to announce the release of Jurassic Park 2 at this time, and then use the media to spontaneously hype the gimmick of the duel between the two top directors, saving the film tens of millions of dollars in publicity and marketing funds. In fact, the other party dared to play this way because of his confidence in the Tyrannosaurus Rex. It can be said that in this summer's movie, except for Jurassic Park 2, there is really no movie that can be on the same level as The Dark Knight. Wayne has just received the highest recognition from the Oscars, and Warner Brothers, with the title of the new Oscar winner for Best Director, has been constantly promoting The Dark Knight, and has even entered the final sprint before the release. Information about the film can be seen everywhere. It can be said that the more intense the promotion of Warner Brothers is, the greater the benefit to Jurassic Park 2 at this time. The media has been eager to hype the duel between the two great directors since this morning, and it is difficult not to attract attention. No old guy who can become the CEO of one of the six giants is a simple commodity. Lighting a cigarette with a click, Wayne muttered while looking at the newspaper on the table. In fact, the two people present understood that the CEO of Universal Pictures was using public opinion to confuse the eyes of most ordinary movie fans. The biggest purpose was to promote his own film. What revenge, what peak confrontation, etc., are just byproducts. To put it bluntly, it is to have enough confidence in his own film. After riding on the popularity of The Dark Knight, it can ensure that Jurassic Park 2 will poke Warner Brothers' ass hard in the next weekend. If they were not confident in their own films, they would not dare to release them in this period, because as long as The Dark Knight has enough staying power, it is entirely possible that it will cause a diversion of fans and a lose-lose situation. As for the media hype of the peak confrontation between the two great directors that began this morning, if you think about it carefully, you will find that this is simply a substitution of concepts, because the two films were not released on the same weekend and in the same period. Since it is a commercial duel, if they are not released in the same period, how can it be a fair duel? Warner Brothers has been working hard to build and maintain your personality. You should know this, right, Wayne? After a brief silence, Bruce Rosenblum looked at the man opposite him seriously through the drifting smoke. Since the incident of the little boy who drew his own batsuit and the bank robbery case that earned you the Congressional Gold Badge, Warner Brothers has been making every effort to guide public opinion. In the eyes of the public, you are the representative of the American dream. Although you have a playboy personality, no woman has ever said anything bad about you in front of the media. More importantly, you are the owner of modern chivalry. I have an idea. We can start from this aspect. Is it okay? You must give me a decision quickly. As his voice became smaller and smaller, a simple and quick plan was slowly narrated. Now there were only the two of them in the living room, and he was not afraid of what he said being heard by others. Moreover, according to Bruce Rosenblum's understanding of this man, the other party would most likely not reject his proposal, as long as the benefits were large enough. He believed that the young Jewish capitalist on the other side would dare to start the Third World War, provided that the benefits were large enough. The living room returned to a brief silence again. Wayne smoked his cigarette one after another, and his expression did not change. No one could tell whether he agreed with the idea just now, but there was one thing that the Warner Brothers distribution director could be sure of, that is, he was indeed seriously considering the feasibility. Two difficulties. About 3 minutes later, Wayne put out the cigarette, butt in the ashtray on the coffee table, looked at the other party with his eyes, raised his arm, and stretched out a finger, and said, "First, you have to assure me that the child in this matter does exist, and it is not created by Warner Brothers through some means. Bruce, you also know that I'm learning how to be a good father, so I don't want to hurt any children." Seeing that the other party smiled and nodded, he frowned slightly, raised his arm, and stretched out a finger again. "Give me a team from Warner Brothers, and quickly. The core members of my team can't be together in a short time. They will probably rush back from their vacation before the movie is released. It's better to just use Warner Brothers' people." "Okay, I'll go back and prepare now." Bruce Rosenblum smiled and nodded again, got up and prepared to leave the manor to make preparations quickly. "By the way, there are reporters all over the manor in trance. If you want a good effect, you'd better not accept any media interviews first. It doesn't matter if Universal Pictures laughs for a few days. Wait." Before the other party walked to the living room door, Wayne seemed to suddenly remember something, and suddenly sat up straight from a relaxed state. "I have some other ideas. You have to make more preparations." When he was the only one left in the living room, he carefully considered it from beginning to end again, making sure there would be no mistakes. The corners of his mouth began to curl up gradually. If Naomi Watts was around, she would immediately know that this man must have a great taste in bad taste, which is usually difficult for outsiders to understand. "Nina." After figuring out everything, Wayne shouted twice to the study upstairs. "Dear Miss Clean, I remember there is a good article in the pile of documents in the safe. Help me get it down." "What?" At the corner of the second floor stairs, the assistant looked confused and asked again, when she looked at the boss who suddenly went crazy downstairs. "What is it?" Wayne simply stood up, looking in a particularly good mood, and whistled for the first time. "Forget it, I'll find it myself. You continue to calculate those damn financial statements." On this day, almost all the media in North America were filled with the news that Wayne Greenberg's The Dark Knight was about to compete with Steven Spielberg's Jurassic Park 2. It was hard to say whether it was a good thing or a bad thing for the two film companies, but for the media and movie fans, it was an absolute carnival. In May, at the beginning of the summer season, there were two rare showdowns of kings. Movie fans felt extremely happy. Countless teenagers were carefully counting their pocket money and eagerly preparing to enjoy this feast of watching movies. I believe that most movie fans still remember that as early as the summer season of 1993, a similar peak showdown had already been staged. That year, Joker was a dark horse, raking in more than $310 million in the North American theater market in a few weeks, and also received a box office of more than $1 billion worldwide. Just when people couldn't wait to pay homage to Wayne Greenberg, and exclaimed that such a box office record could not be surpassed in 10 years, Steven Spielberg broke this record in a short period of time with the first Jurassic Park in 1993. The influence of the big dinosaur was so terrifying that countless people paid homage to it again. So far, the first and second places on the North American box office rankings are still Steven Spielberg's Jurassic Park and Wayne Greenberg's Joker. Forrest Gump, a film that also grossed over $300 million in North America, was originally expected by countless people to catch up with the first two films, but unfortunately it fell short in the end. This is also the only film in the past few years that almost caught up with the box office records of Jurassic Park and Joker. afterwards, let alone threatening the positions of the first two in the North American total box office rankings. There are very few Hollywood films that have grossed over 300 million in North America. This also calmed down countless media and filmmakers, and once again confirmed that I admit that if I want to see a movie that surpasses the box office of those two movies, I'm afraid I really have to wait another 10 years. However, after the two internal previews of The Dark Knight, the selection experts of the three major theaters, the media critics, and the fans who were lucky enough to see the movie in advance all affirmed that the quality of Wayne Greenberg's ambitious superhero work is not inferior to Joker in 1993, and it may even be better. After watching the internal preview, Todd McCarthy, a famous film critic of the Los Angeles Times, vowed in front of the media that the North American box office of The Dark Knight would definitely exceed $300 million, and it would be fully capable of completing the Joker and Jurassic Park surpass. Various comments about The Dark Knight are getting louder and louder, and at the same time, people's expectations for the film have been raised to the highest level. However, before the fans can be happy for too long, another piece of news that makes them crazy is announced. The Tyrannosaurus Rex that once caused a sensation around the world is back. Jurassic Park 2 will officially meet with fans 1 week after the release of The Dark Knight. Now it seems that this peak showdown is very likely to continue the grand occasion of 1993. Whether it is Steven Spielberg or Wayne Greenberg, these two great Jewish film masters are likely to break each other's box office records and push the numbers on the North American total box office list higher. George Lucas put down the newspaper in his hand with a smile and gently touched the exquisitely trimmed beard on the side of his face with one hand, with a smile in his eyes. As long as he thought about his old friend and his little friend having a head-on collision, it was difficult for him to stay calm. These two Jewish directors can be said to be the two most popular directors in the circle in the past 2 years. The two have great similarities, that is, both of them are typical quick shooters among directors. They can always maintain one work a year and have the energy to be producers and supervise other projects. There are of course more differences. The two are completely different in the types of films they are good at, but this is also the most exciting point. Strictly speaking, Steven Spielberg has a greater chance of winning. The influence of the Tyrannosaurus Rex is too great, and the film is the most suitable family-friendly film for selling tickets, and the release date is also a little tricky. In contrast, although the type of film on Wayne's side is not the R-rated film he used to see, and the audience is much wider, it is still a little disadvantage compared to the family-friendly films that are deeply rooted in people's minds. However, Batman's popularity and influence are not something that anyone can underestimate. In the end, who will be better is really hard to judge. Ding. Ring, 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 ring. Just when the father of Star Wars was enjoying a moment of bad fun after busy work, his private phone rang. He was stunned for a moment. This number is generally known to no one, except close friends and family, who would call during his working hours. He picked up the phone in confusion. After hearing the voice on the other end, George Lucas' face bloomed with a smile again. I know you are very busy now, and all your time is spent on preparing for the new Star Wars, but there is something I still want to ask, if you are interested. What is it? The old man turned around and leaned on the desk, looking at the scenery outside the window, and teased, Don't expect me to help you get information from Steven. This is a matter between the two of you. You know, I was just looking forward to your box office showdown. Don't worry, boy, I stand on your side in spirit. Hey, come on, don't be like this, listen to me. The voice on the phone was helpless, and then the voice gradually became smaller. George, do you remember the joke we made at the last alumni gathering? What was it? Let's form a band and enter the Grammy Awards together. I have a plan that I believe you will be interested in. It will be done in a few days. Do you want to play? As the voice in the microphone gradually became smaller, the eyes of the father of Star Wars became brighter and brighter, until long after the phone call was hung up. One of his hands kept stroking his beard, and the emotions revealed in his eyes were quite excited and interesting. After a while, he picked up the phone on the table without hesitation and dialed his secretary's number. Mary, please inform the special effects team that I need to take a few days off. Yes, just a few days. Damn it. It won't delay the work on Star Wars prequel. Just a few days. In the following days, the media compared The Dark Knight and Jurassic Park 2 in various aspects. Countless so-called film experts began to analyze the results of the two films with confidence. From the scale of screening to the number of screens, from the cast to the behind-the-scenes team, the two upcoming films were analyzed from head to toe by countless people before they officially landed in the theater market. Ron Meir was in a particularly good mood these days. His unexpected conspiracy successfully saved tens of millions of publicity and promotion funds for Jurassic Park 2. Moreover, after a year, he was able to make Warner Brothers, which had been weighing on everyone, feel uncomfortable. There was nothing more gratifying than this. Even as one of the 6 absolute senior executives, he rarely accepted several media interviews these days. Facing the camera and recorder, his self-confidence was almost known to everyone. Taking advantage of this sudden nationwide discussion, the Universal Pictures distribution department followed closely, and with the same publicity scale as Warner Brothers, it also began the final publicity sprint for the film in North America. For a time, all kinds of news and gossip about the two films filled all the channels where people could receive information. Compared with the high-spirited Universal Pictures, Warner Brothers was not so excited. It seemed that they were not interrupted by the other party at all. They carried out the final publicity before the release step by step, and continuously released information related to the film The Dark Knight through TV commercials, newspapers, magazines, film critics columns and the internet. Sometimes it was a few new posters, sometimes it was a short new trailer. In the past 2 days, interviews with leading actors such as Christian Bale were also added. The attitude of not rushing or slowing down made countless people in the circle unable to see what they were thinking. No one believed that Warner Brothers would be willing to let Universal Pictures do this, and then follow the other party's designed plan indifferently. People were waiting, but it was destined to disappoint the onlookers. After a few days, the media was full of all kinds of information, almost one-sidedly hyping up Wayne vs. Spielberg, and Warner Brothers did not make any comments on the matter. Countless media reporters were squatting on Wayne, hoping to get some explosive gimmicks from him. Unfortunately, for a few days, he had been hiding in the car and not showing up. The interview invitation sent by major media to his agent Jimmy also fell into oblivion. No one knew what his attitude was now. But one thing is foreseeable, that is, the collision between The Dark Knight and Jurassic Park 2 is bound to happen, and there will be no more surprises. Now people are more interested in who will be the final winner. There are too many things that mean this. Even many unscrupulous media have prepared 2 press releases in advance. If Jurassic Park 2 has a higher box office in the end, they are ready to blow Steven Spielberg up. If The Dark Knight wins in the end, they will describe it as a handover of power between the old and new Jewish film masters in Hollywood. Anyway, the media will never give up this gimmick full of explosive points. Just as the two companies were making the final push before the release of the film, time was slowly advancing. Before the official arrival of mid-May, the core creative team members of The Dark Knight returned one after another and began to promote the film under the arrangement of the distribution department of Warner Brothers. What puzzled all fans and the media was that Christian Bale, who played Bruce Wayne, the Batman, Nicolas Cage, who played the Joker, the main actors Samuel Jackson, Naomi Watts, Michael Caine, Ralph Fiennes, and Charlie Sheen, who was constantly showing the character of a prodigal son in the media, all began to appear frequently, but the director of the film had never appeared in public. To say that Wayne did not attach importance to this film is a pure joke. No one believed that he would not stand up at this critical juncture and use his huge influence in the limelight of the Oscars' new Best Director to cheer for the film. This situation is not in line with the rules at all. Perhaps Universal Pictures felt that it had gotten an advantage and had been promoting everything about Jurassic Park 2. Its CEO Ron Meir frequently appeared in the media. However, Steven Spielberg had always kept a low profile when facing the media. He attached great importance to his competitors. With their friendship and mutual understanding, it was possible for anyone to win or lose. The Jewish good man saw it clearly. Wayne had always been a smart man. Facing the sudden move of Universal Pictures, he would never be willing to let the other party kick his butt in vain. Although he has a lot of copyright income from Jurassic Park 2, he even joked in an interview with the media, "It's possible for anyone to win or lose. I beat him with the prequel to Jurassic Park in 1993. Who knows if he will beat me with the sequel to Batman this time." Everyone knows the relationship between the two Jewish directors. Many people in the industry know that the reason why DreamWorks' distribution business will be handed over to Warner Bros. After this year and Paramount will be abandoned is because Wayne's previous matchmaking gave DreamWorks a breathing space. It is too much to ask this good guy to say something unfavorable to the other party. In fact, Steven Spielberg's feeling is right. When the time came to May 13th, there were only 2 days left before the premiere of The Dark Knight. People finally knew what he did. This is NBC Universal News. At the end of the program, we received the latest news. At about 7 p.m. on May 13th, which is also the so-called primetime for TV stations, under the gaze of countless North American families, before the end of a news program on NBC Universal News Channel, the white female host reported the latest developments at a fast speed. This year's North American summer movie market is particularly anticipated. As we all know, The Batman, The Dark Knight, that countless fans are looking forward to will premiere on the evening of the 15th, which is Thursday. This is the latest masterpiece of Wayne Greenberg, the newly crowned Best Director of the Oscars and the winner of the Congressional Gold Medal. But on the eve of the movie's release, countless fans discovered that the director of the film had disappeared. As the white female host reported, the TV screen quickly switched, and the host's voice gradually became smaller. In front of the TVs of countless families in North America, a little boy who had nothing to do with the news appeared. Just when everyone was feeling puzzled, as the music slowly sounded, the host's voice could be clearly heard again. In early May 1997, in order to fulfill the dream of a terminally ill little boy, all the residents of a small town around Ventura County, Los Angeles, participated in the organization of Wayne Greenberg, who had completely disappeared from the media site for a long time. His name is Thomas. He was diagnosed with leukemia when he was 1.5 years old. His parents asked him if he had any wishes he wanted to fulfill. Thomas said he wanted to become Batman and save the world. After the Greenberg Charity Foundation accidentally learned of this situation, it immediately notified Wayne Greenberg, the creator of Batman. After Wayne, who was busy with the release of Batman, The Dark Knight, learned about it, he immediately stopped all the work at hand and took the initiative to let his foundation contact the boy's parents, hoping to realize the boy's wish within his limited time. He then contacted his good friend George Lucas, and the two planned a complete set of plans in this small town around Ventura County. Chapter 529 Batman Attack. Hey, come here, come and see this. In an apartment in the Upper East Side of New York City, a white boy was sitting alone in the living room watching TV when he accidentally switched to the NBC Universal News Channel. The story the host was telling made his eyes gradually lock on the TV screen, and then he immediately called his father and mother. "Listen, I'm busy with work. If you don't give me a legitimate reason, I will cancel the plan to take you on an outing this weekend." A white man in his 30s came to the living room mumbling. At the boy's signal, he slowly stood in place while watching the TV, turned his head, and looked at his wife, who followed closely behind him, and watched the special news on TV in silence. Just like this ordinary family, it was just past 7 o'clock in the evening, and it was almost the time for the whole family to sit in the living room and relax after dinner. This news, which was confusing at first, gradually attracted the attention of thousands of families. On the TV, the pleasant background music continued. Under the gaze of countless people in North America, the screen switched to the streets of the town. Countless people moved. This inconspicuous town around the City of Angels was transformed into the famous Gotham City. The local sheriff appealed to the TV that they needed to find Batman. A little girl was captured by the bad guys. The police needed to find Batman. The police needed help. The screen turned again, and a Batmobile that everyone was familiar with rushed out. After the door opened, Batman in a full set of bat armor appeared in the center of the camera. He was not wearing a bat mask, and the face revealed was not the familiar Christian Bale, but some fans who paid more attention to the movie recognized that this was Wayne with the same name as Batman. but it was obvious that the protagonist this time was not him. He walked around the car body in the bat armor and opened the other door. A little Batman in the same outfit was helped down by him hand in hand. The short documentary was shot quite crudely. Many careful fans have discovered that the old man wearing a director's outfit and carrying a camera flashed in front of the camera from time to time. He was the creator of Star Wars, George Lucas. But the rough and simple documentary did not affect people's viewing experience just because of the story background introduced by the host before. In fact, the short documentary is less than 5 minutes long, and the story is quite simple. It is about the little Batman Thomas, accompanied by another Batman Wayne, defeating the bad guys and rescuing the little girl. This special Gotham City has restored peace again. What is fascinating is the song that gradually sounded in the short documentary. Similar to this documentary, it can be heard that the song was made quite hastily and the two people singing are not professional, but this just triggered countless people's emotions and resonance. As the two Batmen held hands, raised their arms and shouted together, "Little Batman, attack." I don't know how many people shed tears of emotion in the subsequent singing. I've been reading books of old the Leans and the Myths Achilles and his gold Hercules and his gifts Spider-Man's can't throw and Batman with his fists, and clearly I don't see myself upon that list. But she said, "Where'd you wanna go, how much you wanna risk?" I'm not looking for somebody with some superhuman gifts, some superhero, some fairytale bliss, just something I can turn to, somebody I can kiss. I want something just like this. Oh, I want something just like this. Oh, I want something just like this. The little Batman realized his dream amid the cheers of the people. The song and the documentary came to an end. Warm scenes gradually flashed by. Each participant held up a homemade sign. The camera finally stayed on Wayne and George Lucas. They held up a cardboard sign together that read, "Batman, attack." When the music and the picture disappeared, countless touched home viewers felt the surprise again. The TV went dark for only 2 seconds, and then it came back to light. Christian Bale, the real Batman in people's hearts, appeared in the camera, waving his fist and saying, "Well done, Thomas. You saved Gotham City, saved the world, and brought peace to everyone." The camera turned again, and the person who appeared this time became the president who had just been re-elected not long ago. The background behind him was familiar to everyone, that is, the White House. He also waved his fist twice and said to the camera with a look, "Well done, Thomas. You successfully saved your hometown. You are a very outstanding Batman." The final appearance of the president was definitely something no one expected. No matter whether ordinary people use words to blacken the rulers every day, his appearance means that a certain spirit is being transmitted. Politicians have a very sensitive political sense. In fact, when Time Warner contacted the secretary, the other party did not consider it at all and directly recorded this short video. "Dad, Mom, how about we change our weekend plans?" After the TV show ended, in the living room on the Upper East Side of New York, the little boy looked at his parents with tears in his eyes and suggested in a childish voice, "Let's go see Batman this weekend." The child's parents looked at each other and saw a kind of warmth in each other's eyes. The child's father shrugged and asked, "Are you sure you want to give up the farm outing you always wanted to go? Haven't you already made an appointment with Henry and Frangie?" The little boy lowered his head, as if he was making a choice. After a while, he raised his head and said, "Of course, I can inform them to change the plan, and we will all go see Batman together." "Okay, go inform your friends." The child's father nodded, turned and agreed, while walking towards his study. The child's mother moved her ears. She heard her husband laughing and humming softly, "I want something just like this." This is just a scene in an ordinary family in New York after watching TV. Similar conversations and exchanges are all over North America after the news program ends. No one can deny that, although the ugliness in this society can be seen everywhere, most people still yearn for light and warmth in their hearts. Even if the parents are all assholes, they will subconsciously educate their children to be good men from an early age. I don't know how many people changed their weekend family plans and chose to accompany their families and children to watch a Batman movie in the cinema. In the minds of countless people, it is definitely not a bad thing. After this ordinary and special night, early the next morning, various news about Wayne and the Dark Knight in the media, for the first time in this period of time, overwhelmed the hotly discussed duel between the two Jewish directors. The media tacitly chose to give all the pages to Wayne on the eve of the release of The Dark Knight. I believe that many North American people don't know that Wayne Greenberg's movies have, to a certain extent, made the internationalization of Hollywood movies achieve unexpected results. Different from the human nature, evil and other elements shown in his films, he is actually a low-key and kind billionaire in reality. Behind countless good deeds lies this tough-looking Hollywood director. Unlike others who can't wait to use their influence to make money, after winning the Oscar, he chose to put down his work and fulfill a little boy's childhood dream at the most important moment before his new film was released. The spirit of chivalry is very suitable for him. His behavior may not be understood by many people, but it warns the world outside the movie to have love in their hearts. Various reports analyzing Wayne filled all the media that can be seen. What's more surprising is that countless fans began to call Warner Brothers the next day. They hoped that Warner Brothers could release the single of Wayne and George Lucas as soon as possible. With the short documentary of NBC Channel, no one expected that the first to become popular was the imperfect song Something Just Like This. On that day, many TV stations played this song again at the end of the program, and some even played the documentary of Batman's attack again. Radio stations in cities all over North America, this song became the most requested song overnight. I want something just like this, oh I want something just like this at 8 o'clock in the evening of May 14th. As the host hummed to lines of lyrics, the camera of the TV screen was aimed at the ABC TV studio. The host said in a deep and emotional voice, I want, that's all, this is all I want, this is the only one I want. As the host spoke, the camera slowly moved, and Wayne and George Lucas appeared on the TV. The two sat side by side on the sofa, watching the host who was moved by the lyrics. Wayne, George, your behavior is incredible in today's North America. Wayne, what prompted you to appear in that town and organize this dream-making plan? Wayne pondered for a few seconds, shrugged slightly, and said to the camera, you know, when I knew that the child had a terminal illness, but he was still optimistic about life and full of justice in his heart, I couldn't help but want to do something for this sense of justice. As a public figure, I hope to use my own power to play a leading role and let people see that there are still many kind people in this society. I heard that you gave up the promotion of The Dark Knight in order to fulfill Thomas' dream as soon as possible. The host immediately continued to ask, yes, in terms of work, I did become a deserter this time. Wayne replied with an obvious wry smile on his face. I hope the hard-working members of the crew won't blame me. How could that be? The host's face became serious, with respect in his tone. I think no one will blame you. You saved not only the dream of a little Batman. After the TV show was broadcast, countless viewers said that you saved the values in North American society and countless little Batmans with dreams. As the host spoke, the small light above the camera began to flash, and Wayne secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that the close-up shot would end soon, and the camera should turn. Sure enough, after a brief move, the camera was aimed at George Lucas, who had been silent, and the host's question rang at the same time. George, as a Star Wars fan, I want to ask on behalf of countless viewers, when will the new Star Wars meet us? You know, we can't wait to see it. I have already written the script, and am now making preliminary preparations. The father of Star Wars spread his hands and replied, maybe it won't be long, but I can't reveal the specific date yet. Okay. The host didn't continue the topic. He knew what the topic of this conversation was. George, what prompted you to participate in this operation? I think everyone knows that Wayne and I have a very good personal relationship. Speaking of this, George Lucas smiled and touched the beard on the side of his face. About a week ago, I was busy with work, and then I received a call from him. He said to me. He raised one hand and made a gesture of answering the phone, his voice full of humor. He said to me, hey, George, do you want to form a group with me, and we will make it to the Grammys together? His answer caused a laugh at the scene, and applause rang out at the same time. The host applauded and praised at the right time. Obviously, the performance of both of you is indeed worthy of a Grammy trophy. This show is the last one to promote The Dark Knight before it is released. It was just a coincidence that George Lucas was brought in, but it made the incident have more intense response. When the talk show came to an end, the face on TV changed again to the documentary of Batman's attack, and the song that moved countless people also sounded at the same time. There is less than a day left before the premiere of the film. Due to the influence of the documentary, the media across North America are watching the performance of this film. Warner Bros. Specially invited many big-name guests to the premiere in order to maximize the influence of the film. At the door of the TV station building, Wayne and George Lucas hugged each other. "That's it, George, I still have to thank you for your help this time. Who asked you to release such a big temptation of Grammy?" George Lucas shook his head, teased, raised one arm and patted his shoulder. "Go back and rest early, we'll talk at the premiere tomorrow. You know, now I'm not only on your side mentally, but also in action. Don't lose to Steven." After that, he waved his hand coolly, got in his car and drove away. Wayne didn't retract his gaze until the car disappeared from his sight. He breathed a long sigh of relief. He really emptied his brain this time and hoped that this effort would not be in vain. "Where's surgery?" After about 2 minutes, he turned his head and looked at the assistant lady in confusion. It was very rare that his Russian security guard, who was as bear-like as a bear, didn't even drive a car to wait downstairs. "There." Nina raised one arm, pointed her finger at the grass on the side, pursed her lips, and said, "Look, I swear, the big guy kneeling on the grass is him." While the two were pointing and talking, Sergey also noticed the two people who came out. He said something to the people around him, hurriedly got up from the lawn, and ran to the car. The Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the two people. Wayne got in the car and asked curiously, "What are you doing?" Through the small window, connected to the front and back, Sergey proudly raised a stack of change, which looked like there were about $100 or $200. He shook a small stack of bills vigorously and said, "Dice, boss, these are all one." "Shit, drive quickly." As the car accelerated steadily, passing Beverly Park and about to go up the mountain, Wayne, who had been closing his eyes to rest, suddenly opened his eyes and knocked on the baffle connected to the cab with a grim expression. When the partition was opened, looking at the confused Russian bear driving, his voice was full of severity. "Listen, next time you need money, just ask me directly, damn it, or you can talk to Nina, Hella, or even Nami directly. Winning money is more fun." Sergey answered casually while driving ahead. Wayne's voice was still serious. "What if you lose?" "Hey, I won't lose playing dice." With one hand controlling the steering wheel, Sergey freed one hand and threw the stack of change towards the window again. "I was good at this when I was in the army, very good at it, so, boss, I won't lose. The salary you give me has guaranteed my second half of life, and I'm not short of money." Kneeling on the sandy grass, throwing the dice to win a few coins, does that make you happy? Make you feel like a winner? In Nina's strange gaze, Wayne suddenly raised his hand and pointed at Sergey who was driving. Hey, boss." The Russian-American bear heard the severity in his voice and saw his gestures in the rearview mirror. As one of the closest people, he knew very well that the other party was really angry, so he hurried to explain. "Don't be so serious, boss. Those drivers and security guards are all like this. We are just waiting for our boss to get bored and have some fun. Listen, you are different from them." With a click, Wayne lit a cigarette, raised the finger holding the cigarette, and pointed at the back of the other's head. He knew that the Russian-American bear could see it, and said slowly, "They can't choose spiritual dignity, but you can." After speaking, he retracted his fingers, took several puffs of the cigarette one after another, looked at his legs through the smoke, and his voice slowly lowered. "From the time you shot to save me, you can, remember, pat the dust off your knees before getting out of the car, and don't kneel down. To make money in the future." The Rolls-Royce returned to silence. Nina studied the financial statements with a frown, as if she had heard and seen nothing. She sighed secretly in her heart, because she was not sure whether the big guy really understood what her boss meant. In fact, it was similar to her situation. Ever since Wayne entrusted her with private matters such as finance and investment, the relationship between them was no longer a simple employment relationship. In fact, Nina had never seen a director or producer's personal assistant with a net worth of millions. The same was true for this big guy. He made no less money than Jimmy, the agent who was paid by commission. In fact, to some extent, his importance was higher than that of the agent and assistant, because he was responsible for Wayne's safety, and because Wayne trusted him. Trust was the most precious thing. By the way, boss, when you and George were recording the program list, Angelina Jolie called. Seeing that the car had already turned onto Mulholland Road, the assistant put several documents back into her briefcase, and looked at her boss and said, "Did she say anything?" Nina said without hesitation, from the tentative tone in her words, "She wants to walk the red carpet with you tomorrow." There was no way. The Dark Knight had received too much attention this time. It was originally the most anticipated film by the media and fans this year. In addition to the Batman incident, the media attention it received was unprecedented. Any normal person would know that walking on the red carpet of the premiere with Wayne would have an exposure effect that was no less than the Oscar red carpet. It was normal for Angelina Jolie to have such thoughts. Anyway, making a phone call to test the waters did not cost much. She knew that at most she would be rejected. With her proud figure and face, the man's fascination was not concealed at all. She would give it a try. If he really agreed, it would be a good deal. Wayne laughed dumbly and shook his head. Don't pay attention to her. The weather in Los Angeles has officially entered the summer season. Even in the evening, there is still no sign of coolness. A red carpet has been laid out in front of the Hollywood Chinese Theater early. On one side of the red carpet, fans who have arrived early have been crowded. For these fans who have more or less Batman logos on their bodies, it is a blessing to be able to see the big stars in the crew in advance, even if they can't see the movie earlier. The fans are excited, and the media area on the other side of the red carpet is not much better. A large number of media reporters with work permits around their necks are crowding to grab positions to prepare for the upcoming red carpet, especially those photographers carrying long guns and short guns. They seem to be too excited, and their faces are red and their necks are thick as they squeeze forward with their equipment. The scene was maintained by not only security personnel, but also some Warner Brothers employees and dozens of police officers sent by the Los Angeles Police Department. The shooting at the Joker movie theater was still vivid in people's minds. In Batman, The Dark Knight, one of the protagonists was still the Joker who had caused social madness. The police officers were very serious and glanced at the fans who might cause chaos from time to time. When the time slowly came to 5:30 in the evening, a low boom, boom, boom sounded, and the fans at the scene immediately fell into madness. Everyone was desperately squeezing forward. The security guards and police who held hands to block the crowd immediately changed their faces. This sound was familiar to many people. Just as most fans imagined, a huge and domineering Batmobile turned from the corner of the street. Although the speed was not fast, this tank-like big guy, full of technology, gave people an unparalleled sense of oppression. Perhaps only men can understand the romance in it. This big guy's almost tailor-made according to the ideal chariot in men's minds. The pitch-black Batmobile, like a monster, finally slowly stopped in front of the red carpet. Before the door was opened, it caused screams from fans, and the flashlights in the media area made the red carpet as bright as day. More than 10 seconds passed slowly, and some people at the scene realized that something was wrong because the door had not been opened. Just as more and more people were confused, music started playing at the same time from dozens of large speakers arranged at the scene. This is John Williams' masterpiece and the main background music for Batman. The Dark Knight theme sounded, and as the low drum beats went from slow to fast, and from dull to passionate, everyone at the scene felt an epic feeling that stirred emotions. At this moment, the door of the Batmobile slowly rose, and a pitch black leg wearing a bat armor stretched out first. Chapter 530, Market rules usually fail when applied to him. With the majestic and deep music, and the sudden screams of the fans, Christian Bale was the first to get off the chariot. He was wearing a full set of Batman gear, even the Batarang was hung in a prominent position, the black cape was like a huge bat wing, the only thing missing was a mask to cover his face. What made the women at the scene scream was his extremely strong body. No matter how tightly he was wrapped, you could imagine his explosive muscles from his outer contours. Batman. Batman Batman when Christian Bale appeared in front of everyone, fully armed, there was only one voice left at the scene, and the fans kept calling Batman in unison. At this moment, He was the absolute protagonist of this premiere. Even Wayne and others could not compare with his huge popularity. Batman, the superhero who accompanied countless people in North America through their childhood and adolescence, has a special meaning to countless people. Without a female companion walking the red carpet, Christian Bale turned around and reached out to take two children down from the Batmobile. All fans who have been paying attention to news about Batman have more or less heard of these two children, one of whom is Thomas, who suffers from leukemia. Batman, let's do it. Holding two little boys wearing Batman t-shirts in each hand, they walked towards the Hollywood Chinese theater, accompanied by deafening cheers along the way. The lights of the media directly dispelled the gradually darkening night and illuminated the front of the Chinese theater as bright as day. Christian Bale was carrying two children with him. For the safety of the children, when he saw those fans who were instantly emotional, he extinguished his plan to sign for the fans and went straight to the media area accompanied by music. Just as they walked to the center of the red carpet, the music officially entered the high nest, and a fierce cylindrical beam of light shot out from the roof of the Chinese theater, attracting everyone's attention. After everyone got used to the brightness, more and more people noticed that a huge black bat appeared in the light. This was the symbol of Batman in the movie. It was reproduced by Warner Brothers in the sky above the theater, causing another round of screams. Batman, attack. The security guards and police officers at the scene immediately turned as pale as bitter gourds. They held hands and tried their best to stop the crazy fans. These people were stimulated by the music, the appearance of Batman, and the iconic lights of the bat. The crazy emotion seemed to be contagious. Even some media reporters at the scene raised their hands with the fans and shouted loudly, "Batman, attack." Their voices were in perfect unison, calling out loudly for their superhero, their childhood dream. "Chris, you're so cool. Hey, Chris, I love you so much. Bruce Wayne, my god, look at me." Faced with the calls of countless fans, Christian Bale did not dare to stop for a moment. No one knew that the situation on the scene would become so crazy beforehand. If he stirred people's emotions now, it would be very likely to cause chaos and tragedy. It was not until his back disappeared on the red carpet and he came to the media interview area that the atmosphere on the scene showed signs of cooling down. The staff urgently notified Charlie Sheen, the two-faced man who was about to step onto the red carpet second, and asked him to wait a little longer to avoid more chaos. Did you see it? From the second floor window of the China Grand Theater, Stan Lee, the father of Marvel Comics superheroes, with white hair and beard, raised his hand and pointed at the red carpet, then turned to look at another silent man. What crazy superhero fans. This has proved one thing to us. Our Marvel superheroes also have a great chance to gain these. Javier Della pursed his lips tightly. Of course, he saw the crazy scene just now. In fact, he tried to get the invitation letter for the premiere of The Dark Knight, just to find an opportunity to talk to the man who bought the copyright of the two Marvel children. "Yes, I saw it, Stan." Squinting his eyes, Javier Della signaled the other party not to get excited. He glanced around and deliberately lowered his voice and said, "Of course I know that. If this The Dark Knight continues, the momentum of the battle begins. It proves that superheroes have broad market potential. Wayne Greenberg has gradually developed the market to some extent. We must have a good talk with him." Stan Lee's face was very serious, and his eyes were fixed on the man next to him. He can't go on like this, buying out the copyrights of Iron Man and Black Widow, but leaving them in the copyright library to gather dust. He can't do this. Our Marvel kids will also gain a broad market and be loved by the general public. After the premiere, Wayne Greenberg will definitely appear at the celebration party. Patting his thigh hard, Javier Della gritted his teeth and continued in a low voice, "We will find a chance, and he must give us an acceptable answer. I have thoroughly understood it." Stan Lee's tone was full of sarcasm, and there was an undisguised mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. Don't be fooled by Wayne Greenberg's appearance and personality. He is an out-and-out vampire in private, a damn greedy capitalist. As long as the price we are willing to offer is high enough, I think he will agree. I'm just afraid he doesn't lack money." There was another violent scream outside the window. The two saw that the protagonist they were talking about, Wayne, walked on the red carpet with Naomi Watts, which once again caused the madness of fans and puzzles. "Shit. Stanley looked at the two people walking towards the theater, lowered his head, and spat a large mouthful of saliva on the ground. This guy shouldn't be a director. He should be an actor, a director. It's really a waste of this tough face and body. No, this vampire should go to the San Fernando Valley. Hey, Stan. Aviadella hurriedly interrupted the old man's words and quickly looked around again. After making sure that no one heard it, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Are you crazy? If someone hears us, Warner Brothers will definitely kick us out. Am I wrong? He used his personal relationship to contact the bank, constantly put pressure on Marvel, and urged for loans. In the end, at such a small price, he took away the film and television copyrights of Iron Man and Black Widow. Isn't this still a vampire? Stanley waved his hand weakly. Although he was unforgiving, he also knew that, if he wanted to achieve the goal of coming here today, he had to be humble. Damn Disney, damn Michael Eisner. If he had said earlier that he was willing to spend a lot of money to buy the copyrights of Iron Man and Black Widow, we wouldn't have been so anxious to sell them at a low price. Okay, stop talking. Aviadella already regretted bringing this old bastard with him. If he didn't want to use his name as the father of superheroes to increase his persuasiveness, he would never bring this old guy who might do something bad. He now hoped that the ultimate goal of the two of them would not be discovered by the other party during the conversation. The best result would undoubtedly be to successfully buy back the copyrights at a higher price, and then turn around and sell them to Disney, which offered a higher price. The conditions given by Michael Eisner were really too generous. It was not just a matter of price. If this could be done, Disney promised to start making Marvel superhero movies within 2 years, which would help Marvel Comics far more than the money from selling the copyrights. What made them feel uncomfortable was the news that 20th Century Fox announced the production of X-Men. When they heard that the producer was also Wayne Greenberg, everyone would think that they were being cheated. You know, 20th Century Fox owns not only the copyrights of all the characters related to X-Men, but also the copyrights of the Fantastic Four and other heroes. Warner Brothers is really willing to spend a lot of money for The Dark Knight. Looking at the big stars who kept walking on the red carpet, they were invited to endorse the movie and increase its influence. Aviadella sighed sincerely. You say? Stanley was also looking at the noisy scene outside the window, and his voice suddenly became hoarse. Can those heroes we marvel at, those children I created with my own hands, also be welcomed by so many people on the big screen? The truly successful superhero movies now are actually all characters under DC, and the Hulk produced by Universal Pictures is a complete failure. It's hard to say. Aviadella let out a long breath, and his eyes seemed to penetrate the heavy walls of the theater, looking at the new Oscar-winning Best Director who was standing at the door of the theater to welcome guests. Since the Hulk's bloody attack, many people have said that Marvel's superheroes are completely outdated. Now DC is the world, and production companies don't know how to shoot Marvel's superheroes at all. But, he paused here and continued, but it also depends on who the project initiator is. I think if Wayne Greenberg is willing to take over the production of a Marvel superhero, the success rate should be guaranteed. Don't forget, Stan, this kid has never known the taste of failure since he entered Hollywood. Don't think too highly of him, Avi. Stanley regained his arrogant mood again. You praise him too much, Avi. I admit that he has not experienced box office failure, but this time it may not be the case. The dispute between the two Jewish directors, which the media hyped up, was the main topic during this period. When facing Steven Spielberg, there was no director in Hollywood who dared to pat his chest and say that he would confront him head on, not to mention that this good guy brought the Tyrannosaurus Rex that once made the world crazy. The Dark Knight will only be popular for a week at most. I bet that, when the second weekend comes, the theater market will be dominated by Jurassic Park 2. Not necessarily. The market rules usually fail to apply to this man. Chapter 531. The clown appears. Hey, man, lend me your little golden statue one day. As the guests who came to the stage entered the theater one after another, Will Smith finally arrived before the red carpet ceremony was about to end. After getting rid of the entanglement of the media reporters, he gave Wayne, who was standing at the door of the theater, a hug. Will, I thought you couldn't make it. Wayne patted his back hard, shrugged his shoulders, after letting him go, pouted his lips, and said unceremoniously, "Believe me, the exquisiteness of that thing is definitely not as good as the gold chain on your neck. Besides, you will have a little golden statue in the future, and it may not be worth one. Come on." The two walked towards the theater together, and Will Smith waved his hand unceremoniously, with disgust in his tone. "If the Academy is willing to give me a little golden statuette for Best Actor, I will definitely be moved to tears, but we all know that this is obviously unlikely." "That's hard to say." Wayne smiled mysteriously, raised his wrist to check the time, and did not lead Will Smith and his wife to the second floor lounge, but went directly to the screening room. The movie screening was about to start, and all the people who were supposed to come had arrived. What was left was today's theme, watching a movie. He didn't know whether he was moved to tears or not, but he knew that this guy's action of slapping someone in the face was very manly and very neat. In that social background, J.K. Rowling was removed from one of HP's largest fan websites because of some of her remarks. It's still unknown how this guy's slapping of someone will ferment in the end. In other words, he is of this skin color. If it were a white person who slapped a foul-mouthed talk show star in the face, or in a public place like the Oscars, he would definitely be criticized by everyone, and even jailed. Ironically, the Academy, or the Oscars committee, only condemned Will Smith afterwards, using the words "will not condone violence." This incident was also defined as a violent incident, and there are still many variables in what happened next. Just like many political activists in the circle clamored to take back his Best Actor statue. In fact, it is even more ironic that the ratings of the Oscars are declining year by year because of its increasingly conservative nature. At that time, the ratings of this Oscar soared more than 10 times because of Will Smith's big mouth. Along the way, Wayne secretly stole several glances at Jada Smith, who was following them. No one thought that this woman would eventually become a bald man. Wow, not only is the venue packed, I saw thousands of fans outside waiting because they couldn't see the premiere. After entering the theater, Will Smith exaggeratedly opened his hands, looked at the already packed theater, and joked, "You swear, these must be real fans. There are definitely no hired agents hired by Warner Brothers, right?" "Shit." Wayne raised his arm, nudged his stomach with his elbow, and cursed with a smile. "Don't forget, Will, Batman has always been one of the top 3 most popular heroes in the world. No one can deny this. Batman will never lack fans and fans who pay for it. Even Tim Burton's Batman 2, which had a bad reputation, was not a failure at the box office." Will Smith spread his hands. "Hey, bro, don't be so serious. Jada and I will go first. We will talk after the show is over. Go get busy, my great director." "Wait a minute, Will." Wayne stopped the Smiths, who were walking towards the guest area. After thinking for a while, he quickly said, "After the premiere, I will immediately start the film promotion tour. This process is expected to last about a month. After the film promotion period is over, you can bring your family to the manor as guests. I will prepare a big party." "No problem, I like parties. You know, I love parties." Will Smith waved his hand and agreed. With Nina and Naomi Watts, Wayne sat in the middle of the first row, where the crew was, listening to the various discussions behind him. He slowly exhaled a big breath. Whether this film can achieve the effect he expected depends on the market response after the premiere tonight and the first weekend. Just like what he said to Will Smith, superheroes like Batman and Superman have never lacked loyal fans. Even if the filming is bad and the reputation is so bad, as long as you observe the box office of the film, you will find that the market performance will not be too low. Those fans would rather walk into the cinema to buy tickets and watch the movie while cursing, and then go home and complain wildly on the internet, rather than give up the film directly. The premise is that there must not be movies like Batman Forever and Batman and Robin that continuously treat the audience as fools. That is no longer a problem of word-of-mouth collapse, but directly killing Batman. At 7:30 in the evening, the lights in the screening room began to gradually go out, and the sounds of chatting, eating, drinking, etc. also began to gradually become dispensable as the lights went out. Everyone knew that the movie was about to start. Although there is a significant time difference between the east and west of North America, Warner Brothers still arranged the 3,300 advance screenings that opened simultaneously with the premiere to start at the same time according to Los Angeles time. Therefore, it is an extremely happy thing for those fans who grabbed the advance screening tickets. Compared with the 3,700 theaters after the movie is officially released tomorrow, the advanced screenings tonight are too few, but this still cannot stop the enthusiasm of fans across North America who want to try it in advance. In a Imperial Cinema chain theater in New York's Upper East Side, David Denby, a famous New Yorker columnist and film critic, has made all preparations for watching the movie. Although he has seen the movie once, for him, such an impressive movie, just watching it once is far from enough to guess all the director's ideas. A sharpened pencil is in his hand, and there is a hardcover notebook on his leg, so that he can write down his feelings at any time. Everything he records will become the material for the film review in the newspaper the next day. On the big screen in the theater, the opening animation of Warner Brothers and DC Animation have ended. After a line of letters of the works directed by Wayne Greenberg, the screen suddenly went black, and then a picture of a bank building in New York appeared. With the background music, a gangster with a clown mask on his face used a crossbow to break the glass of the building, and the rope was shot out from the upstairs by the crossbow. The picture turned, and a gangster with a backpack and a clown mask in his hand stood on the street of Gotham City. 5 gangsters with clown masks appeared on the big screen one after another. Their purpose was quite obvious, that is, to rob a bank. The movie story officially began. The gangsters robbed a large amount of money while talking about the mastermind behind this, the clown. In fact, long before the robbery began, the clown had secretly told everyone to find a way to kill a companion so that the rest of the people could get more money. The robbery scene in the bank building was orderly, but full of chaos and disorder. Every gangster shot and killed his companion while succeeding. In the end, there was only one robber left. You are only temporarily safe. The Joker will eventually kill you. When the bank staff heard this sentence, while enduring the pain, the last remaining robber slowly turned around with his gun in hand and very happily pulled off the mask on his face, revealing a funny and ridiculous face. Yes, he was the real Joker. Oh my god, how did Arthur become like this? Oh my god, Joker. When the robbery on the big screen ended, and the Joker got on the yellow school bus and drove away, a low cry of surprise rang out in the theater. Obviously, the fans did not expect that one of their most anticipated characters would appear in such a way. David Denby frowned. The charm of this character was so provocative that it was really brilliant. Now this beginning was just a little bit of insignificant crime. He has been famous as a film critic for many years, but although he has seen countless classic films and classic crime movies, he also felt a shudder after watching the preview of The Dark Knight. Having been a film critic for so many years, he has never seen such a movie. The whole movie seems to be to set off the existence of this character. The Joker is a loner, but he has countless followers. He does things without regard for the consequences, but he has his own perfect criminal philosophy. This character is so fascinating. To some extent, the reason why Batman exists is to set off the greatness of the Joker. It's not that Batman's concept of not killing one, but that the Joker doesn't want to play anymore. The pencil slid rapidly, and David Denby quickly wrote down some of his feelings, then focused all his attention and stared at the ongoing plot. Batman is out. Amid the cheers of some child fans, Batman appeared on the big screen. He received a notice from Sheriff Gordon and came to the robbed bank at night. In Sheriff Gordon's narration, the Joker had planned many robberies, but the money that was robbed this time had long been specially marked by Batman, and its whereabouts could be tracked. In order to arrest the Joker, a search warrant is needed, and in order to obtain a search warrant, the approval of Gotham City's new prosecutor Harvey must be obtained. The scene changes, and Prosecutor Harvey appears on the big screen. Charlie Sheen's performance is outstanding. The Harvey on the screen is vigorous and resolute, quick-witted, and often directly provokes criminals. He is known as the Knight of Light. A scene of Harvey's trial explains the relationship between the characters quite clearly. Harvey is Rachel's current boyfriend, and Rachel's ex-boyfriend is Batman Bruce Wayne. Since he returned to this metropolis, He has begun a journey of ending crime with violence. When everyone thought that the city was hopeless, the sudden appearance of Batman completely changed everything. When the criminals in the city talked about him, they all had fear on their faces. Batman, dressed in black, wandered over Gotham, bringing light to the entire city with violence and non-killing. Finally, 1 year later, this hard-earned light was broken again by one person, who once again brought endless darkness to the city. It was the Joker who taught him how to laugh in his childhood. Chapter 532. Stephen, you may be in big trouble. At the beginning of the movie, the audience was given enough information. The Joker, Harvey, Officer Gordon, Batman, and even Rachel all appeared. Faced with these familiar characters, most of the audience can find continuity with the previous work. This is one of the charms and advantages of serialized movies. The director can reduce a large number of paragraphs introducing the information background of each character and directly let the story get to the theme. In order to let the audience get into the rhythm of the story as soon as possible, Wayne played a few tricks that are not common in movies now, that is, gap and reversal. As early as when he was shooting and editing the film, he always kept in mind the three elements that can make the film a god: gap, rhythm and chaos. Three terms that almost run through the entire movie. The first is the gap, which can quickly attract the audience into the story after the movie story begins. Although nominally, this film still cannot escape the category of special effects action science fiction films, but no one can deny that the story and theme of this Dark Knight are the main factors that make it great. After the movie started, the audience saw the first scene of the movie, and in fact, the emotions were already controlled by Wayne. Obviously, the use of this sense of gap definitely achieved the effect he wanted. For example, in the first scene of the movie, a group of gangsters wearing clown masks went to rob a bank. After overcoming all the obstacles and successfully robbing the money, several robbers began to kill each other because of the clown setting. Finally, when one of the clowns pointed his gun at the last companion, he said bluntly, "I bet the clown must have told you that he would kill me as soon as the money was loaded on the car." Obviously, he intended to strike first, but the response he got was that the clown pointed at him with a gun, said neurotically, "No, no, no, no. I want to kill the school bus driver." Before the robber with a gun could react, a school bus rushed directly into the bank hall and crushed him to death. This plot is not complicated, but it is full of absurdity and gap, because most audiences would never think that the party with the advantage of holding a gun would instantly become a meat pie. Then, there is the second gap in the film that completely attracts the audience. The injured bank manager warned him that the clown would kill him in the end, but he took off the mask directly. When everyone thought he was also a nobody, the film told everyone that this was the mastermind behind the whole thing, the Joker. At this time, exactly 10 seconds had passed since the school bus entered the bank hall, and the second unexpected contrast appeared. When this chaos maker in Gotham stuffed the bomb into the manager's mouth, climbed onto the school bus, and pulled the fuse, the bomb finally only emitted a funny puff of smoke, and there was no imagined explosion. This is the third contrast at the beginning of the film. The bank robbery scene at the beginning of the movie is full of absurdity and unruly information, but it directly establishes the Joker's insidious, cunning, and neurotic personality that does not play by the rules. Of course, for 90% of ordinary movie fans, they cannot see the reason behind the movie's setting. This scene gives them a very simple feeling, that is, at the beginning of the movie, they have been deeply attracted by the story. Three very good little contrasts. David Denby quickly looked around, and after confirming the reactions of ordinary moviegoers around him, he immediately turned his gaze back to the big screen. The pencil in his hand quickly wrote down a line of thoughts on the notebook. "Wayne Greenberg, you only took about 6 minutes to whet the appetite of the entire audience. Shit, no one would have thought that you are still making progress." The movie was still being shown in Los Angeles, far away from the Big Apple, in a Royal Theater in Beverly Hills. Steven Spielberg was also watching the movie with full concentration. The promotion work for Jurassic Park 2 was in full swing, and the ultimate goal of making the Jewish good man choose to put down his busy work and come to the theater to watch the movie was to find out whether Wayne's The Dark Knight could withstand the impact of his own film a week later. In fact, His attitude towards Jurassic Park 2 is the same as Universal Pictures, full of confidence. Compared with The Dark Knight, which was released a week earlier, Jurassic Park 2 does have some advantages in terms of release date, and fans will inevitably be diverted. This is Hollywood. No one knows the importance of movie promotion and marketing better than the DreamWorks giant. But in the final analysis, whether a movie has enough staying power depends on its quality. If The Dark Knight continues the story of Begins as always, he can be sure in advance that this may be another successful superhero movie, but it is basically impossible to stop the impact of Jurassic Park 2. It appears again. Steven Spielberg is of course a very proud man, but when the Joker appeared on the big screen again, his brows furrowed deeply. This character is so charming and dramatic. Such anti-hero protagonists have appeared in Hollywood, but no character can attract the attention of all the audience in just a short scene like the Joker. At this time, on the big screen, the gangsters are looking for the Joker. Before they set out to find the Joker, he just walked into their gathering place and showed up on his own initiative. Then, the Joker stabbed a pen into the table with force, and his neurotic words also rang out at this time. "I'm going to make this pencil disappear. This is a magic trick." Several gang leaders looked at the Joker as if he was a fool, but the next scene told the audience and the gang members in the movie that the Joker did what he said and made the pencil disappear completely. A gang member, with the Joker holding his head, hit the upright pencil directly. "Dada, the pencil is gone. Oh my god." Got. Listening to the low shouts in the theater, Steven Spielberg was not moved at all. He was actually mentally prepared that this crazy and chaotic character would definitely act in an unexpected way again and completely ignite the plot conflict. The movie was still going on. The gang members on the big screen were about to start the fight, but they saw the Joker immediately opened his suit jacket, and the lining was full of grenades and bombs. He was ready to die with everyone if he disagreed with them. His madman nature was fully displayed. "Wayne, where is your limit?" Looking at the big screen, Steven Spielberg shook his head. Unlike ordinary audiences, he could see the language of the camera and the theme of the characters. He kept muttering to himself in a voice that only he could hear. The Joker is simply the embodiment of evil, but he is fighting with another group of evil criminals. Is this the character you set up for the Joker? Chaotic evil? The Joker has to fight against the good guys, and he also has to fight against the bad guys. The extreme of chaotic evil is the theme that can best reveal the complexity of human nature in the whole movie. When such a charming character appears in front of people who cannot be deeply attracted by him, compared to ordinary movie fans, so-called professional insiders are obviously more interested in this. An old man around Steven Spielberg's age suddenly turned his head and whispered, "A wonderful beginning, an extremely charming villain, and the complexity of human nature are vividly expressed." The characters who appear now, whether it is the Joker, Batman, Officer Gordon, or Prosecutor Harvey, all have different thoughts and consciousness. Steven, if nothing unexpected happens, you may be in big trouble this time. The movie has only been shown for a short time. Compared with the extraordinary plot of the whole movie, it has given enough surprises. Just look at the fans who are attracted by the movie and watch the movie with full concentration. Everyone is reluctant to blink and stares at the big screen. "Jeffrey, I didn't expect your evaluation to be so high." Steven Spielberg looked at his companion in surprise, turned his head, and continued to stare at the developing plot, and responded in a low voice. "I remember. Didn't you dislike Wayne's production style? You told me more than once that movies are meant to bring joy to people, and his movies are too depressing and absurd. No one can deny the greatness of that kid." Jeffrey Katzenberg shrugged and also chatted with his companions in a low voice while watching the movie. "I personally don't like dark and depressing movies, but I never said that the movie Joker was not great. I just didn't expect that in just a few years. The kid's progress has never stopped. He has walked out of his own unique path. Take a closer look. Is this a superhero movie with action and special effects as its selling point? You don't have to watch the whole movie, just the first half of the plot. I dare to assert that the greatness of this Dark Knight will never be lower than the brilliant Joker in 1993. If the theme of the movie is not distorted, this movie will even surpass that Joker in some aspects. As his low voice ended, the two of them returned to silence again, and each watched the movie with different emotions. In fact, it is not just these two. Almost all ordinary audiences have more or less realized the difference between this film and the first Batman, but movie fans will not think too much. They don't care about the mess. They only know that this film has attracted them deeply. Every time the Joker appears, his crazy emotions and scenes will bring different feelings to the audience. If you watch it in combination with the first Batman and Joker, it is this guy whose soul has become extremely evil that makes the two films have the illusion of sublimation. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 533. Is this the end? The chaos of the Joker comes from his indiscriminate crimes and his crimes for his own purposes. He actually enjoys playing with people's hearts more than satisfying the desire for money in the eyes of ordinary people. The position is very chaotic, but the motive is pure and intoxicating. At the official premiere of the film, the Hollywood Chinese Theater, Javier Della, who was sitting in the guest area, withdrew his eyes from the big screen and first turned to the first row of seats, where the core creators of the crew were. Although he could only see darkness in front of him, he seemed to see the young man with a meaningful smile. Avi. Stanley turned his head and looked at his companions. In my impression, Nicolas Cage's acting is indeed good, but it has not reached the level of the present, right? Is this a superhero movie? The character's personality is too three-dimensional, almost running out of the screen. Javier Della shook his head and explained. Yes, in his opinion, the reason why Nicolas Cage can be so outstanding is because the character of the Joker is too three-dimensional, which invisibly adds too many points to his acting skills. The movie is still going on. On the big screen, the Joker is making his declaration through a videotape. Batman must take off his mask and turn himself in. As long as he doesn't turn himself in at the police station, people will keep dying. Starting tonight, I will keep my word. Ha 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 ha. Accompanied by screams, the videotape ended, and Batman and his butler just watched the Joker's declaration end. In the movie, the criminals who have been suppressed by Batman for a long time finally found an opportunity under the chaos constantly created by the Joker. They committed crimes in every corner of Gotham City, making Batman run around. Rachel and Officer Gordon, whom he always protected, failed to stop the Joker from killing the police chief. However, this is not over yet. At the memorial service for the police chief, the Joker aimed his evil gun at the mayor of Gotham who was speaking publicly. In the end, Officer Gordon blocked the shot with his body. Batman did not turn himself in at the police station, and the Joker was happily killing, constantly teasing the emotions of everyone in Gotham City with his uninterrupted deaths. The citizens openly abandoned Batman. Under the death threat created by the Joker, the citizens of Gotham City were no longer willing to be human shields for a hero who protected them in the dark. These scenes also stirred the emotions of the audience. Damn it, you can't do that. F***K. A bunch of bastards. The Joker should kill everyone. The audience completely entered the mood of the movie story. The roars of fans began to appear in the screening room. These emotional ordinary people expressed their most simple thoughts. You succeeded, didn't you? Naomi Watts, who was sitting in the first row, leaned on Wayne's shoulder in the dark and whispered in his ear. Did you hear the reactions of the audience behind you? You succeeded in stirring up everyone's emotions. It's still early, Naomi. Wayne shook his head slightly and whispered back. It's too early to say it's a success now. Even if the audience who can find a way to grab the premiere tickets are not my die-hard fans, they are the ones who like Batman the most. Their reaction cannot represent the reaction of more audiences. Everything still needs to wait until the box office of the first weekend comes out, or even after it collides with Jurassic Park 2, to completely define success or failure. Compared with most people who are concentrating on watching the movie, his main attention is not on the movie being shown at all. He can almost recite this movie by heart, and he is more concerned about the reaction of ordinary audiences behind him. In theory, he is reluctant to change the theme story of this movie at all, and no one knows better than him how successful the original movie is in his mind. However, no matter how successful a movie is, it is still a test, to be released to the market 10 years in advance. The only thing to be thankful for is that Batman has not been completely ruined by others, so he doesn't have to think of ways to gain the trust of ordinary fans again. Dear, you will be deified again. It won't be long. I swear. Naomi Watts whispered again, turned her head, and looked at the big screen. She believed more than anyone else that, as long as this film was seen by the public, it would make the man next to her deified again, just like the deification after the release of Joker in 1993. On the big screen, Bruce Wayne finally said goodbye to his armor, and put the bat darts back into the box one by one. He was ready to stand up, and give an explanation for the law he had trampled on. At this time, Harvey, the prosecutor of Gotham City, who was regarded as the Knight of Light in people's eyes, admitted in front of everyone that he was Batman. This result confused his girlfriend Rachel. She wrote a letter and asked the housekeeper Alfred to help give it to Bruce Wayne. Then she immediately rushed to the police station to meet Harvey, who was about to be put in prison. Because no one knew better than Rachel that her boyfriend Harvey was not Batman. The reason he did that was just to lure the Joker out. The police car transporting Harvey is on the road. All the fans at the scene clearly realize that the few remaining righteous people in Gotham City are really squeezed into a desperate situation. Batman must seize this opportunity to completely pull out the Joker and put him in jail. Otherwise the few remaining lights of justice in Gotham City will be completely extinguished by the crazy Joker. A car chase action scene that fans love the most is completely staged. Everyone's attention is on the big screen. The police convoy is overturned by the Joker with a bomb. Seeing that the Joker is carrying a rocket and has aimed at the police car where Harvey is, he is about to blow everything up. The background music sounded unconsciously, accompanied by the exciting music. The huge and ferocious Batmobile jumped out, blocked the rocket fired by the Joker, and took this fatal blow. The chariot was paralyzed, but Harvey, who was trapped in the police car, had not completely escaped the Joker's lock and still had the power of life at any time. Oh my god, this car is so cool. So cool, Bruce. Amid the involuntary cheers from the audience, Batman rode on the Batbike and chased the Joker. The various stunts along the way and the tense car chase scenes made everyone excited. Even Wayne had to admit that no matter how good the story was, the most attractive movie could never be without these adrenaline-rushing action shots. Street lamps kept falling one after another, and he successfully turned the Joker's truck over completely. He rode on the Batwheel, slid on the wall, turned the front of the car, and faced this evil soul face to face. The Joker was fearless, and walked towards Batman face to face. He gradually accelerated the Batwheel and rushed straight towards the Joker. The tense atmosphere was about to explode. People were all hoping that he could kill the Joker and completely crush the seeds of sin and chaos in Gotham City. Harvey, the police chief, the Chief Justice, Sheriff Gordon, now the opportunity for revenge is right in front of him, and all he needs to do is to speed up and run over the Joker. Come on, come on, come on. Run over. Yes, that's it. Some people in the theater kept whispering to themselves, and some people were frowning, worried and unable to make a decision. At least a large number of people have been completely obsessed with the charm of the Joker since the development of this movie. They obviously don't want the story to end like this. Finally, a piercing sound rang out. Facing the Joker, who was so close, Batman finally chose to dodge. The principle of not killing still occupied his mind at the last moment. Batman hit the car behind him, and a car accident happened. Just when the Joker was about to attack Batman, a gun hit the Joker's head. At this critical moment, Officer Gordon appeared and successfully arrested the Joker. In some ways, this was indeed a successful operation. Officer Gordon faked his death. Harvey took the initiative to act as bait, and Batman saw the right time to act in the dark. The Iron Triangle, representing justice in this city, joined forces and finally captured the Joker after making sacrifices. It won't end like this, right? This is what most fans think, but from the previous unexpected plot arrangements, no one dared to be sure whether the director would arrange another reversal. Believe me, it won't end like this. In a theater near Burbank, Los Angeles, a black fan in a security uniform turned his head, showing a mouthful of white teeth, and smiled at the little boy and the family of 3 behind him. Wayne never disappoints his fans. If the story ends in this way, it is obviously not in line with the signature of director Greenberg's excellent production. Thank you, sir. The little boy saw his skin color, timidly thanked him, and his body involuntarily shrank in the direction of his parents. Schroeder shrugged. He saw the child's fear of him. He encountered the same look almost every day. As an African American, he was actually numb to similar looks. In fact, he was considered a senior member of the Wayne fan organization. Every time Daisy held an event, Schroeder was indispensable. The reason why he watched the movie alone in advance this time was to see what the Joker, who had made him determined to change his lifestyle, had become in the movie. In fact, he had already asked for leave for the next day. He would watch the movie with a large number of fans on time tomorrow, but he didn't tell anyone. He booked a ticket for the advance screening of The Dark Knight by himself, wanting to reminisce about the Joker alone. The madness of the Joker in the movie gave Schroeder the biggest feeling that his original choice was right. The Joker had no choice in life, which led him to gradually become chaotic and crazy, but he could choose his own life. Not only did he have a serious job, but he also had a large group of good friends who would not discriminate against him through the fan organization, which made him feel extremely happy. In fact, Schroeder has long been open-minded about his skin color. He understands the reasons for discrimination better than anyone else. Just like last month, he caught a mouse with a mouse trap in his apartment, but because its white fur looked pretty, he let the mouse go. At that moment, he completely understood the concept of skin color and the privileges it meant. However, he cannot choose his skin color, but he can choose his attitude towards life. Chapter 534 Because he is the Dark Knight. As Schroeder imagined, the movie did not end there. Although the Joker was arrested and taken to the police station, Harvey disappeared after getting into the police car escorted by Gordon's men. Where did Harvey go? Perhaps only the Joker knows the answer, and it is obviously not an easy task to pry open the Joker's mouth. In the police station, Batman and the Joker sat face to face for the first time, and the Joker also introduced his great criminal philosophy to Batman for the first time, because he and Batman are actually the same kind of people, that is, the freaks in the eyes of ordinary people. The so-called conscience and morality in the hearts of ordinary people will lose their bottom line at the critical moment of life and death. Those who want to be good people are just because they have not reached the edge of having to do it. But when everything falls apart, you just need to push it gently, and those so-called good people will lose their kind ideas. So, this world is like a joke, so why be so serious? It seems to be crazy, but in fact, the Joker has seen through everything from his own perspective. The Joker committed crimes crazily, not for money or other desires, but just wanted to burn the city and turn it into chaos. What would happen if, in the same way, you pushed Batman? Where is Harvey? Bruce Wayne and the movie couldn't stand it anymore and lifted the Joker up from the chair with both hands, questioning with anger in his voice. On the other hand, the Joker seemed like a puddle of mud, being held in Batman's hands without panic, and his tone was still full of absurdity. You have always been sticking to your principles, thinking that this can save yourself. I only have one principle. Don't kill. Oh, then it seems that you have to break this principle to know the answer. What is the truth? If you want to survive, the best way is to have no principles. The Joker's voice was full of funny things. Even if he was pressed against the wall by Batman, his mood never changed. Tonight, you will break your only principle. I'm thinking about it. No, there's only 1 minute left. You have to follow my rules. If you want to save any of them. 1. You know, I once thought you were really Harvey until you jumped out of the window to save Rachel without hesitation. The angry Batman swung the Joker in the air and slammed him on the table. The Joker laughed ironically. Facing Batman's violent means, he continued to stimulate him with words. Does Harvey know that his girlfriend has been having an affair with you? Where are they? Facing the Joker's stubbornness, Batman roared angrily. Killing is one of the choices. 2 lives. You can only choose one. Your prosecutor friend, or your beautiful prosecutor bride-to-be. Ha. Batman punched the Joker in the face one after another. but in return, the Joker only laughed more unscrupulously. Ha 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 ha, yo-ho, ha ha ha. You don't have any chips to threaten me at all. Even if you use more strength, it's useless. Saying nothing was obviously not in line with the Joker's game preparation. In the end, he gave Batman 2 addresses, where Harvey and Rachel were imprisoned respectively. Batman ran to Rachel's address without hesitation, but it was Harvey who was waiting for him. Hurry up, and hurry up. Schroeder heard many audiences around him mumbling to themselves, cheering for Batman on the big screen, and worrying about Batman. He shook his head with a smile, and focused all his attention on the big screen again. F***K, your performance in this shot is definitely Oscar level. In the main venue of the premiere, Sofia Coppola turned her head excitedly, stretched out her arm, and used her elbow to push the man next to her. Nicholas, damn, I didn't expect you to be so expressive. Your choice this time is right. My god, the charm of this role is really unparalleled. Nicolas Cage frowned, first observed the reactions of other people around him, and saw that everyone, including the main creators of the crew, was concentrating on watching the movie, so he tried to lower his voice and said, hey, don't get excited, I swear, there will be better performances later. Oscar level performance. Sofia Coppola praised sincerely. She is now very fortunate that she, as a female companion, accompanied him to attend this premiere. This is a film that she has confirmed is great, even before she has finished watching it. You are right to strive for it. The efforts of locking yourself in a small room for several months are all worth it. Working with Wayne Greenberg again has made you perform better than in The Joker that year. As she said, she turned her head and looked at the middle of the seat. Could it be that he is really that good at coaching actors? Originally, he was not going to pay attention to the woman next to him. When Nicolas Cage wanted to continue watching the movie, he heard the other parties muttering, and his face suddenly became uncertain. Damn it, I've said more than once that my acting skills don't need anyone to coach me. Okay. Sofia Coppola's eyes quickly turned twice, and suddenly leaned over to the side, leaned over and asked in his ear, you know my situation. Those people only criticize my acting skills. Golden Raspberry, so, can you find a way to put me in Wayne Greenberg's crew? Not the position of assistant director, but even as an assistant director? Hearing his cousin's idea, Nicolas Cage's eyes condensed, and he didn't care about continuing to show the movie. He turned his head in surprise, and whispered in her ear, are you crazy? You should know your father's attitude towards Wayne. He has never liked Wayne's shooting style. Damn it, you don't think your father is willing to give him the award in person, right? I'm an adult, Nicola. Sofia Coppola curled her lips and said seriously, but my father has never denied Wayne's greatness. No matter how much he dislikes him, it will not harm his success. My father will not object to learning from a successful person. Well, just tell me, is there any way to get him into his team? Thinking back to the configuration of the behind-the-scenes team around Wayne, Nicolas Cage sighed. Which of those people is not a good player in Hollywood? If you want to work with them, you can't just have a good father. Being an actor, at most you will be awarded a Golden Raspberry Award, because Francis Ford Coppola's status in the circle. At least there will be no shortage of work, right? But learning to be a behind-the-scenes director or producer is completely different from being an actor. Tomorrow I will start the publicity tour with the crew. On the way, I will find a chance to talk to Wayne, and see if I can get you a position as an assistant director. Seeing the brighter and brighter light in his cousin's eyes, Nicolas Cage raised his arm and stretched out a finger to shake it. There is no guarantee that it will succeed. Don't even think about being an assistant. The woman next to Wayne is a monster. Yes, that woman who is not pretty at all. Don't underestimate her. That's it. Now, watch the movie carefully. Sofia Coppola looked at the middle seat thoughtfully, nodded silently, and looked at the big screen again. At this time, Batman on the big screen was experiencing grief. He successfully rescued Harvey, but the bomb still exploded and Rachel died. The Joker was caught on purpose, and gave the wrong address on purpose. All of this was deliberately set up by the Joker. He only used a few magazines and a few oil drums to completely control the progress of the game. Even Batman, under the Joker's calculations, made a wrong decision. But it was this incorrect decision that made him save the right person. The Knight of Light in Gotham City was blown half to death, and his childhood sweetheart left this chaotic world forever. Now, Bruce Wayne puts on a mask, but it can only bring death, and taking off his mask, he loses the person waiting for him. On the other side, Harvey, who was rescued, lies alone in the hospital. Half of his face was blown off, but he refused any treatment. The physical pain can't cover up his broken heart at all. If there is no Joker, if Gordon listens to himself, if justice can play a little role, Harvey's heart is already shaken. At this time, the Joker appears at Harvey's bedside and once again uses his gentle push method to instill his own ideas into Harvey. The Joker's gentle push makes Harvey give up his insistence on order and justice, and the whole person disappears without a trace. It's Two-Face. So this is how Two-Face is set up. Countless fans have a sense of sudden enlightenment. After most of the film has passed, Two-Face has really entered the eyes of the audience, and it also gives Harvey enough reasons to choose to become Two-Face. But Officer Gordon and Batman have no time to find Harvey's whereabouts. The Joker has officially issued a death threat to the entire city. As long as you take the road and the bridge, there will be special surprises. The citizens of Gotham have no choice but to rush into the port and try to escape from this place of death by boat. Unexpectedly, the Joker's other game to test humanity is actually arranged on the ship. He installed a bomb onto ships full of citizens and criminals, and each ship has a remote control for detonating another ship. If one of the ships does not explode before 12 o'clock in the evening, the Joker will detonate both ships at the same time and take everyone to see God together. Wow, the moment to test humanity has arrived. Such a plot arrangement directly shocked David Denby, a film critic far away in New York. His upper body immediately sat up straight, his eyes fixed on the development of the story on the big screen. Shit, this kind of great test of human nature is to tear apart and crush the ugliness of human nature and show it to the audience. Wayne, this is a PG-13 rated film, and countless children will watch it. What do you want to do? You dark lunatic. That's right. Although The Dark Knight is suspected of having too many violent scenes, there are no excessive exposure scenes and bloody scenes. Even the swear words that were common in the previous film have become very rare, which also makes the film pass the MPAA review smoothly and successfully get the PG-13 rating. But in the eyes of these professional film critics, such a plot arrangement is far more dark than some nude scenes and bloody scenes. Just like David Denby at this moment, his first feeling is that Wayne is playing with the darkness of human nature with the help of the movie. In fact, such a scene full of tests of human nature is art in the eyes of some people, and it really touched David Denby's G-spot. Even though he has watched an internal preview, this is the second time he has watched the film, and he can still feel the trembling all over his body. However, when he thought of the outcome of the film, he slowly relaxed his tense nerves, picked up the notebook on his lap and smiled bitterly. He himself did not expect that. Even though he was watching the film for the second time, he, a so-called professional, would still unconsciously fall into the rhythm of the story. Rhythm. Looking at the fans around him who were concentrating on watching the movie, he wrote down the word rhythm heavily in his notebook. What would you choose? In the Beverly Emperor chain cinema in Los Angeles, Steven Spielberg muttered to himself involuntarily, then shook his head vigorously and looked at the old friend beside him and saw horror in each other's eyes. Analyzing from the work of that child in the past, he might really let the two ships detonate each other to show the deepest understanding of human nature. The Jewish good old man frowned, watching the plot unfolding on the big screen, his tone full of uncertainty. No, Steven. After Jeffrey Katzenberg broke away from the rhythm of the film, he shook his head gently, and the corners of his mouth began to slowly rise. Want to make a bet? Man, you know, I haven't seen many Wayne Greenberg movies, but I bet he won't arrange it that way. The loser will treat us to a weekend of golf. How about that? Let's make a bet. Steven Spielberg nodded and accepted the bet without hesitation. With his understanding of Wayne, it is indeed very likely that the darkness in the film will be dark all the way. The young director is not a pure commercial film director at all. His artistic pursuit is very high. It is hard to say whether he will bow to the needs of the general public this time. As long as the two ships are easy to explode, this scene in the film will definitely be firmly recorded in film history and may even become a teaching material in film schools. Hoo la la. Well done. The result came soon. On the two ships, no one pressed the detonator button in the end. This was the first time in the film that the clown's great test of humanity failed. Almost all the audience applauded involuntarily. Their applause was dedicated to this wonderful movie and the kindness in human nature. There were so many people on the two ships, and when they were in despair, they did not expose the ugliest side of human nature. Isn't this worth celebrating? Steven Spielberg was also clapping his hands. He turned his head, looked at his companions in confusion, and asked, "How do you know that the two ships will not blow up?" With Wayne's previous strong dark style, these two ships must be blown up to push the audience's emotions to the peak. My idea is very simple. Jeffrey Katzenberg laughed happily and explained, "Don't think too much about that, kid. You have been deceived by the ubiquitous top-level style of this film. After all, he is not an art film director and will never risk blowing up the audience's favor by blowing up the two ships." I haven't watched many movies directed by him, but judging from his past commercial performance, he has a very clear positioning of the market. He is a man who always keeps a cool head. There is another point that he did not say, that is, he has only seen Joker and the Clown. Yes, Wayne's shooting style is indeed strong and dark, but if you watch it carefully, the films he shoots are not so dark that people despair, and there will always be a little bit of beautiful things left for the audience to savor. In addition, looking at Wayne's previous commercial achievements, you will find that he seems to know what the audience wants. Yes, he does play with human nature in the film, but he does not deviate from the bottom line of the public's tolerance. His ability to grasp the positioning and psychological changes of the characters in the film is top-notch. Such an arrangement does fall into the traditional Hollywood clichés, but the audience likes to watch such sensational scenes of truth, goodness, and beauty. This is a routine that Hollywood has used for decades, and there is a reason for its existence. It is precisely because of the darkness and depression in the past that the beautiful side of human nature is shown here, which is so contagious. Steven Spielberg's expression is quite serious. The audience around him has stopped applauding, and the theater has returned to silence again. Everyone is waiting for the final ending of the film. Compared with the performance of The Dark Knight so far, he is not as confident as he was at the beginning about the chances of Jurassic Park 2. Maybe the only advantage on his side now is that the whole family is happy. On the big screen, the film has come to an end. The Joker lost the great test of the will and humanity of the entire city. In the physical fight, he was killed by Batman in seconds. Here, it is also the only place where Wayne made a change. That is, Batman's toughness has been visible to the naked eye. Improvement. But this does not affect the overall plot. It is just simply paving the way for the subsequent plan. The Joker did lose in these two aspects, but he still has one last trump card to reveal. That is, the two-faced man, Harvey, who has been indoctrinated with ideas. The former Bright Knight of Gotham City is holding a revolver and a coin, and is finding every police spy and gang leader related to Rachel's death one by one, and using the coin-tossing method to decide the other's life and death. The Joker did not lose in this regard. He proved his concept. Even a righteous Bright Knight like Harvey can still fall through his gentle push. Harvey's final trial targets were Sheriff Gordon and Batman. At this moment, there was no order or law in his mind. The basis for his trial was the front and back of the coin. Yes, luck. In the end, Harvey chose to let Sheriff Gordon's son be punished, so that he could also experience the feeling of losing a loved one. But before the coin fell to the ground, Batman pounced on Harvey and saved the child. The coin also fell to the ground at this time, the front side. Harvey lost, so he died. His lawsuits for justice, everything he fought for justice, also dissipated into nothingness with death. The Joker won, and he used fear to gently push everyone to the edge of good and evil, thereby disrupting the order of Gotham, and plunging this metropolis into chaos again. He destroyed Harvey, the hope of justice in Gotham. At the same time, it also allows Bruce Wayne to see a more real self, and the greatest sacrifice he can make for the city. But as a hero, he must bear more, for Gotham, for the ideal of justice, so he decided to take on all the sins. He killed Harvey and everyone. Batman and the Joker, justice and disorder, the two sides of a coin, can be called a great duel. In the end, Bruce Wayne fled into the darkness, and Batman, who chose to bear everything, finally became a knight in the dark. Looking at Batman who disappeared in the night, the childish voice of Sheriff Gordon's son resounded in the cinema at this time. Why is he running? Dad? Because we have to hunt him down. With Sheriff Gordon's low answer, the background music in the movie is about to reach its climax, full of spiritual provocation, like epic music, and Sheriff Gordon's narration, resounding in the ears of all the audience. Okay, let's go. 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 On the big screen, there were a large number of police officers with police dogs chasing Batman. The scenes made all the audience's eyes show ambiguous emotions. Some female fans' eyes were already filled with tears. But he did nothing wrong. Gordon's son asked his father again in a childish voice. Because he is the hero that Gotham should have. But he is not the hero it needs now. So, we have to hunt him down. Because he can bear it all. Because he is not our hero. Because he is a silent guardian. A vigilant guardian. Because he is a dark knight. Along with the final narration of Commissioner Gordon, the background music like a dark opera also reached its climax. The Dark Knight rode his mount, turned his back to everyone, and drove towards the darkness that belonged to him. This was the final ending of the movie. The big screen suddenly went black, and the entire theater was plunged into darkness. Before the big screen lit up again, applause like a tsunami immediately rang out. Oh my god, Wayne, what have we done? Your film is great. You know? Great. Producer Charles Roven rushed over and hugged Wayne the moment the applause started, screaming in his ear with all his might. Naomi Watts, Nina and others also clapped their hands along with the audience's fierce applause, congratulating this man. The fierce applause seemed to have no intention of stopping. The big stars who came to the premiere also stood up excitedly, screaming and clapping along with the fans. No one cared about the subtitles on the big screen. Everyone's attention was focused on the middle of the first row under the curtain, even though they could only see darkness now. I'm afraid Wayne will be deified again this time. Tom Cruise, who had kept a low profile from the beginning, whispered to Pat Kingsley beside him, "This film is so special, it's hard to describe. This film has completely exceeded the scope of superheroes. The concepts, themes, the depiction of human nature, and even the commercial element that are most lacking in such films have been taken to the extreme." Pat Kingsley tried to get close to her client and said in his ear, "Tom, sometimes it seems that it is not impossible to change your image and take a superhero role. This film is really so special." She is a very discerning agent. She seems to have seen the scene where Christian Bale and Nicolas Cage, the two leading actors, are worshipped by movie fans all over the world. Such a great work will greatly enhance the status of the actors. "I'll find a chance to talk to Wayne later," Tom Cruise said halfway, when he suddenly realized something was wrong. Hearing the applause from all around him, he said in surprise, "Damn, why don't you turn on the lights?" As soon as he finished speaking, the scrolling subtitles on the big screen came to an end and returned to darkness again. 2 seconds later, an incredible movie Easter egg appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 535 Easter egg. The excellence of The Dark Knight has, in some ways, made everyone ignore that the movie itself is not an independent thing. People can't wait to applaud Wayne to release the excitement caused by the movie. However, this is a DC superhero after all, and it can even be said to be the foundation of the origin of Batman. No matter how great this movie is, it must be followed by other characters to develop the universe that Wayne has painstakingly modified. The applause in the cinema stopped involuntarily when the picture appeared on the big screen again. The entire theater went from extremely active to extremely quiet, as if someone was directing it, and everyone looked at the picture that appeared again curiously. Completely different from the overall dim tone of The Dark Knight, many people are familiar with the background on the big screen, which is the balcony of Batman's house. In the bright picture, Bruce Wayne, dressed in loose home clothes, is sitting on a chair on the balcony with a glass of whiskey, looking at the setting sun in a trance. Many careful fans have noticed that Christian Bale on the screen is much more mature than in the feature film. His face is still handsome and strong, and his body is also very strong. From the outline of his loose home clothes, you can also see his strong muscles. A quiet and peaceful picture. No one knows what the director is thinking of deliberately making an older Batman. Is it the bat armor? Strange. It should be. Some fans are more sharp-eyed and observe the bat armor in the corner of the balcony, but it is completely different from what they saw in the movie. This bat armor is more hideous, and the black armor surface seems to be constantly flashing with high-tech matte. Of course, the center of the whole picture is still Bruce Wayne in the bright dusk. He drinks wine one sip after another, as if he is a retired old man. His face full of fine wrinkles has the calm charm of a mature man, and also tells the traces of time. Suddenly, a dazzling bright light flashed, and many viewers squinted their eyes subconsciously, but the Batman on the big screen was not startled, as if he had become accustomed to the sudden mysterious light. He was still drinking slowly, and enjoying the sunset. "Hey, Bruce, it's urgent. Your peaceful life is over. We need your help." After the bright light flashed, a man with his back to the camera appeared on the balcony. The camera deliberately did not show the man's face, but from his collar-tight armor, it can be seen that this man is much thinner than the Batman next to him. "Father, the Flash. Oh my god. The Flash? Barry Allen? Jay Garrick? Wally West?" Everyone recognized it. This is the most typical Flash in DC Comics, but just like the fans who watch movies are different, the Flash in the eyes of fans of different ages is also different. For those who are a little older, the Flash in their eyes is the first generation Jay Garrick. The second generation Flash Barry Allen is relatively well known and popular, while Wally West is the third generation Flash in the New 52 universe, which is generally considered to be the Flash who has returned. Therefore, there are some different questions. Bruce Wayne quickly gave the answer without letting the audience wait too long. On the big screen, Christian Bale didn't even look at the Flash who appeared on the balcony. After drinking the whiskey in the glass, he crossed his hands on his chest and said in a low voice, "Damn it, Barry, I want to retire now." No, Bruce." Before Batman finished speaking, the red figure interrupted him. "We need you. It was Diana who asked me to travel through time and the Green Lantern Army." At this moment, the camera was pulled farther and farther into the sky, and the words of the Flash Barry Allen gradually became blurred. The sound of the background music gradually sounded again, and the sound became louder and louder, covering up all the conversations between the two, until the camera pulled very far away. Barry Allen on the balcony took a run up and disappeared from the world again. At the same time, the background music reached its most majestic climax. Only Bruce Wayne was left in the picture, still looking at the sunset. As the background music continued to stimulate the audience's emotions, the lights on the ceiling of the theater also lit up one by one. Unlike the scene just now where they couldn't wait to applaud, this time, most of the audience remained thoughtful, and some fans were still discussing with their friends in a low voice. Pa, 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 pa. Soon, some people responded and applauded the main creative team who had already walked under the curtain, especially Christian Bale and Nicolas Cage, who received the most calls and screams. For ordinary fans, these two people are the soul of this wonderful movie, so they will receive more congratulations. But for the guests who came to the platform, as well as media reporters and people in the industry, their applause was mostly given to the director standing in the middle. I'm afraid no one would have thought that just a few years later, a work as shocking as Joker that year would be created again by the other party. The audience's applause continued for 7 or 8 minutes, and there was still no sign of stopping. Wayne had to lead the crew to take a third curtain call to thank the audience for their enthusiasm. Not only at the Hollywood Chinese Theater, where the premiere took place, but also in major cities across North America. 3,300 advanced screening theaters opened at the same time, and applause broke out without any difference. Even though the audience could not see the main creative team like in the main venue of the premiere, they still gave their sincere blessings for the wonderful movie. Gap, rhythm, chaos, these three elements run through the whole story. The master level control of the master level director. The Joker. The director has given this character extremely rich attributes, and he uses wonderful performance in the film to reversely set off the director's directing skills. Great combination. A great movie. looking at the countless excited fans around him applauding. David Denby in the New York advance screening nodded secretly, whispered a few words of inner feelings, carefully put away his notebook, which contained all his feelings about watching the movie this time, and put it in his jacket pocket. He breathed a sigh of relief and clapped his hands with all the audience. The action scenes are powerful, the characters are wonderful, the car chase scenes are exciting, and most importantly, the story and theme of the movie are perfect, and the audience's attraction can reach full marks. In the Beverly Advance Screening Theater in Los Angeles, after the applause ended, Jeffrey Katzenberg followed the large group of fans to the exit, while telling his evaluation to the silent old friend beside him. I don't understand what the hell art is, but from the perspective of commercial films, the commercial element of The Dark Knight are already full, and the box office is definitely the least thing to worry about. Steven, be prepared for a head-on confrontation. The old man's words made Steven Spielberg's brows lock tighter. When watching a movie, he can still have a relatively calm state of mind, but when the movie is over, seeing the fans around him clapping for 5 minutes and unwilling to stop, his heart has slowly sunk. In his heart, The Dark Knight is a real Oscar-level film. Compared with the award-winning The Departed, this film is obviously better, one of the great works rarely seen in decades, and perhaps the word one can be removed. It's a product of the perfect combination of commercial and artistic atmosphere. Steven Spielberg suddenly laughed, shook his head, looked at Jeffrey Katzenberg beside him, and said, "You're right, we have to be prepared for a head-on collision." After expressing his emotion, he paused for a moment, listening to the audience around him who were constantly discussing the plot of the movie, the Easter eggs at the end and other topics, and then continued. Wayne's works started out as niche works with a strong personal style. In just a few years, while retaining his own style, his works have become more and more popular. What's more rare is that he did not abandon the artistic persistence that should be in his works. I agree with you, exactly the opposite. Jeffrey Katzenberg looked at the long line in front of him, turned his head and retorted, "Because I haven't seen all of that kid's works, but I have a different opinion." Steven, it's better to say that Wayne Greenberg has cultivated the audience's viewing habits over the years, or conquered the public with his unique style. Do you understand what I mean? It may be both reasons. Seeing that the film investigator of Warner Brothers had come over, Steven Spielberg simply replied, then pulled his baseball cap and tightly closed his mouth. "Hello, gentlemen, can you please fill out a questionnaire? After filling it out, there will be a small gift." The film investigator held a large stack of A4 printing paper and communicated with the fans who were queuing out one by one. Since they had just watched a satisfying movie, almost all the audience patiently cooperated with his work. A plus. Is there any other choice? A young Mexican in his 20s took the questionnaire, muttered, and filled in the A+ rating without hesitation. After returning it to the investigator, he looked at the small souvenir given to him with interest, a chest buckle with the Batman logo. A plus. Yes, all 4 of us are A+. That's right, all A+. Several young people who were obviously here together smiled and returned the questionnaire to the investigator. The investigator took the questionnaire with a smile, took out a souvenir, and gestured to give it to them, and said the line he had said countless times tonight. "Okay, thank you for your help. I wish you a pleasant night. Hello, may I invite you?" When the investigator came to Steven Spielberg, Jeffrey Katzenberg answered the questionnaire, and, like the fans before him, happily gave 2 A+ ratings, then took the souvenir with a smile, and left the theater door with his old friend who lowered his head. Chapter 536, Lubricant Flash. In the Hollywood Chinese Theater, the audience who left the theater were repeating the same situation. Wayne, who had been standing under the curtain, was almost frozen with laughter. Almost every guest on the stage followed the audience to the front of the main creators of the crew. Of course, most people's main target was Wayne, saying almost the same words. "Congratulations to director Greenberg for directing such a great work, or it will definitely be a big hit at the box office. The ticket seller is the last thing you need to worry about," and other congratulatory words. This process lasted for quite a long time, so long that other members of the crew had been organized by Charles Roven to be interviewed, and he was done here. Raising his arm, He pinched his numb face with one hand, and with a long sigh of relief, Wayne sat directly in the first row of seats. "Hey, why are you still here?" But just as he sat down and was about to relax, Bruce Rosenblum appeared in the theater in a hurry, saying in a hurried tone, "All the media and crew members are waiting for you. Hurry up. If you don't show up, the press conference can't go on at all." "Shit." Wayne cursed in a low voice, nodded to Nina, stood up and walked quickly to the press hall with Bruce Rosenblum. "Chris and Nicola should be the focus of the media, right? Why are you waiting for me? This is your project." Wayne, the head of distribution of Warner Brothers, gritted his teeth and whispered as he walked. On the second floor of the Hollywood Chinese Theater, the temporarily arranged press hall was crowded with people, reporters with work certificates from various companies, and cameramen carrying long guns and short guns. When Wayne and others pushed open the door and came in, they were also shocked by the situation on the scene. The press room, which was originally scheduled to receive more than 100 reporters, was now crowded with more than 250 people. The distance between the reporters at the front and the long table, where the main crew members sat, was less than 1 meter, and the crowd was as crowded as a can of sardines. Hoo la la. Before he could say anything, the media reporters at the scene clapped their hands in tacit understanding and applauded him. Wayne nodded slightly to express his gratitude, while walking through the path left by the crowd to the end, where the crew members were. It can be said that most of the media who were invited by Warner Brothers were insiders. They all knew how shocking the film brought by this young man who had just received unprecedented treatment on the Oscar stage was. Without any nonsense, when Wayne just sat down on the chair, the applause stopped tacitly. A reporter went straight to the point and started asking him questions. "Director Greenberg, I'm honored to have just watched this great film. May I ask, what is the reason that prompted you to create such a special character as a Joker?" Ha ha. After tentatively blowing into the microphone on the table, Wayne nodded to the reporter and answered without any hesitation, "You know, no matter how good the script or the role is, it also needs an outstanding actor to perform. For this question, I would rather talk about Nicolas' efforts for this role." He paused and looked at Nicolas Cage, who was 2 meters away. The two of them gestured to each other openly. It has almost become the most common thing in film promotion to conduct a lot of commercial hype in front of the media. This also shows that such simple means have a very good effect on promoting films. He deeply understands in his heart whether ordinary movie fans in North America and even the world will choose to buy tickets to watch movies. Most ordinary people are more likely to be influenced by the big stars on the stage. The actors standing on the stage are the signboard of film promotion and marketing. Therefore, his answer was full of praise. In order to play the role of the Joker better, Nicola locked himself in a small room 3 months before the crew officially started filming. For 3 months, he did not step out of the door. While losing weight and shaping his body, he also kept looking for the state of the role in the movie. When the crew was about to start the official filming, he appeared in the studio and shocked all the staff. People showed fear of him because at that time he was like a clown from the movie, a madman full of absurdity and sinful soul. Wayne's answer brought another round of applause. This time, people gave the applause to Nicolas Cage. Everyone saw his performance, and the movie was indeed more exciting because of his performance. Along with the reporters and staff, Wayne kept clapping. Similar answers are indeed common, but who makes ordinary audiences buy into this? In the minds of the public, actors who put a lot of effort into their roles are dedicated. This statement is similar to the story that Leonardo DiCaprio attracted girls from the entire building to watch his audition during the promotion of the film. In fact, every crew is using similar promotional methods. The reporters are also very clear about this. After Wayne answered the first question, the questions that followed were almost all directed at the main actors. From the various warm little things that happened during the filming of the crew, the touching moments of the actors helping each other, to the difficulties that occurred during the filming, and the sharing of the difficulty of each role, the crew and the media reporters cooperated very well in the questions and answers. The main target of the reporters has gradually been locked on Nicolas Cage. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that he, the so-called supporting actor in the movie, is actually the absolute protagonist in the film. To put it nicely, The Dark Knight has 2 protagonists, each with their own different ideas. To put it bluntly, even Bruce Wayne, at times, has become a tool to set off the Joker. When my agent told me that Wayne was going to play the role of Joker in the second Batman, I contacted him in advance before the film was even prepared and did a series of self-promotion. You should understand my obsession with the role of Joker. When a reporter from the Los Angeles Times asked Nicolas Cage why he would play the Joker for the second time, he talked to hundreds of people at the scene. Everyone knows that the reason why I'm well known to the public is because I played Wayne's movie Joker by chance. When there is a continuous role, I'm still willing to return to my original heart and return to the place where the dream began. There were more media reporters at the scene than expected. This was obviously a good opportunity to promote himself. Even if Nicolas Cage himself was sometimes crazy, his agent team would give him some tips before the press conference. He certainly would not give up this opportunity to greatly improve his status again, even if he would be labeled as the Joker. It is true that good actors are afraid of being labeled by the audience because when they play other roles, it is easy for the audience to be distracted from the movie. However, the times are constantly progressing. Christian Bale has almost become the spokesperson for Batman, and he has not been criticized by the audience for playing the Departed. After he finished answering, the reporter of the entertainment section of the New Yorker changed his target and asked Charlie Sheen, who was sitting in the corner, "Charlie, what made you choose to play Two-Face in the movie?" Because the two leading actors attracted the attention of all the media in the press conference tonight. He was obviously almost unable to react when he was suddenly interviewed. However, facing the rare opportunity, Charlie Sheen was just stunned for a moment and immediately answered into the microphone, "I did a lot of asshole things in the past few years. Friends and relatives are staying away from me. When I found out about the mistakes I made and regretted what I did, I realized it was too late. No crew was willing to believe that I would turn over a new leaf and start over. You may not know that when I auditioned for The Dark Knight, I was actually just trying it out. It was director Greenberg who didn't care about the bad scandals in my life at all. He chose me to play the important role of Harvey the Two-Face against all odds. So, I also want to say thank you to director Greenberg here. Thank you, boss. You saved my career and gave me the opportunity to start over." Relatively speaking, Wayne's crew is definitely harmonious, and the degree of harmony is second to none in the entire Hollywood. There are various reasons for this, but the most important factor is that he can suppress everyone, including Charlie Sheen, who is now playing the role of a prodigal son. Regardless of whether he was famous or not, or how big his status was, to some extent, it was indeed Wayne who pulled him out of the troubled situation. In response to his thanks, Wayne smiled and nodded, raised his hand, and made a gesture of "you're welcome." However, the reporters seemed to have remembered him again and once again targeted the film director. Wayne, the Easter egg after the end of the film is the most concerned issue for all fans. Can you talk about the sudden appearance of the Flash? Does this mean that the next DC movie will be The Flash Barry Allen? Yes, I think the clues I gave are clear enough. Facing the reporter's question, Wayne nodded to the camera and gave an affirmative answer without hesitation. The Flash travels through time with a certain mission to ask Bruce Wayne for help. The next DC movie will introduce the origin of Barry Allen. I can reveal some information in advance. In the next movie, not only the Flash will appear, but also other familiar characters. The buzzing sound filled the small press room. Many reporters were whispering with their companions. The Dark Knight will only premiere today and will be officially released on a large scale tomorrow. They didn't expect that the film director, who always likes to keep secrets, would give a positive answer without hesitation this time. However, the curiosity of the reporters is not so easy to satisfy. The reporter just asked, "Wayne, can you talk about the Flash in detail?" Hey, man, you can't seduce me to make a mistake. The confidentiality agreement I signed with Warner Brothers has a high compensation clause. Wayne smiled and spread his hands in front of everyone, showing an attitude of wanting to say something, but not daring to say it, which made the reporters calm down. Barry Allen, the Flash, is one of the most popular characters these days, which is one of the reasons why Wayne chose him. Moreover, his speed attribute can be used to do a lot of things. He will be like a lubricant to connect Bruce Wayne and other main characters. Chapter 537 We Won't Let You Suffer. Director Greenberg, can you tell us who is the actor who plays the Flash who appears in the Easter egg at the end? Towards the end of the press conference, the reporters tacitly began to ask more information about the new hero in the film. Facing the reporters' annoying questions, Wayne thought for a moment and answered into the microphone on the table. This is a newcomer who has just entered Hollywood. He has not yet filmed any works that are familiar to the audience. So, he is not an already famous star. You know, I like to discover newcomers. Although newcomers may make some common sense mistakes, they are usually very malleable. There was another point he didn't say, but the entertainment reporters at the scene all thought of it. Using newcomers trained by themselves can save a lot of pay, especially in this kind of sequel that requires multiple appearances. Only new actors who are not yet famous will willingly sign multiple film contracts that limit salary increases. When it comes to this, we have to mention Jim Carrey. This actor with extremely rich expressions is the first star to raise the actor's salary to 20+20 and even got a 20+25 salary contract, which completely opened the precedent of actors' global box office sharing and also made the production companies spending on sequels gradually more and more headaches for them. Compared with producers who are naturally in a strong position, their income is far less eye-catching than that of actors. The income of actors has exploded, and all Hollywood colleagues should thank Jim Carrey. Christian Bale and Naomi Watts are the most touched by Wayne's answer. Although this guy used them for the original intention of saving money, and it can even be said that he was squeezing their cheap labor. In fact, he did use this method to make them famous. This is also the main reason why many new actors in the circle, small stars who want to become popular again, etc., want to join his project, because as long as Wayne is mentioned, the first thing people think of is the big and small stars who have become famous with his works. From the earliest Naomi Watts, Uma Thurman and Ethan Hawke, to Will Smith, Nicolas Cage, Christian Bale, Ralph Fiennes and Liam Neeson. If you count carefully, this group is not a small number. And except for Uma Thurman, who is relatively worse off, those actors who have maintained a good relationship with Wayne have now become the leading stars, especially Will Smith, whose status, value, and popularity have soared like a rocket. Last question, Wayne. At the signal from the host of the press conference, the last reporter from the Washington Post took the microphone and asked loudly, "We all saw that Ms. Watts' role has ended in The Dark Knight. Will you let her play other female main roles in the DC series of movies later?" Speaking of this, Wayne turned his head and looked at Naomi Watts, paused for a moment, and then said to the microphone with certainty, "No, Naomi's DC journey has ended, and she will not play any role in the series of movies later, so fans who like Naomi had better seize the last opportunity." After answering the last question, he nodded to the reporters in a friendly manner, stood up and led all the members of the core team of the crew to the door of the press room. The reception after the premiere is still waiting for them to attend, and at least they should thank the celebrities who came to the stage. As for the answer to the reporters, that Naomi Watts will no longer appear in the DC series of movies. In fact, he really didn't say it casually to promote the movie. It was more out of his real thoughts. Along the way, he actually kept thinking about this. If it was any other actor, Wayne would definitely use his fame without hesitation and choose to continue to arrange movie roles. But Australian actresses are different after all. It's okay to play a superhero role if the role is not too important. If you play the leading role, the more successful it is on the big screen, the more solidified your image will be. If you don't care about the Academy Awards, it's okay, because everything is for business anyway. But if you still want to get the Academy's recognition, you must not leave a solid and unbreakable image in the public. In fact, in business, even if Naomi Watts doesn't continue to play superhero movies, he has a lot of ways to make sure she doesn't lack roles to play. But the Oscars are difficult. Blonde hair, tall and model-like figure, beautiful and pleasing face, all these advantages that add points in commercial films, when put into the eyes of those old men in the Academy, they will become a series of difficulties. Just like he said to Tom Cruise before the Oscar red carpet, the easiest way for such actors with too outstanding appearance to win awards is to make themselves ugly and subvert their image. What are you thinking about? In the elevator, Naomi Watts looked up and glanced at the man who had remained silent all the way. She turned her head and looked at the constantly changing floor numbers and reminded him, "We are almost there. Get ready to receive countless compliments, boy." Thinking about how to help you get the little golden man. Wayne shrugged his shoulders, not caring about the other people in the elevator at all. He said as if he was joking, "This is really a big problem. The Best Actress has always been the most fiercely contested title." He still remembered what he said on the day of the Oscars. He said that Australian actresses will have their own little golden men for Best Actress in the future. It was not a perfunctory statement, but he really considered the possibility. Have you thought about it? When you think of a way, you must tell me, as soon as possible. Naomi Watts rolled her eyes, and her tone was full of indifference. As an actress, and a famous actress, she knew very well how fierce the competition would be if she wanted to win the Best Actress. Moreover, most importantly, since she had given birth to a child for him, she knew that she would never take on those large-scale revealing art films again, and this type of art film is the best choice for actresses to win awards. I'll think of it. With a ding, the elevator door opened to both sides, and they were greeted by a sparse applause. Almost all the guests near the elevator smiled enthusiastically. Look, our protagonists are finally willing to come. As soon as the crew entered the banquet hall, they were immediately surrounded by guests who kept coming forward to congratulate them. Wayne had experienced enough scenes like this. He immediately put on a formal smile and greeted various people in the circle, who came forward to say congratulations. The crew also dispersed after drinking a glass of wine together. Everyone has their own social needs. It can be said that they are the most popular people here tonight. Under Bruce Resemblam's constant introduction, Wayne also toasted with familiar or unfamiliar people one by one. This process lasted for more than half an hour, and the people around him gradually became sparse. There were many people staring at him in the hall, each with their own purpose. When Nina's hands were full of exchanged business cards, the process came to an end. After taking the assistant to find an empty corner to sit down, Wayne burped with the smell of champagne, took out a cigarette and lit one. If you feel your head spinning, I suggest you go to the bathroom to vomit. Nina sorted out the business cards she had collected, sorted them into categories, looked up at her boss, and whispered a reminder. "If you need me, I'll go." Wayne shook his head a little, feeling that he had not reached his critical point yet. He looked at everyone in the hall who was dressed in suits or exquisite evening gowns, and asked casually, "Where's Naomi?" "With Mrs. Cruz. She seems to be reminiscing with the actors from Australia." The assistant sorted out all the business cards and cards, put the useful ones into her handbag, and pushed the remaining pile of small cards in his direction. "These are all left for you by those women. There are room numbers and phone numbers." This is more creative. "Boss, are you interested in the Brazilian sisters? They should be waiting for you in the bedroom upstairs." "Throw them all away." Wayne kept pressing the hands holding the cigarette on both sides of his forehead and waved his other hand with a headache. He had to take a plane to the Big Apple tomorrow morning. He was very tempted by these temptations of different colors, figures, and faces, but in order not to delay his business, he still shook his head firmly. In fact, the most common cards in this pair of cards are the numbers of the actresses. Some of them have very clear purposes and they don't want to get anything from him. It's just pure mutual stamp collection. Some of them are self-recommendations for fame. Director Greenberg, congratulations. The Dark Knight is amazingly outstanding and will definitely be a big hit at the box office. Just as the two were chatting casually, the blessing that he had heard countless times tonight came from behind again. Wayne turned his head subconsciously, and after seeing the faces of the two clearly, his glasses squinted involuntarily. Thank you very much for coming." He extended his arm to invite the other party to sit down and chat, and at the same time, waved to a waiter holding a glass of champagne on the tray. While he politely clinked glasses with the other party, his mind was turning quickly, thinking about the purpose of the two people. "Mr. Greenberg." "Wayne, call me Wayne." "Avi." "Okay, Wayne." Aviadella secretly exchanged glances with Stanley for a short time, then put away his smiling face and said in a serious tone, "Marvel has some requests. I hope you can consider it. HMM." Motioning the other party to continue, Wayne was also thinking about whether there was anything worth his attention on Marvel while smoking a cigarette. requests. Wouldn't that give him the opportunity to squeeze money out of Marvel again? After organizing his words a little, Aviadella stared at the man across the table and said, Marvel wants to buy back the film and television adaptation rights of Iron Man and Black Widow, the two comic characters. Of course, we won't let you suffer a loss. Chapter 538 The Easiest Relationship. No, no, no. Seeing that the other party's face had gradually become serious, before he finished speaking, Aviadella raised his hand quickly. Listen to me, Wayne. Marvel is very sincere about buying back the copyright. We can give you a satisfactory price. How about it? A satisfactory price? Wayne's already serious face showed a smile again, but this time there was no enthusiasm in the smile, with a strong sense of sarcasm. I don't know if you have understood that I'm not short of money. The copyright of the film and television adaptation of Iron Man and the copyright of Black Widow together are $20 million US. Without waiting for Aviadella to continue speaking, Stanley directly gave their price, which was $20 million US in cash. He didn't believe that the other party would not be tempted after hearing this huge number. I'll say it again, I'm not short of money. Wayne's tone did not change. $20 million US. This figure is indeed amazing, but even if he did not know the financial situation of Marvel, he knew that Marvel could not take out this money. This is a comic book company that needs to borrow funds from several banks and investment institutions to survive. With this money, they will never think of buying back the copyright first. There must be other things behind this, but he does not want to know these things at all. Greenberg Studio has many film copyrights, but he has never had the short-sighted idea of using copyrights to cash in. Not far from Wayne and others, a group of actors gathered together. The center of the crowd was Naomi Watts and Nicole Kidman. Surrounding them were all Australian filmmakers who came to Hollywood. From time to time, there was laughter in the crowd, and the atmosphere was quite pleasant. Everyone knew how these two women became successful. One married Tom Cruise, a box office guarantee in Hollywood, and the other, although not married, gave birth to a child for Wayne Greenberg. In fact, the meaning was not much different. It seems that they are not having a very pleasant chat. Nicole Kidman patted Naomi Watts' arm, took a sip from her wine glass, and gestured in the direction of Wayne. Aren't you going to take a look? No need. The Australian actress curled her lips secretly and said with a smile, what do you think those two people can force Wayne to do? It should be a work matter, which is not what I need to care about. Nicole Kidman shrugged her shoulders and did not continue to talk about this topic. She walked towards the bathroom with her wine glass. Naomi, you have to ask him for a guarantee. Another woman who looked equally beautiful leaned beside Naomi Watts and lowered her voice and said, even if she is a fiancée, there must be a formal title. You should know that this title is very important to your child. Kate, there is no need. Compared with Nicole Kidman, Cate Blanchett, who came to Los Angeles for the first time, had a much simpler relationship with her. There was no comparison between the two, so they had a pleasant chat. In my opinion, the easiest relationship in the world is that interests come first and feelings come second. Looking at the two people talking to Wayne, Naomi Watts had a blank expression on her face, and her voice was full of calmness. The way we get along with each other is the most appropriate now. Let Wayne propose to me in public? Kate, that's not romantic, that's forcing someone. Because of the existence of this child, we can enter each other's lives at any time, and we can also withdraw at any time. Believe me, only by seeing through this can you occupy one of the most important positions in Wayne's heart. This circle has been like this since ancient times. I can't force him to do anything for me. What I can do is to protect the choice I made at the beginning. Aren't you tired? Cate Blanchett certainly understands that being able to succeed in Hollywood is not as simple as sleeping with the big guys, but she still can't accept the other party's way of thinking. Perhaps you can try to become Mrs. Greenberg. Only when she really came to Hollywood did she understand how high Wayne's status was and how powerful he was. This is completely different from the Hollywood director she heard in Australia or overseas. The actual situation is completely different from the impression of that Hollywood director. As for the identity of Mrs. Greenberg, I believe that any girl in this circle would want it. That does not mean that she can save 20 years of struggle, but directly stand at the end of a successful life. You will understand it after a long time. Naomi Watts shook her head and patted the woman's arm with a smile. There are too many temptations in this circle, especially for upper class people like them. I don't need to bother myself at all. Let's not talk about this. Your movie is called Highway to Heaven, which is my first Hollywood movie. Okay, I will go to the premiere when I have time. The Australian actress clinked her glass with the other party again, indicating that she had to go over, and then walk towards where Wayne was. As a fellow Australian, Cate Blanchett gave her a very good feeling, and she did not feel disgusted with Mel Gibson and others at all. Almost every Australian fellow who came to Hollywood would choose to huddle together for warmth. Usually these people would seek help from Mrs. Cruz, but this actor, Naomi Watts, was obviously more willing to help the other party and gain a foothold in this city of angels. Listen, kid, either take the $20 million, or we won't have the copyrights to Iron Man and Black Widow. This was part of the conversation that Naomi Watts heard after she approached. She was very curious about what the other party was thinking. He actually spoke to the man in a threatening tone. In the subsequent comics, Marvel will make Iron Man and Black Widow gradually go astray. Perhaps, in the next version of the comics, they will appear as the villains. You know, this is not difficult for Marvel. Do it. Wayne was obviously laughed at by the old man. He waved his hand nonchalantly, indicating that the conversation was over. If you want to do anything, just sit down. He didn't care. Anyway, Greenberg Studio didn't want to make a movie about these two characters in the short term. At worst, they would just be kept in the copyright library and collect dust. Threatening him? No way. Hey, Wayne. Stan was just talking in anger. Seeing things going in a bad direction, Aviadella sighed secretly. He didn't expect the other party to be so stubborn, and what he didn't expect was that his companion would actually say threatening words to the other party. Changing the personality of the characters in the comics is indeed useful. The appearance of a villain that makes comic fans sick is the last choice of hurting oneself by 1,000 and hurting the enemy by 800. From the other party's attitude, Aviadella has already discovered that the other party really doesn't care about the threat of surprise. Think about it again. Both of us should calm down, and I will make an appointment with you in a few days. After leaving a business card, Aviadella dragged the angry Stanley and staggered away. Are you okay? Naomi Watts raised her eyebrows and asked with concern. Wayne waved his hand nonchalantly while adjusting his suit jacket. He said, don't worry about it. Let's go back and rest early. Starting tomorrow, it won't be so easy to rest. By the way, Nina, let Jimmy investigate where Marvel got the large amount of funds to buy back the copyrights of superheroes. Also, more importantly, investigate whether Marvel only found us or all the copyright owners. No problem. The party in the Four Seasons Hotel was still going on. Wayne quietly led his entourage and drove to the manor in the night. In a small apartment in Burbank, Schroeder took off his security uniform and stared at the computer monitor in the dim light. After watching the advanced screening of The Dark Knight today, he was very excited. Even if he paid a week's salary to grab this popular movie, he felt that it was worth the ticket price. It is still a dark and profound theme, but it can also give the audience meaningful thoughts and warnings. This is a typical Greenberg style film. The dark and depressing story atmosphere is shining with the brilliance of humanity. The action scenes, car chases and special effects shots are very exciting. The Dark Knight can almost meet the needs of all kinds of movie fans. Personally, I feel that the excitement of this Dark Knight is completely comparable to Joker in 1993. After typing these characters, Schroeder clicked the confirmation button. This is the main message section of The Dark Knight set up by IMDb. His message rushed to the top in a short while. The overall quality of the film is A+, there is no doubt about that. The dark epic is still continuing, the grand and towering spatial layout is still the same, and the background music makes people's blood boil. Putting aside the perfect logic and theme in the film, it is also a perfect work from the perspective of a commercial film. The Joker is so charming. After watching it, you will definitely become supporters of the Joker. Looking through the various comments and ratings, Schroeder showed a happy smile on his face. He knew that these comments were from fans who were lucky enough to grab advance movie tickets like himself. It was like sharing their favorite things. Every fan who has seen the film can't wait to let more people see this great movie. This year, since the movie database called IMDb was acquired by a larger internet company, its influence has gradually grown. At the same time, the number of fans on the website has increased sharply, and they are mainly young people. It was just past midnight, and the number of comments on The Dark Knight had already exceeded 1,000. This was a miracle. Looking at the praises for the film, Scroder stopped flipping through the pages and drank the already cold coffee. Then he turned off the computer and went to bed with a satisfied look on his face. Tomorrow, there would be a more difficult task waiting for him. At that time, these veteran fans would lead more fans to watch this great film together. Chapter 539, The Fanatic Reappearance. After a night of peace in the City of Angels, the sun gradually rose and a noisy day gradually began. At about 8:30 in the morning, in a theater located in the so-called colored community in downtown Los Angeles, the theater manager Tang Di was checking the preparations before the official opening. After a long circle, he let out a long breath, stood on the second floor of the theater, lit a cigarette and puffed it, looking at the large group of black guys and some other colored people gathered outside the theater. The audience here has a very obvious feature, that is, it is rare to see pure white people. Are you sure it's okay? A familiar voice sounded from behind Tang Di. A middle-aged white man in a suit and leather shoes walked to his side, holding the railing with both hands. Looking at the faces of the group of people outside the theater, his eyebrows were deeply locked together, and the corners of his mouth were still twitching slightly. Tang Di, shit, those guys have bulges on their waists. I swear to God, they definitely brought their stuff to watch the movie. Hey, don't worry, Haywood. So many years have passed, I thought you have adapted to the environment here. The theater manager Tang Di waved his hand nonchalantly, his tone full of ridicule. I still remember that when Get Out was released in 1992, Warner Brothers sent you here for the first time to do an investigation. You were almost scared to pee your pants by those guys back then. K up. Haywood turned his neck hard, with a helpless expression on his face. He raised his wrist to check the time, and then he looked at the group of strange-looking audiences outside the theater again. The words of the theater manager once again brought his memory back to the summer of 1992. He still remembers how the Dark Horse Get Out caused a huge wave of movie watching among people of color. Those gang members, hooligans, and brainless black guys who made a living by selling contraband not only went to the theater in groups to watch movies, but also remained restrained and did not fight in the theater. This is what impressed him the most. Time has passed in a flash. Because Wayne has a good impression among black guys, every time a movie he directed is released, he will come to this theater to collect survey data. Warner Brothers attaches great importance to these minority fans because their burst of enthusiasm can indeed increase the film's impressive box office figures. However, he is not like the theater manager Tang Di. As a white man, he can work in downtown Los Angeles all year round. Every time he comes here to work, his calves are cramped, especially when facing those black guys who speak slang, which is the most troublesome thing. Don't worry, Haywood. Seeing that the time was about to reach 9 o'clock, the theater manager Tang Di glanced at the man's face and gave him another shot of vaccination. Whenever Wayne's film is released, this group of people are the most disciplined. Even if there is friction, they will not fight in the theater. When you collect data, as long as you don't leave the site of the ticket inspector Sandy, no one will have any bad ideas about you. After saying that, he smiled at him, waved his hand, and walked downstairs. However, Warner Brothers senior investigator Haywood didn't hear what he muttered softly after going downstairs. Shit, it's just a data collection. Do you need to wear an Armani suit? Are you afraid that those guys won't find out that you are a rich man? As soon as 9 o'clock arrived, countless people rushed into the theater lobby in an instant, and the whole theater was immediately filled with all kinds of chaotic sounds. These people don't know what politeness and quality are. They chat loudly, bump fists, and greet each other. The content of their chat, in the mind of Haywood who was watching on the second floor, could have skipped the court trial procedure and sent him directly to the prison for fitness. Holy S ***T. Little bi ***HS. Line up to buy movie tickets. Shit, line up. M asterisk 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 F asterisk asterisk KER. Son of a bitch, you stepped on my foot. Stop yelling. All asterisk 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 looking at the hall that looked like a vegetable market. Haywood shook his head helplessly. In fact, such a hot scene is not common. Wayne's film is very popular among people of color, but similar hot scenes have only appeared once in 1992. Looking at the ticket window, the sales window, and the surrounding store windows, the steel bars that were welded tightly shut with finger thickness, he now seriously doubted the safety of these protections, and whether they could stop potential riots. It was the most naive idea of adults, to talk to these people about rules. However, the subsequent development of the matter was seriously beyond his expectations. Although the group of people were cursing, the entire ticket purchase process and the subsequent ticket inspection process to enter the theater were completed in an orderly queue, and there was no chaos as he imagined. Time passed slowly, and his brows furrowed deeper and deeper, because after strict calculation, from the opening of the door at 9 o'clock to the current 9:45, 4 movies have officially started. Each opening theater can accommodate at least 130 or 140 people. However, the crowd in the hall has not decreased, but has become more and more crowded. Looking at the chaotic hall, Haywood muttered, "Damn it, today is Friday, don't you go to work? Sir, do you really expect these people to have formal jobs?" Tangdi, the theater manager who had just been busy and sweating, came to the second floor, lit a cigarette, looked at the crowd, and smoked with satisfaction, and teased in a sarcastic tone, "I have a piece of news, maybe you will be interested." "What?" Haywood shook his head, and looked at the other party and asked, "Do you know why these guys are so enthusiastic to come to the theater as soon as possible?" Tangdi was obviously in a very good mood. Although his suit was already wrinkled, his smile was very bright. "I bet you haven't seen the movie The Dark Knight. There is a scene in it about 2 ships being installed with bombs. In the movie, black people showed a rare kindness and played a positive role. Human nature. In fact, he just realized it when he heard those black people talking while helping downstairs. It should be that someone watched the advanced screening of the movie and then promoted it spontaneously or through some other channels. Most black people actually came for this scene. So, reality is far more absurd than in the movie." Haywood shrugged and said without hesitation, "Rather than saying it's human nature, it's better to say that the more something is missing in reality, the more they want to see it in the movie." The two chatted on the second floor, watching groups of ethnic minorities enter the theater in groups, and then line up in a crooked line to buy tickets, and enter the theater to watch the movie. This process lasted until about 11 o'clock in the morning, and the environment in the hall slowly became a little quieter. The theater where the movie was first shown is about to end. Tangdi patted Haywood's arm, pointed to the ticket gate, and reminded him, "There are too many people. Your work today is definitely not easy. If you need help, just speak up. It should be no problem. You know, this is my job. I have sufficient work experience." Haywood waved his hand, deliberately adjusted the tie on his neck, picked up a huge black briefcase from behind, and walked towards the ticket gate. He knew that hundreds of viewers would come out from there in a while, and what he had to do was to collect the opinions and data of those viewers after watching the movie at close range. "Don't leave the sight of Sandy, the ticket inspector. Don't." The reminder from the cinema manager came from behind again. He turned around and made a gesture to the other party to show that he understood. When he arrived at the ticket gate, Haywood put down his briefcase and greeted Sandy while taking out a large stack of printing paper and a large bundle of pens with Batman logos from it to make the final preparations. Hoola la bang. The two people standing at the ticket gate were startled. The sudden sound came without any warning. Just as they looked at each other and wanted to say something, a black guy ran out from the theater that was about to end. He was a staff member of the cinema. "Those guys are crazy. I wanted to go in and turn on the lights. Those people were groping in the dark and clapping like crazy. Damn, they scared me." "Hank, don't tell me this is applause." Sandy, the ticket inspector, asked in disbelief, with a tone full of disbelief. "This is a chaotic downtown Los Angeles. The audience living in the nearby streets don't know what movie etiquette is. It's really rare for them to take the initiative to applaud the film. More importantly, they can hear thunder-like sounds even outside the theater, which shows how excited the audience inside the theater is. That's right, these damn niggas. I don't know what they are crazy about. The staff member walked back to the theater cursing. He had to turn on the lights inside, otherwise it would affect the next screening. You know, the interval between each movie is only a pitiful 10 minutes. It didn't take long before a group of movie fans came out talking loudly. Haywood's face was shocked, and he took his things to greet them. Now was the time for his work to officially start. What's the highest score? A+? The first black girl was quite enthusiastic. It might be that she was still excited after watching the movie, so she cooperated very well to take the questionnaire. Well, A+ without a doubt. Damn, the movie is so fucking wonderful. A+. I knew that this movie would not disappoint me. Of course it's A+, man. I swear, this is the best movie I have ever seen since I was a child. Shit, this is not your first time in a movie theater, is it? Shut up your stinky mouth. F***ku. The chaotic scene lasted for nearly 10 minutes before it ended. Haywood put away all the investigation reports neatly, sat on a chair beside him, and waited for the end of the next movie. Is a phenomenal movie going to appear again? He muttered to himself. He saw the passing theater manager shouting, "Tangy, if I were you, I would call the head office immediately and report the popularity here to them and schedule all those damn theaters for The Dark Knight." Man, I just reported it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 540. Tickets are hard to get. On Friday morning, the theaters were packed with people. It was not just the one in downtown Los Angeles. Almost all of North America was experiencing the same scene. With the massive growth of theaters in North America since the 1990s, such a hot scene has not appeared for a long time. Today is not a day off. Strictly speaking, the movie is released on Friday. 80% of young moviegoers need to work, which further demonstrates the persuasiveness of such a hot scene. The crew members who had already taken a plane to catch up on sleep did not know what influence their movie had. But in the CEO's office of the Warner Building in Burbank, the media capital, Jeff Robinov had a smile on his face and had just hung up the phone. "How is it? Is it good news?" Bruce Rosenblum, who was sitting opposite the office, also looked excited and asked the other party. "Our own investigators who were sent to various places have all called back the company, and the situation is the same. Full, and full." Jeff Robinov waved his fist vigorously, straightened his face, and reminded the distribution director across the table seriously, "I estimate that before the end of Get Off Work today, the 3 major theater companies will call you and ask for more copies of the movie. Be sure to prepare. Don't worry, everything is ready. This is Wayne's film." Although the theater alliance headed by the 3 major theater companies has opened a super large scale of 3,700 theaters for public screening, it is obviously not enough in the eyes of Warner Brothers, so the distribution department printed 1,000 more copies of the movie at the beginning, in preparation for the explosion of the film on the first weekend. When Bruce Rosenblum got the box office figures of last night's advanced screenings early this morning, he knew that the preparations he had made would not be wasted. The average attendance rate of 3,300 North American advanced screenings exceeded 75%, which is too terrifying. This is the attendance rate achieved on a weekday night on Thursday. The advanced box office is over $17.2 million, and the single theater box office is almost over $6,000. Bruce Rosenblum's voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement. This is the result after only one screening. This Dark Knight can be said to be creating miracles as soon as it is released. If the situation continues to develop like this, both of them know that the single theater box office on Friday will exceed 10,000, which is almost a foregone conclusion. This also means that all the early publicity by Warner Brothers and Wayne is worth it. The market feedback can no longer be described as ideal. It is simply a perfect start. Jeff Robinov whistled, bent down and opened the drawer of his desk, reached out and took out 2 thick cigars, and threw one to the other side of the table. As both of them leaned back in their office chairs, enjoying their victory cigars, Bruce Rosenblum said, "I have already emailed Wayne's assistants this morning with the various survey data and box office statistics from last night. When they land, they will probably be shocked by these statistics. Haha. Yes, if nothing unexpected happens, before the release of Jurassic Park 2. Jeff Robinov came out from behind his desk, walked to the window, and looked out at the media capital outside. He held a cigar in his mouth, and opened his hands, making a gesture of embracing the world. The entire North American theater market will belong to The Dark Knight, all of it. No one dared to underestimate Steven Spielberg, even if The Dark Knight had a super perfect start. No one dared to underestimate the good old man. Even though Wayne has been famous for his box office success since his debut, it has not damaged the strong confidence of people in the circle in the Jewish old man. After all, the head of the DreamWorks Big Three has used too many box office miracles in the past few years to prove the profitability of his films. We have to wait and see who will win. On the contrary, although Bruce Rosenblum also knew how powerful Steven Spielberg was, he obviously had more confidence in Wayne. We will increase the publicity of the film, and I will hang the Batman logo all over the streets and alleys of North America. Go for it. Last night's advance box office figures, the overwhelming word of mouth of fans, and the good news that he received this morning also gave Jeff Robinov a lot of confidence. He turned his head suddenly, looked at the distribution director of Warner Brothers and said loudly, "Go for it. Do everything you can to spread the information about The Dark Knight to every potential fan. After the first day's box office comes out, I will propose at the board meeting tomorrow to add another $20 million in publicity and distribution funds for the film. Go for it, Bruce." The opening of The Dark Knight was really too good, so good that it was unbelievable. The entire Warner Brothers, and even the entire Hollywood, knew that this second Batman movie would definitely explode at the box office, but I'm afraid no one would have thought that it would explode so violently from the beginning. It can be said that early on Friday morning, as soon as the film appeared in the cinema market, the theaters showing The Dark Knight were full and people lined up to buy tickets. This film completely ignored the influence of working days and non-working days, and even more ignored the so-called market rules. After only half a day, it was already difficult to get a ticket in the cinema. "Sorry, ma'am, the latest show of The Dark Knight will have to wait until after 5 p.m. the numb ticket seller said to the girl in front of him, saying something he had said countless times. "What?" The girl obviously didn't expect it. She raised her wrist to check the time. It was just past lunchtime. If it was after 5 p.m., wouldn't it take more than 4 hours? Can you help me? I'm just afraid that I won't be able to buy tickets tomorrow, so I took a day off to watch The Dark Knight. Come on, don't make me wait so long. Please. I'm sorry, ma'am. You can wait in the lobby for a while." The ticket seller was also helpless. Similar situation started before lunch, and he explained tirelessly. "Maybe there will be fans who want to cancel their tickets midway. However, I suggest you buy the 5:15 show. Otherwise you may have to buy a show after 9 p.m. Okay, give me a ticket for 5:15. Thank you." The girl knew it was unrealistic to wait for someone to cancel their tickets midway, because she had asked before she came in, and the scalpers at the entrance of the theater didn't have any tickets. Holding the movie ticket in her hand, she turned around and considered whether to go home and rest for a while, but her eyes froze when she looked at the ticket in trance. There were 2 straight lines there, and the fans were orderly checking their tickets and entering the theater under the command of a girl and a black boy in security uniforms. This scene was not strange, but what shocked her was that these people were wearing the same t-shirts and baseball caps. The pure black t-shirt was very conspicuous, with a huge bat printed on the front and a line of letters on the back. Wayne Greenberg's die-hard fan. The baseball cap was also very distinctive, with 2 letters on it, DC. "Sorry." The girl who was about to leave paused, turned around and asked the ticket staff again, "Did those people also book tickets in advance?" The staff stretched his head and took a look, with a look of sudden enlightenment on his face. "You are talking about Schroeder and Daisy, right? They are the leaders of the Wayne fan organization. They don't need to buy tickets." There are 3 theaters, which were reserved 2 weeks ago. Pay attention, the movie tickets they use are not the same as the ones in your hand. Following the explanation of the staff, she finally understood that those fans wearing the same clothes had been watching movies in an orderly manner since the theater opened in the morning. After a show, people dressed in the same clothes would come again. This process has lasted for half a day and will continue until the last movie in the theater ends in the evening. The same interests and hobbies mean that people have a common language. With organized and unified movie watching, there is no need to grab those popular movie tickets by yourself. The most important thing is that these people are wearing the same commemorative t-shirts and the same commemorative baseball caps. The fans who look at them with envy are not just the girl. The fans waiting in the lounge area of the hall almost all have the same look. Action is worse than thought. The girl clenched the movie ticket, walked towards the busy black man with a curious look, raised her hand and patted him on the back. "Hello, my name is Noah Francis." Seeing the black boy turned around, she introduced herself directly and then pointed to the clothes and hat on the other side. "I was attracted by these. You are so cool." Thank you." Scrod looked at the cheerful white girl. He was sure that he did not see the common discrimination in her eyes, which made him put on a warm smile, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. "Noah, what's the matter? You are so cool. What do I need to do to join you?" The girl smiled approachably and reached out to touch the other's t-shirt again without any affectation, and said enviously, "If I join you, I can watch movies together and have these good things that can't be bought on the market, right?" "Of course." Scroder nodded subconsciously, and then he reacted and said, "I mean, of course you can have these if you join us. Do you know IMDb? We are all diehard fans of Wayne. We all met through this online movie database over there." As he spoke, he pointed to Daisy, who was chatting with the ticket collector not far away. "It's that girl who started to organize everyone together a few years ago. Because everyone is a diehard fan of Wayne, everyone can usually get along well. If you want to join, the prerequisite is, are you a fan of Wayne?" "Yes." The girl waved her arms excitedly, nodded continuously like a chicken pecking at rice, and did not forget to show the movie ticket she had just bought. "I'm a fan of Wayne. I have seen each of his films more than once. I also took a special leave today to watch The Dark Knight. I want to join you. What do I need to do? When can you give me a set of clothes and a hat? Does our organization have other benefits? Have you seen Wayne himself?" Facing the enthusiastic and cheerful girl who kept asking questions, Scroder smiled and raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Okay, come with me. I'll take you to see Daisy, and you can ask her the rest." At the same time, in his heart, he secretly shouted with joy. Now this fan organization is expanding at a terrifying speed. Even though the threshold for joining the organization has become higher, more and more people are joining them. Scroder believes that, if it continues like this, the members in Los Angeles alone may have to book 2 theaters separately when Wayne's new movie is released next time. He has grown with the fan organization all the way, and every time someone joins, he can get an incomparable sense of accomplishment. It is not just this theater that is caught up in the movie watching craze, where tickets are hard to come by, nor is it just Los Angeles. This has become a common phenomenon. All of North America seems to be caught up in some kind of fanatical mood. This mood scared the crew members led by Wayne as soon as they got off the plane. Chapter 541, The Effect of the First Day Box Office. Director Greenberg, can you talk about the selection of The Flash? Wayne, The Dark Knight is in a state of being hard to get tickets as soon as it is released today. Did you expect the current popularity? Hey, Director Greenberg, how much do you expect The Dark Knight to have in the first weekend box office? Can it surpass The Joker? Facing the pursuit and blockade of dozens of reporters, Wayne, with sunglasses on his face, lowered his head and struggled to move out of the airport hall under Sergio's escort. He didn't let out a long sigh until he got into the car. Are those clinging guys crazy? Damn it. Sergio adjusted his suit and looked back with lingering fear. Just outside the car window, there were at least more than 40 reporters and paparazzi looking at them expectantly. Taking off the sunglasses on his face and throwing them aside, Wayne smiled and shook his head. Where are the rest of the crew? Chris and Nami and other main actors are being interviewed by the crazy media reporters in the airport lobby. It's estimated that they will be there for dozens of minutes. Don't think about getting rid of those reporters easily. Nina looked down and checked her briefcase and replied, "Should we wait for them? Charles is still inside. I saw Julia and other behind the scenes team members, just like us, have already got in the car. No, let's go back to the hotel first. Sergi, before you go up, go buy me a copy of all the mainstream media newspapers." Raising his wrist to check the time, Wayne was also eager to know the feedback after the film was released. He nodded to the driver, and the car drove from the airport to the Waldorf Hotel under the watch of dozens of reporters. "What activities are scheduled today?" While the car was driving, looking at the street scene of the Big Apple that was constantly receding, Wayne looked back at the assistant, who was flipping through the work record book, and asked casually, "At 7 p.m., the crew members will go to the Regal Cinema for a fan meeting. After the meeting, which will end at around 8:30 p.m., the crew will split into two. We have to be guests at a local radio station before 9 p.m. to participate in an interview program. Chris and the others will go to Times Square, where there is a large Batman-themed roadshow." As Nina spoke slowly, Wayne closed his eyes unconsciously. He had made full preparations. Going out for publicity roadshows is not an easy job at all, but for the box office and subsequent income of the film, these are unavoidable in Hollywood. Fortunately, because of its excessive attention to The Dark Knight, the media and the audience have also locked their eyes firmly on those big stars. After all, Wayne is just a director, and his role and appeal in publicity are still mainly based on the stars standing on the stage. Boss, we are here." Feeling Nina's call, Wayne opened his eyes and shook his head gently. "Damn it, I fell asleep, let's go." Fortunately, the Waldorf Astoria Hotel attaches great importance to the privacy of its customers and does not allow media reporters to enter the hotel lobby, which allowed them to avoid some trouble again. Taking the elevator to the presidential suite, Nina knew what her boss was concerned about and immediately turned on the computer to check her emails. When she saw the line of numbers, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The advance box office is more than $17 million, far exceeding the $12 million estimated by Warner Brothers. Glancing at Wayne, who was sitting on the sofa and smoking silently, Nina knew that he was listening to her report, and continued. "Warner Brothers and a third-party survey company collected data analysis from the advanced screenings, showing that more than 97% of the audience gave The Dark Knight an A or above rating, and the proportion of fans who gave the film a B or below was less than 3%. Well, it seems that there will be no problem with the fan reputation." Nodding with relief, Wayne breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how much the media and the so-called professionals in the circle praised The Dark Knight, in his heart, it was not as important as the real fan feedback and fan reputation. They were the main consumer group of the film. Whether the subsequent box office could be stable and continuous depends entirely on the opinions of these main consumer groups. The Dark Knight has just been released for less than a day, and there are already a lot of comments on IMDb. Switching the computer web page, Nina skillfully reported the relevant information. The film's current rating is 9.7 points, but as more and more people watch the film, this super high rating will inevitably drop. Warner Brothers and Wayne attach great importance to the internet, a new platform. As the influence of this movie database grows, the invisible promotional role will also become more and more important with its influence, especially the message board above, which is also the focus of their film network promotion. Everything is moving in the most ideal direction, and the information obtained is all favorable, which makes Wayne very happy. "Boss, newspapers." Sergi held a large stack of newspapers and piled them on the coffee table. He had just glanced at them on the way. Almost all media are unanimously singing praises for The Dark Knight, whether they are authoritative media or entertainment tabloids. At this time, Nina also pushed her glasses and walked over. She picked up a copy of The New Yorker, which is very influential in the Big Apple. At the first glance at the newspaper, she found the analysis, interpretation, and comments of the movie The Dark Knight by the famous film critic, David N.B. In 1940, Warner Brothers, which was still in the era of big studios, had already started to produce a movie about Batman. Later, it produced Batman in 1943 and Batman and Robin in 1949. After 1966, it remade the feature film Batman. It can be seen that Warner Brothers attaches great importance to Batman for decades. When time gradually moves to 1989, which is closer to us, Warner Brothers teamed up with the Gothic genius director Tim Burton to produce the more successful Batman at the box office. In the second year, it filmed Batman Returns. According to statistics and historical data, movies and cartoons about Batman, and countless TV series. However, all the previous film and television adaptations of Batman have become ordinary in front of Wayne Greenberg's Batman, The Dark Knight. Since watching the advanced screening of this great movie again last night, I have been deeply puzzled. Why is it that among so many versions of Batman in the past few decades, only this Dark Knight can be called a masterpiece? Masterpiece. Ahaha, boss, this local New York film critic has given your movie a very high evaluation. Nina looked at her boss and saw that the other party put down the newspaper in his hand and showed a proud smile on his face. She knew that her boss was in a very good mood in the face of the unanimous praise from the media and film critics. Do you want to continue listening? I think this film critic's analysis is very good. Read on. Wayne nodded, crossed his arms in front of his chest, leaned on the sofa, and closed his eyes. Everyone likes to hear good words, and he is no exception. Okay. The assistant lady put her eyes on the New Yorker in her hand again, and continued to read the beginning just now in a leisurely tone. Internal preview critics gave it a professional score of 9 points, and fans in advance gave it an A+. The emerging online movie database IMDb gave it a score of 9.7 points. It rushed to the top 250 must-see movies on this authoritative data website overnight, ranking third. It is one of the only 2 superhero movies on this list. It is worth mentioning that the other is Wayne Greenberg's other masterpiece Joker, which ranks second on this list. From all aspects, it can be said that Wayne's superhero movies are completely different from other large-scale science fiction and action movies. In my opinion, the movie The Dark Knight is the best superhero adaptation movie, no matter all the DC movies of Warner Brothers in the past few decades, or more superhero movies that may appear in the future. To summarize the greatness of The Dark Knight, there are only 3 words from a professional point of view: gap, chaos, and rhythm. These 3 words run through the 2.5-hour movie without any deviation. The first is the gap. As an audience, from the first second of watching the movie, the emotions have been controlled by Wayne. The audience thinks they should go east, but he wants to go west. The audience thinks that Batman will be in trouble. Bruce Wayne, the Joker, should be worshipped as a god, but he chose to make Batman a street rat, wanted by the whole city. Looking around the world, only Wayne dares to play this way. This is the absolute confidence of a master in the control of the film. The film is only 5 minutes into the film, and there are many contrasts in a short period of time, which firmly attracts the attention of all the audience, whether it is the arrangement of the Joker himself appearing at the bank robbery scene, or the smoking, but unexploded bomb in the mouth of the bank manager. From the picture to the story, it is full of absurdity and funny, but it makes the whole film hang on the audience from the fifth minute appetite, and such contrast is constantly played out throughout the film. When the Joker appeared for the second time, it was in a gunfight with the gangster gang. This is the characteristic of the Joker in the movie, evil and chaos, which was vividly shown by the Joker in the first hour and 40 minutes of the movie. He robbed hundreds of millions of dollars, but he didn't care about it, and burned it all in a fire. His purpose of committing crimes was not for money at all. On the contrary, the Joker looked down on criminals who committed crimes for money. All his motives for committing crimes can be summarized in a classic line: this city needs more advanced criminals. So, he has to fight against the good guys, and he has to fight against the bad guys. This is a chaotic evil with connotation. Even with just a few words, he can turn the pure good man Harvey from the Knight of Light in Gotham City into a two-faced man. More importantly, the reason why the character of the Joker is full of charm, and why I call this The Dark Knight a masterpiece, is because of Wayne's control of the rhythm of the movie. Almost every frame of the picture is just right. The exquisite rhythm also allows every fan to get the viewing experience they want in the movie. In short, this is a great work that cannot be missed. I recommend every fan to go to the cinema to enjoy this viewing feast in person. David Denby. In this long film review, David Denby's words of praise directly took the movie to the sky. At the same time, he did not forget to advertise the movie at the end of the review. I don't know about other places, but as far as the Big Apple is concerned, the influence of this well-known film critic is definitely very large. Not only this New Yorker, but other authoritative media are also full of praise for the movie. Nina put down the newspaper in her hand, glanced at her boss who was smiling, shrugged, and picked up another one at random. Usually, Naomi Watts would do such things, but today, it was obviously only herself who did it. Batman, The Dark Knight is like a splendid viewing feast of dark epics. Wayne Greenberg is a perfect creator of the charm of light and shadow in Hollywood. Looking at the whole movie The Dark Knight, it is still a typical Greenberg style movie. The whole movie is dark and depressing but not despairing. The in-depth interpretation of human nature and social corners, and the warning about crime and law make it difficult for people to classify this movie as a commercial film. In other words, this movie has surpassed the simple attributes of commercial films or art films. Wayne Greenberg used a superhero to fully show the audience what film art should be like. From the golden 1980s of Hollywood to the present, this film is definitely one of the top 3. In Los Angeles Times, Kenneth Turan, Wayne Greenberg blurred the boundary between commercial popcorn and art films, and at the same time, made the discussion between the two meaningless. Every fan will express such emotion after watching this splendid and great movie, whether it is the law, crime, social issues, terrorism discussed in the film, or the gorgeous and realistic special effects, as well as the exciting and amazing action scenes and car chases. The film is hard to resist. Hollywood Reporter, Todd McCarthy. Do you want to continue, boss? Other film critics' columns say similar things. Nina asked while flipping through the newspapers on the coffee table. Okay, that's enough. Just as he was about to go back to the bedroom to change his clothes, he just stood up, and the phone next to the assistant rang, so he sat down again. Okay, I'll tell him. Okay, that's it. Bye. Nina habitually covered her mouth and hung up the phone. She looked at Wayne and said, "It's a coincidence that the post-production work of the second part of The Matrix has been completed. Warner Brothers asked for your opinion on which time the film should be released. What about Zack and the others?" Wayne raised a hand and gently scratched the stubble on his chin, thinking and asking. "They are still shooting the third part in Australia." Nina replied, "Warner Brothers means that after the release date is set, the main crew members will return to Los Angeles to participate in the pre-release publicity of the film." Wayne suddenly laughed. "Nina, I remember that Miramax has a movie with a very good preview reputation in this summer. Help me check their release date. For a capitalist, the best revenge is, of course, to make this capitalist unable to make money, or even lose a large amount of investment. People like them have a common characteristic, that is, they always put interests first even higher than life." "Boss, what do you want?" Nina asked subconsciously, and then she closed her mouth tightly. She knew her boss well. He was a very petty man in some aspects. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but express deep sympathy for the fat man far away in Los Angeles. Warner Brothers has been tossing Miramax around for the past few months. If Disney hadn't stepped in to resolve some of the ubiquitous troubles, it would be unknown whether Miramax's several projects being filmed could be successfully completed. Now the other party is just about to release his ambition and want to turn things around with the film that has a great reputation in the preview, but her boss has calculated it again. Poor fat man. The crew of The Dark Knight far away in New York started the film's promotion activities amid the good reviews from the media and fans. The film has received rave reviews in just one day after its release. What is very rare is that this time the good reviews are not only from fans, but even the critics who usually like to sing the opposite tune of the fans' opinions have said good things about the film. Throughout Friday, all theaters in North America showing The Dark Knight were in a state of madness. Warner Brothers had a keen sense of smell. When the film was released on the first day, there were all kinds of hot scenes of queuing. Their media immediately took action and began to report the lively scenes in the theaters. Time passed quietly bit by bit. Almost the entire Hollywood was watching this film. They all wanted to know how high the first day box office of The Dark Knight could be. The dazzling sunlight gradually rose. On Saturday morning, the door of Miramax's office was pushed open from the outside. A middle-aged white man with a strong figure walked in with a magazine in his hand. "Harvey, aren't you concerned about the box office of The Dark Knight?" "Here." Bob Weinstein pulled out the chair in front of his desk, sat down, and threw the magazine on the table. This was the latest issue of Premiere this morning, which reported in detail the dynamics of all theater markets this week. With the advance box office on Thursday, it shouldn't be over $50 million, right? Harvey Weinstein picked up the magazine on the table and muttered softly while flipping through it. According to the standards of this era, if a blockbuster movie can make over $100 million in the first weekend, it doesn't have to worry about whether it will be a hit. In his estimation, if the first day box office can exceed $50 million, the first week box office of The Dark Knight will definitely exceed $100 million. At the same time, this should also be Warner Bros.' expectation for the film. With a single day box office of over $50 million and a first week box office of over $100 million, maybe this movie can really compete with Jurassic Park 2, which will be released the next weekend. The sound of flipping the magazine suddenly stopped, and Harvey Weinstein's eyes suddenly paused. His pupils dilated rapidly, as if he had seen some incredible scene. Then he raised his head with disbelief, and looked at his brother opposite. "I know, it's hard to believe, isn't it?" Bob Weinstein shrugged, looked at his brother and said, "That's right, it's $84.36 million. It's not the first weekend box office. This number is just the first day box office. This time, Warner Bros. And Wayne Greenberg are going to make a killing." Premiere magazine reported clearly that the advance box office of The Dark Knight was about $17.2 million. According to the North American box office statistics rules, the advance box office revenue must also be calculated into the first day, so there is a figure of $84.36 million. I'm afraid no one would have thought that in just one day on Friday, The Dark Knight swept the entire North American theater market with a terrifying figure of $67.16 million, a figure that has completely surpassed the first weekend box office results of many blockbuster films. Harvey Weinstein frowned deeply. Now that The Dark Knight has shown huge market potential, there is also Jurassic Park 2, a masterpiece that is destined to be a box office hit. It seems that Miramax's plans should be changed. The 3 previews of Good Will Hunting have all received explosive word of mouth, whether it is the professional ratings of film critics or the ratings of fans who participated in the previews. They are all excellent. However, we can't gamble with this film. You should immediately communicate with the theater company. We will postpone the release of Good Will Hunting, which was originally scheduled for mid-June, to December. Harvey, isn't that a bit too cautious? Bob Weinstein didn't understand why the other party would react so strongly just by seeing the first day box office of The Dark Knight. It's only mid to late May now. When his own film is released, it is almost impossible to be affected by The Dark Knight. Shaking his head vigorously, Harvey Weinstein's face was extremely serious. "You don't know Wayne. Once his films show a trend of becoming popular, you can't use market rules to analyze them at all. Moreover, his films are different from those summer popcorn movies. They have a lot of staying power." Obviously, Bob Weinstein has his own opinion. But, isn't Jurassic Park 2 coming out next weekend? Universal Pictures and Warner Bros. Are going head to head. Wayne Greenberg and Steven Spielberg are going head to head. 90% of the time, both sides will suffer losses and fans will be divided. We can. Shut up, Bob, do what I say. Harvey Weinstein slapped the table twice and interrupted his brother's words. His attitude was as tough as ever, and he would not tolerate any rebuttal. Both sides will suffer losses. Fans will be divided. Go to hell. He now has a strong premonition that the Jewish good guy is very likely to fall this time. He just wants to stay away from the dark madman, who is sunny on the surface, but unpredictable in secret. Okay. Bob Weinstein nodded helplessly. Seeing the other party's face become very ugly, he stood up and walked out of the office. However, less than 10 minutes later, the office door was pushed open by Bob Weinstein again. This time, he was no longer casual. His eyes showed horror. He said in a hurried tone, "Warner Bros. Has just released the release date of the second part of The Matrix through the media. Damn, they scheduled the movie to mid-June, the same weekend as Good Will Hunting. Shit." Harvey Weinstein cursed. Now he is very glad for his decision. He knew that Wayne, the dark and venomous snake, would not let him go easily. The first part of The Matrix was too successful. The previous works had accumulated a lot of reputation and popularity. The other party was ready to make Miramax's investment lose all the money. Contact the Theatre Alliance. Go now. We will change the schedule to December. Chapter 542 more. $84.36 million US. As soon as this terrifying box office statistic appeared, it immediately caused a heated discussion throughout Hollywood. With the popularity of Batman this year, everyone knows that the box office is basically impossible to fail. At least it will not be lower than the previous work at the beginning, but this number is still a bit too exaggerated. Compared with the previous years, Warner Bros. Preparations for superhero movies this year are obviously more sufficient. Faced with a box office explosion far exceeding expectations in the theater market, there is no rush. On Saturday morning, 1,000 copies of the Dark Knight film that were prepared in advance were immediately shipped to theaters in major cities in North America. Since The Dark Knight can have such an amazing box office on Friday, this working day, then today, Saturday, this rest day, movie fans will undoubtedly burst out with more enthusiasm. Warner Bros. Believes this, and the Theatre Alliance headed by the three major theater companies also believes this. The actual situation is no different from what they imagined. On Saturday morning, all the theaters showing The Dark Knight in major cities in North America changed their deserted normal state. As soon as they opened in the morning, there were crowds of people. Because Wayne's films have been the best-selling ones in the theaters for the past few years, the theaters have far more confidence in The Dark Knight with past success. Some small theaters with relatively independent autonomy have even opened more than 75% of the screening rate for The Dark Knight. From the first movie in the morning, every 5 minutes, a Dark Knight will start to be screened. There is only one reason for theater companies to judge whether a film is good, that is, whether it can bring more traffic to the theater. They don't care about art at all. Only when more fans flock to the theater can the theater's real profit point be driven, such as popcorn, drinks, various merchandise, movie peripherals, etc. The degree of madness of summer moviegoers and their generosity in spending on movie-related products are the main factors that make this the largest summer movie season in North America. The Dark Knight can be said to have made a good start for the summer movie season. The main purpose of the theaters giving this movie a screening rate of more than 60% is to make huge profits. Therefore, the theaters in the bustling areas of major cities in North America fell into a busy atmosphere early in the morning. Compared with those fans who watched the movie earlier yesterday, those who came early this morning have a very obvious difference. 7 tickets for the 9:45 show Batman, The Dark Knight, thank you. A childish voice sounded in front of the ticket window of a theater under the American Artists chain in New York, and then with the help of his father, he put a handful of change on the front desk of the ticket office. Okay, 7 tickets for The Dark Knight. The Mexican ticket seller habitually repeated the customer's needs. Seeing that the other party did not raise any objections, he quickly opened 7 movie tickets in his hand, handed them over, and put away a handful of change in front of the window. While he was busy, he noticed from the corner of his eye that these should be 2 families, moviegoers who came to watch the movie with their children. Before he could think too much, the ticket buying line moved forward again. A man was standing at the window. He handed him a Franklin and said, 6 tickets for the latest show of The Dark Knight, thank you. Okay, 6 tickets for the latest show of The Dark Knight, $100, here's your change. Hey, 8 tickets for The Dark Knight, I want the show at 10:05 AM. The ticket seller lowered his head, kept issuing tickets, collecting money, and giving change. Although the central air conditioning in the theater hall was turned on very well, after a while, obvious sweat stains appeared on his head, but the line in front of the ticket window did not decrease at all. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he had experienced such an intensity of work as today. He was also busy since the morning yesterday, but not as intense as today. He was just a ticket seller and couldn't figure out why this was the case, and he didn't have time to think about it. Fortunately, when he saw that he was too busy, the theater manager took off his suit jacket, rolled up his sleeves, and opened another ticket window, which gradually eased the busy work and made the queue gradually decrease. When the ticket seller mechanically raised his head again, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. There was no queue in front of him. He glanced at the clock hanging in the hall. It turned out that the time had come to nearly 11 o'clock unknowingly. This was the first time he stopped his work since he started work this morning. Woody, hey, this way. The voice of the theater manager sounded behind him. If you want to go to the bathroom, go now. Take the time to drink water, go to the bathroom, and solve personal problems. I estimate that it will be busy again in less than 20 minutes. The ticket seller Woody turned around and found that the manager was putting on his suit jacket and constantly reminding him. He nodded and responded, okay, I'll go to the bathroom right away. You can help me for a few more minutes. As long as Woody thought of how busy he was just now, he shuddered in his heart and didn't care whether the manager agreed or not and ran to the bathroom with a quick step. When he solved his personal hygiene problems, washed his face, and returned to his work again with a refreshed spirit, he found that the manager was looking through today's ticket sales records, and he seemed to be in a particularly good mood. So that's it. Hearing the other parties muttering, Woody asked subconsciously, while tidying up the messy ticket window, what's wrong? Stock. The theater manager smiled, and although the sweat that was clearly visible had soaked his shirt, he was obviously in a very good mood. Woody, have you noticed? Today, very few customers who come to buy tickets to watch movies come alone. I just looked at your side and there is no difference from mine. Most of the customers are family moviegoers. The other party's words made Woody feel as if he had suddenly realized something. He noticed from the beginning that there was a big difference between today and yesterday, but he had never had time to think about it. Although it was also very busy yesterday, the attendance rate was definitely not as high as today, because most of the fans who came yesterday were individuals, or with one or two friends. Today, the situation is just the opposite. Since the morning, more than 70% of the movie tickets sold are family moviegoers. The biggest feature is that the proportion of children is very high. You know, due to the type restrictions of past films, although Wayne's films have performed at the top level in the theater market, the audience group has never included family moviegoers. In the social attributes of North America, no parents are willing to take their children to watch an R-rated movie on weekends. But the situation this time has obviously improved greatly. The theater is full of the chirping noises of children. When the theater manager heard these sounds, he didn't feel annoyed at all. On the contrary, he looked very happy. While the two were chatting, another group of customers with their families began to walk into the theater. Just as the theater manager said, less than 20 minutes later, long queues formed in front of the two ticket windows again. Little Batman, Attack. The show that started earlier had already seen customers who had finished watching the movie. Unlike those relatively rational adults, most families with children did not leave the theater hall directly, but naturally took their children into the surrounding shops. After more than 10 minutes, a group of little Batmen appeared in front of them. One by one, the children almost made the same choice, wearing a Batman armor souvenir, a black cape, and those indispensable masks. They followed their parents and walked out while imitating the actions in the movie from time to time. The theater company was the first to learn about the unusual situation in the theater. In the entire film industry chain, although the cinema is at the end, the big screen is the first window to connect with the audience, which can affect the relevant information of the box office, and will also be fed back to the desks of the top executives of the cinema company in the first place. In the inconspicuous town of Lee Falks near Kansas, there is the headquarters of AMC, the world's largest cinema chain company. This cinema chain group, founded in 1920, has always occupied the largest market share in the North American cinema market. Yes, Little Batman, Attack. Warner Brothers is really good. A documentary plus these few words can be exchanged for weekend entertainment arrangements for families across North America. In a conference room at the AMC headquarters, CEO Adam Allen put down the fax in his hand and shook his head slightly with a smile on his face. You should have all heard the news. The Dark Knight earned nearly $85 million in 3,700 theaters across North America yesterday, the first day of its release. He reached out and knocked on the table, paused, and looked around at everyone in the conference room. He continued, Warner Brothers has mailed us more than 300 copies this morning. Obviously, they are fully prepared for the possible box office explosion of The Dark Knight. More than a dozen executives from AMC headquarters in the conference room were staring at the CEO intently. Everyone knew the meaning of this number. It was also this unexpected box office number that was about to change AMC's screening plan for The Dark Knight. With such an amazing first day box office, it is destined to be impossible to maintain the original screening plan and scheduling strategy. Based on the style of theater companies in recent years, they will definitely increase the scheduling rate, screening frequency and screening times of the movie in order to create the most box office results in the shortest time. Tomorrow, CEO Adam Allen pointed to the faxed report of the cinema manager he had just read with one hand and said to everyone, starting tomorrow, the screening rate of The Dark Knight in all our cinemas must be increased to more than 75%. Warner Brothers will definitely increase its publicity efforts. We will try our best to cooperate with them. The executives sitting in the conference room all knew that Wayne's films were the first choice for young audiences in the summer, so the main force of these movie consumption was the basic plate of Wayne's movies. As this basic plate became larger and larger, his movies were very impressive at the box office every time. Now this report shows that the larger potential consumer group among North American movie fans, family movie fans, have also joined this movie viewing feast, which means that with the basic plate of young movie fans, the box office of The Dark Knight will continue to rise. You know, as long as family movie fans come to the cinema, there is basically no possibility of buying a single movie ticket. At least 4 tickets will be purchased, and because there is generally at least one child in the family, the sales of popcorn, drinks, and peripheral products in the cinema are also very guaranteed. Adam, aren't we waiting to see how Emperor Cinemas and Artists United Cinemas react? A middle-aged white executive sitting below the CEO kept turning a pen in one hand and looked up to remind him cautiously. More than 75% of the screenings mean that before the next weekend, there will only be The Dark Knight in our theaters. Isn't that a bit too radical? Everyone understood his subtext. AMC is the world's largest theater chain. They own more than 500 theaters and more than 6,100 screens in prime locations in major cities in North America. Such a radical scheduling strategy usually only appears in small theaters. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens, it will be too difficult for them to turn around. They are the first theater chain company in North America to operate multi-hall theaters, and they are also the theater chain company with the most multi-hall theaters in North America. The plate is really too big. Every percentage point of the scheduling rate may mean a gain or loss of more than $1 million. Do as I say. Adam Allen frowned slightly and explained, this Dark Knight is different from Wayne's previous films. He just won the Oscar for Best Director this year. Before the movie was released, the documentary Batman Goes appeared, which warmed the whole of North America. I have to say that this is a perfect marketing strategy. The facts from the report of the managers of major theaters shows that, because of this documentary, those parents have changed the main weekend family leisure and entertainment project to watching the movie Dark Knight with their children and family. We have to free up more screens. This part of the unexpected audience group will fill all the theaters. Hearing the CEO's patient explanation, everyone in the conference room nodded silently. As the closest gateway between the Hollywood film industry and the audience, these executives of the theater company are very clear that family fans are the largest viewing group in the theater market. Whenever these family groups appear in the theater, it is also the golden period for those movies to create box office records. After giving a few instructions on the screening schedule, Adam Allen announced the end of the meeting and returned to his office alone. He sat at his desk and stared at the fax in his hand again. In his heart, Wayne Greenberg is not a pure commercial film director. If he had to make a classification, he would classify this young film master as a traditional old school director, similar to traditional directors such as Hitchcock and Francis Ford Coppola. In contrast to Wayne's age, his two good friends, Steven Spielberg and George Lucas, are much older than him, but their filming techniques and technologies are closer to modern technology. Whether it is George Lucas's special effects storm or Steven Spielberg's constant pursuit of change, they are always at the forefront of the business field. This is also what puzzled him. Although Wayne Greenberg's films are always full of violence, blood, exploration of human nature, warnings of social problems, and other things that make film critics so proud, the films are not boring. The fans are very receptive to them. He is not like a typical director with a distinct style. The perfect combination of business and art, the contradictory combination of traditional academic shooting techniques and alternative styles. He had watched the film The Dark Knight yesterday. In his eyes, this film is the perfect combination of the other party's extreme personal style and commercial blockbusters. Everything has reached a perfect balance. Almost all fans can get what they want in the film, even those who like niche art films. Of course, no one believes that Wayne can shoot every film to the perfection of The Dark Knight, but as long as there is such a film, the director will be firmly written into the history of film. What's more, Wayne has more than one film. When Joker appeared, there were also many people who hailed him as a god, and vowed that the same film would not appear again in 10 years. It's only been a few years now. Another film that will be deified has appeared. Who can guarantee that in 2 years, Wayne won't be able to create another great work? Throwing down the facts in his hand, Adam Allen shook his head and smiled. No matter what, The Dark Knight will bring AMC tens of millions of dollars in revenue. As long as he can be sure of this, it's enough. There are enough benefits. Let alone giving a horror screening rate of more than 75%. Even if it is more, he dares to give orders directly to the managers of his theaters. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling. Just as he was still thinking, the phone on the desk rang. After a slight pause, Adam Allen raised his hand to answer the phone, and the secretary's voice came from the microphone immediately. Boss, this is a call from Emperor Cinema. Do you want to answer it? I know someone will be the first to hold back. Answer it. Adam Allen's mouth corners gradually curled up. As long as he used his brain a little, he could know the purpose of the call. He didn't even need to think about it. He knew that the other party wanted to test AMC's scheduling strategy in the face of the hot scenes of The Dark Knight. How to adjust it. Not only did the Imperial Cinema call, but within the next hour, almost all the top 10 cinema companies in North America called to test AMC's next scheduling strategy. Adam Allen had almost no secrets, and there was no need to hide them. He readily gave his own scheduling ratio. As if they had a tacit understanding, almost all cinema companies gave similar scheduling methods. No one was stupid. They all wanted to take advantage of the unexpected popularity of The Dark Knight to make a fortune. Now with AMC as the leader, no cinema company would hesitate. At this time, the CEO of AMC did not know that the world's largest cinema chain, which he had worked hard to run, would be acquired by a real estate businessman from an ancient oriental country more than a decade later. Under his leadership, most of the shares were acquired, and Lin Jian, the real estate boss of the ancient oriental country, briefly became the boss of the world's largest cinema company. The cinema companies noticed the abnormal performance of The Dark Knight and responded one after another. They were the fastest to get the news. The changes in the fan group in the cinema also attracted the attention of the media and all companies in the circle. We all noticed that the attendance rate of The Dark Knight should be very high. Can you talk about the specific data of the film? In an AMC theater chain in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, a female reporter with the Hollywood Reporter work ID on her chest was interviewing the theater manager. Glancing covertly at the cameras behind the reporter, the theater manager kept smiling and answered into the reporter's microphone. Of course, it's no secret. Since this morning, the attendance rate of The Dark Knight has reached about 90%, and the attendance rate after lunch is 100%, even though there will be a new Dark Knight opening every 10 minutes. It looks like you are very tired. The reporter teased the other party's sweat-soaked shirt and continued to ask, we all know that The Dark Knight achieved a terrifying box office of nearly $85 million in just one day yesterday. Excuse me, is there any hope of surpassing yesterday's box office record today? The theater manager shook his head first, then nodded and explained, I don't know whether the film can surpass Friday's box office, but the theater we are in, if nothing unexpected happens, today's box office will be about 1/5 more than yesterday. You may not know that today's movie tickets are basically sold out, and only 2 midnight shows are not fully booked. Oh my god. The female reporter exclaimed very cooperatively, then nodded, and ended the interview politely. "Thank you for accepting our interview. We won't bother you too much." Turning off the microphone and receiver, the female reporter and two photographers came to the rest area of the theater. After sitting down, they looked at the bustling crowd in the hall and felt incredible. Generally speaking, a middle-aged male photographer put down his camera and said with some emotion, "The reason why The Dark Knight earned more than $84 million yesterday is that the die-hard fans of the previous film and those big stars, as well as the fans of the film director, are the biggest box office contributors. This means that today's box office will never exceed yesterday, and the attendance rate should also be decreasing. Yesterday's fans were too crazy. Although they contributed to the film's amazing box office results, it also means that too many fans' enthusiasm for watching movies has faded. This is the normal market law. Everyone understands the photographer's subtext. Judging from the current situation in the theater, The Dark Knight has no intention of following the market law at all. Compared with the normal trend of the theater market, now this film has earned nearly $85 million on Friday, and more fans continue to pour into major theaters in North America on Saturday. Not only the first day box office, The Dark Knight may even create a more terrifying first weekend box office record on the second day. The female reporter squinted her eyes slightly, looking at the families with children, queuing up to buy several movie tickets at a time, and then after the movie, those people would take their children to the surrounding stores and change their children into a full set of Batman equipment. She even saw many adults who also had their arms full of various Batman related souvenirs, especially those Joker dolls, which appeared very frequently. Almost every fan who walked into the surrounding stores would have a Joker doll when they came out. Take more photos and watch. This time, Warner Brothers and Wayne Greenberg are going to create a first weekend box office record that will be difficult to surpass in the future. Come on, let's go interview some fans. Chapter 543, reaching 1.5 billion as fast as possible. When it was Saturday night, the attendance rate was very high, and some different opinions began to appear in the film, especially among the fans, who had just finished watching the film in the theater. There were always people who gave different opinions. My colleagues and friends around me kept recommending this film to me, so I chose to bring my family to the theater to buy tickets and watch the film as soon as possible. A middle-aged white uncle with a big beard, followed by three children who were fiddling with Batman's peripheral equipment, talked freely in the face of the reporter's interview. "You know, I hope to bring my children to the theater to see a movie that makes us feel happy. We come to the theater to relax, not to fall into deeper thinking. This Dark Knight is too depressing, and the things described in it are too deep. The movie did not bring me the joy I imagined, but made me feel the imperfections of this society." "Hey, Dad, you can't comment on The Dark Knight like this." A child standing behind the middle-aged man, without waiting for the reporter to say anything, was the first to stand up and refute his father. "Dad, don't you think this is a movie worth watching over and over again? My brothers and I have the same opinion. Watching The Dark Knight is much cooler than watching those popcorns." "Okay, as long as you like it." The middle-aged man waved to the reporter and walked out of the theater with his three children. There were not many similar voices, but they did exist. Even though these disappointed fans did not say that the movie The Dark Knight was bad, they admitted that it was a very good movie. The reason for their disappointment was almost the same, because this movie did not bring them the joy they should have on their weekend. In fact, there is no movie in the world that satisfies everyone. It is normal to have different opinions. Warner Brothers and Wayne had expected similar situations. After all, his previous films have always had a polarized audience reputation. The large number of family fans this time is already an amazing harvest compared to Wayne's previous works. So in the face of those very few different voices, Warner Brothers did not take it to heart, even if they learned about it at the first time. The crew of The Dark Knight, led by Wayne and Charles Roven, is conducting a promotional roadshow in major cities across North America. Warner Brothers is also maintaining intensive publicity. After the film became more popular than expected, they wanted to drive all potential audiences into the theaters on the first weekend. especially in the past 2 years. After the release of new Hollywood films, the first weekend box office has accounted for an increasingly large proportion of the total box office, while the film screening cycle has become shorter and shorter. Now it is rare to see a film that has been screened for half a year or even a year in the theater while maintaining a high screening rate. This is basically the development trend of Hollywood movies, and other overseas film markets are also following this development trend, which no one can change. Another point is that in fact, in the minds of most Warner Bros. Executives, The Dark Knight's popularity can only last for a week. After all, it will collide head-on with Steven Spielberg's Jurassic Park to the next weekend. From the perspective of profit, they also want to harvest the potential market potential as soon as possible. Under the large-scale and highly intensive publicity and marketing means, theater chains are also trying their best to cooperate with Warner Bros.' strategy, and the result did not disappoint everyone. In the early morning, when the rough box office statistics came out, the executives of Warner Bros. And the Theater Alliance all showed the same smug smile. Since The Dark Knight was officially released on a large scale this Friday, the North American cinema market has continued to rise, changing the sluggish start of the summer season. After winning the Oscar for Best Director, Wayne Greenberg continues to prove his status as the king of the start of the summer season. After The Dark Knight grossed $84.36 million in the cinema market on Friday, the attendance on Saturday did not decline as expected by experts, but instead gradually rose. According to the latest information released by Warner Bros., The Dark Knight once again closed at $68.8 million in the North American cinema market on Saturday. If the advance box office of the movie premiere on Sunday is not counted, this number is even higher than Friday's performance. 2 days after the movie was released, the total box office has exceeded $150 million. This is also the fastest movie to break $150 million since Hollywood has kept records. Wayne Greenberg has once again created a record of his own. With a North American box office of $1,503.16 million US. The Dark Knight has already announced the winner of this weekend's box office champion on the second day of its release. Batman is overwhelming the market and madly impacting the tolerance of the North American theater market. At least this weekend, no film can threaten the market position of The Dark Knight. The second place in the single-day box office list is the dark horse movie Liar Liar, produced and released by Universal Pictures. This comedy starring Jim Carrey is of excellent quality. Since its release in late March, it has maintained a fairly stable box office trend. In the past 2 days of this weekend, it closed at $3.76 million US again, and the total box office officially reached $180 million US, which has already booked a place in the top 10 box office of the year. And the third place in the 2 days of this weekend is Sony. Looking at the extra edition of Premiere released this morning, Avia Della felt very complicated. This is one of the most authoritative film media in Hollywood. The reason why it issued an extra special issue on Saturday was to report the record-breaking box office performance of The Dark Knight. The ranking list was unusual, with a large amount of space given to this movie, and other movies were only mentioned briefly. If you talk about it, Marvel and DC Comics are old enemies. Even the employees of the two comic companies can't tell whether they are competitors or partners. Perhaps in the eyes of many comic fans, this is a pair of life and death rivals, but the actual situation is much more complicated. The two companies have cooperated more than competed before. As long as you are careful, you can find that many comic heroes have similar settings from the heroes under the two companies. However, this balanced relationship has changed after DC Comics was acquired by Time Warner Group. When DC Comics has the media resources and money of Warner Bros. As a backing, even if the comic industry has long entered a cold winter, they have avoided the situation where the company is on the verge of life and death. Especially since the late 1980s, Batman has achieved unprecedented success on the big screen, giving DC Comics a more stable source of income. The popularity of the movie has also driven the sales of comics and peripherals. Compared with the well-fed DC Comics, Marvel Comics is much worse. Since the comic industry entered a cold winter, they have started to sell the film and television copyrights of their characters more than once, and in more than one batch, in exchange for the hope of the company's survival. until even the second and third tier heroes Iron Man and Black Widow were bought by Greenberg Studio. In fact, the remaining copyrights in their hands are almost no longer famous characters. Now, Marvel superheroes finally have a chance to appear on the big screen. Aviadella attaches great importance to Disney's conditions. What makes him regretful is that he brought Stan Lee with him at a loss, thinking that the other party would give in to the reputation of the father of superheroes. Who knew that the one who did the bad thing was his own superhero father? Seeing the achievements of Batman and thinking about the benefits that this movie can bring, Aviadella felt a bitterness in his heart. The reason why he hopes that Marvel superheroes can also appear on the big screen is because when all the character copyrights are sold, the contract is clearly marked. Marvel can get 6% to 7% of the movie box office. If this number is applied to the popular Batman, he will be very excited. Besides, as long as the superheroes under its brand can be successfully adapted into movies and TV shows, it means that the popularity of the movie will also drive the sales of their main business, comics, which can effectively alleviate the operating pressure encountered by the company. Ding, ding, ding. After a few knocks on the door, a white man in a suit and leather shoes walked in. The man had a smile on his face and extended his right hand enthusiastically. Avi, the thing you asked me to help with has been solved. You owe me one. Hi, Kevin. Aviadella hurriedly stood up and shook hands with the other party. After hearing his words, his frown gradually smoothed out and a relaxed smile appeared on his face. What's going on? Have you reached an agreement with Wayne's agent? Well, incredible box office success, isn't it? Kevin Feige didn't rush to answer the other party's anxious question. He first saw the premiere magazine on the table. Obviously, he had received relevant information this morning. Wayne has once again proved to everyone that the superhero market has huge potential. Next, our X-Men will be on the stage. It's 20th Century Fox's X-Men. The bitterness in Aviadella's voice was not concealed at all. Shrugging awkwardly, Kevin Feige stretched out a hand, patted the other person's arm, straightened his face, and said seriously, after you called me, I used my connections to make an appointment with Wayne's agent Jimmy. The other party said that it's not that the matter cannot be discussed, but what? But what? It can be discussed. Could it be that Wayne Greenberg asked for an exorbitant price? Damn, he spent millions of dollars to buy the copyright. What does this greedy vampire want to do? No, you think too much. Kevin Feige shook his head. Thinking of the agent Jimmy who was comparable to an ICE official, he denied it in his heart. This guy was more greedy than a vampire. Thinking of the solution given by the other party, he felt sorry for the old friend opposite him. Chapter 544. Do it again as you did to Wayne. Isn't the condition Disney offered to Marvel to start making superhero movies and TV series within 2 years? Kevin Feige saw what the other party wanted to say and immediately stretched out a finger and shook it in front of Aviadella's eyes and then continued, as long as you want to investigate, Hollywood has no secrets that can be hidden. Don't rush to deny it, Avi. Marvel CEO was speechless and remained silent as he looked at the other party. In fact, he had already acquiesced to this statement. In addition to being willing to pay a part of the money, Disney's most important condition, which was also the condition that could most impress them, was to make the copyright into a movie and TV series in a short period of time. Moreover, during this process, Disney also promised to let some of Marvel Comics' senior executives participate, which was also one of the more impressive reasons. Wayne's agent Jimmy has provided a plan to see if it can meet your needs. Seeing that the other party was listening in silence, Kevin Feige simply told everything directly. Greenberg Studios can also start the film and television adaptation of Iron Man within 2 years. Please note that Wayne Greenberg will be the producer. You should know what this means. With a crash, Aviadella stood up from his office chair, his eyes wide open, obviously shocked by the news. Looking at the magazine on the table, the eye-catching Batman cover, and the terrifying box office figures in it, he certainly knew the significance of the participation of the top director. But less than 2 seconds later, he sat down again with his hands crossed in front of his chin, leaning on the table, and looking at the other party, and asked calmly, what are the conditions? What are the conditions? I have been in contact with that guy, and he is not a young man who is easy to talk to. The condition is." Kevin Feige narrowed his eyes and said, "You Marvel are going to do what you did to him to others again?" No, twice. In fact, in Kevin Feige's view, this condition is not that easy. Wayne is not easy to talk to. Are the executives of other companies easy to talk to? Jimmy's original words were that Greenberg Studios will provide all the funds, and you are responsible for negotiating. He said that Mr. Greenberg has liked superheroes since he was a child, and he especially likes Black Panther and the Hulk. If you can take back the copyrights of Black Panther and the Hulk from Arts and Entertainment and Universal Pictures in the name of Marvel. F***K. Javier Della cursed directly. He knew that things would not be so easy to solve. Now that Batman is wreaking havoc in the North American theater market, the market potential of superheroes is undoubtedly revealed. At this point in time, wanting to take back the copyright from outside is basically a joke. No one is a fool, especially those production companies with no bottom line. But thinking back, he felt that this matter was not completely impossible. The Hulk had just experienced a tragic box office tragedy. It is said that Universal Pictures was badly cheated. It is conservatively estimated that this step of the movie has lost hundreds of millions of dollars. Maybe if he offers a price higher than the market price and then makes a scene, Universal Pictures might give in. As for Black Panther, it is indeed much easier than the Hulk. Arts and Entertainment is a subsidiary of Columbia Pictures, and it should have never planned to make Black Panther into a film or TV series. But it is hard to say. None of these production companies are vegetarians. You know, I also hope that Marvel's superheroes can soar on the big screen like Batman. Kevin Feige shook his head. He certainly knew the difficulty of this matter. So, if I do it, what can we get? Javier Della's voice was very calm, and while he was speaking, his brain was thinking rapidly. Don't say that Wayne Greenberg will personally lead the film and television adaptation. That's not enough for us. Hey, Avi, this is just a simple intention. If you are willing to try it, you need to talk to Wayne's agent in person. The rest of the matter is not something I can participate in. Kevin Feige spread his hands and said, "Okay, no matter what the outcome is, I'll remember this favor." Javier Della stood up and held out his hand. "Find a time to make an appointment with that agent for me." "No problem, leave it to me." At the same time, after the box office of The Dark Knight in the first 2 days was released, it affected not only the media's extensive coverage, because the first to make changes in the box office were the theaters under the Theater Alliance. The large theater chains led by AMC did not hide it at all. On Sunday, they directly increased the screening rate of The Dark Knight by about 7% from the already very high situation. If nothing unexpected happens, such a dense screening rate will not change until next Friday. Starting from Sunday morning, in all the major mainstream commercial theater chains in North America, almost all of them were showing The Dark Knight. The interval between each movie was no more than 10 minutes, and the next The Dark Knight would start. Such crazy scheduling is very rare in theaters, but it is also a necessary condition for a movie to get high box office in a short period of time. It may not appear often in this era, but it will become a common phenomenon in another 10 years. Enough screens, dense scheduling, and enough theaters ensure that passers-by can watch the film anytime, anywhere. Compared with the competitive offensive remarks that Wayne encountered when his films were released in previous years, this year's The Dark Knight is the least controversial before and after its release. The overwhelming praise from fans, media, and critics is also the basis for the film to create amazing box office. With all the good conditions as a guarantee, the film had a perfect start. However, compared with the film's strong performance on Friday and Saturday, the number of viewers dropped significantly at the beginning of Sunday. Today is the last day of rest, which is more in line with the normal market rules. Compared with the attendance rate of more than 90% in the previous 2 days, Sunday is not so crazy, but the attendance rate is still above 70%, which is enough to give the theater company the confidence to insist on expanding the screening. The Dark Knight has crushed the performance of the previous 2 days, and Warner Bros. Has not completely relaxed. The publicity and marketing plan that has been prepared long ago is still proceeding in an orderly manner. At 7 p.m. on Sunday, Warner Bros. Published an important notice through its media and well-connected media. Because of the audience's love for The Dark Knight, Warner Bros. Is preparing to officially release the Batman single Something Just Like This in major cities across North America tomorrow, which is Monday. Warner Bros. Stated in the notice that the MV of this song is the documentary shot by Wayne and George Lucas. This single EP is also known as Little Batman, Attack, and the singers are Wayne and George Lucas. When the news was released, countless fans immediately fell into madness. The influence of this song is too great. It can even be said that a considerable number of family fans are willing to take their families to the theater to watch movies on weekends because of the influence of this song and this short documentary. Reporters have a keen sense of smell. When Warner Bros. Notice was just released, many reporters chose to go to Lucasfilm to surround George Lucas, wanting to interview this temporary guest singer. Facing the reporters blocking the door of Lucasfilm, the father of Star Wars said to the microphone, "Of course, the purpose of me and Wayne singing this song together is to help more people in need. There is no problem with the copyright. I hope that more people can get brave insights and strength from it after listening to this song." As if it was agreed, George Lucas had just finished an interview here, and Wayne and his group, who had just stepped off the plane in Boston, faced the questions of reporters with extremely rare patience. He also expressed that he hoped that this song could give strength to more people. Director Greenberg, can you talk about when you discovered that you have the talent for composing? In the lobby of Boston Airport, the reporters were obviously not so easily satisfied. They all knew that once this song was released tomorrow, it would definitely become the focus of national attention with the fiery influence of Batman. Before Wayne could think of what to say, Naomi Watts came to the microphone with a proud expression on her face and said loudly, "Hey, you may not know that as long as Wayne wants to do something, there is nothing he can't do. I'm not just talking about movies, of course, but also music. He once sang another original song for me. Oh my god, that time I was moved to tears. So Something Just Like This is not his only work." Seeing that she wanted to continue, Wayne quickly stretched out a hand and patted the woman's back. At the same time, he also had a cold sweat on his back. He certainly understood that with his and George Lucas's crude singing skills, at most they could only be said to be in tune, and they were not a little bit behind those big singers who made a living from music. Besides, when he was still on the other side of the Pacific Ocean, he was not a pure fan. From childhood to adulthood, he could only sing 2 songs completely, and he had no musical talent at all. I've discussed this with George. Without waiting for the reporters to ask questions, Wayne said to the cameras in front of him without hesitation, "Warner Bros. Also agrees with our opinion. All proceeds from the single Something Just Like This will be donated to charity organizations to fulfill the dreams of those children." In fact, all of this was a marketing plan arranged by Warner Bros. When a large number of family movie fans began to appear in the cinema, the distribution department of Warner Bros. Had found the reason, which was this song in the documentary. Of course, they would not miss such an opportunity. Chapter 545 $200 million. The beginning of this year's summer season is definitely the least competitive year since the 1990s. The main reason for this situation is that in the golden period of May, first The Dark Knight announced its release date, which directly caused most films to choose to avoid it. Then the sudden release date of Jurassic Park 2 completely dispelled all ambitions of other production companies for May. In recent years, Wayne and Steven Spielberg are definitely one of the most popular directors in Hollywood. In particular, although the types of their films are different, they have a common feature, that is, as long as the box office explodes, the hot situation will completely disobey the market rules. Just like a wild horse, no one knows how far it can run. You can't expect to intercept the wild horse with external force, you can only wait for it to run tired and have no physical strength, and then slowly stop by itself. Just like the current Dark Knight, which is the time when the physical strength is the most abundant, so most of the production companies in the circle are watching the excitement, and everyone is waiting for Jurassic Park 2 to see if it can stop this batch of wild horses. On Sunday night, Wayne and George Lucas were interviewed by reporters about Something Just Like This. In particular, both of them said in front of the camera that they would not take a penny of the proceeds from the song, and all the money earned would be used for charity. This point has won the favor of countless North American people. Countless people are rubbing their hands, wanting to wait until the next morning to buy a single, but Warner Brothers' purpose is quite simple. They are not prepared to make much money from this song now. What they want is to ensure the popularity of The Dark Knight after the working day arrives, and attract more passers-by to go to the theater, to contribute to the box office. The sky gradually darkened, but the lights in the study were always on. The clock struck 12 o'clock at midnight, which also meant that this weekend was over, and a new working day had arrived again after the hustle and bustle. Steven Spielberg leaned on the chair in front of the desk in the study, with a mess of various newspapers and magazines in front of him. The smoke from the cigar continued to rise. Looking at the dark night sky outside the window, the Jewish good man did not feel sleepy at all. He turned his head again, and cast his eyes on the movie magazine in front of him. Ding, ding, ding. There were several knocks on the door, and a middle-aged blonde woman in pajamas pushed open the study door and walked in with a cup of steaming coffee in her hand. "Dear, don't be too busy." The woman put the coffee on the desk and took away the other cup that was already cold. She wanted to leave the study and go to bed after giving her instructions, but when her eyes swept over the newspapers and magazines, her steps stopped involuntarily. "Kate, you go to bed first. Don't worry about me." Steven Spielberg took a sip of coffee, crossed his hands on his chest, leaned back in the chair, and resumed his silent waiting. "Okay." The woman nodded, and before leaving, she took a deep look at the magazine on the table. There was only a photo on it, a young man in a fitted dark suit, with a huge bat shadow behind him. She knew Wayne Greenberg, of course, but what surprised her was that her husband would also behave abnormally due to stress. You know, over the years, whenever this good Jewish man has a new film released, no matter what rivals he encounters in the same period, he has never had such a solemn expression. It is obvious that he feels a huge pressure. In the past few days, almost all the media that have appeared in people's sight have been singing praises for The Dark Knight tirelessly and crazily. The publicity of the film is overwhelming. In this regard, it is obvious that Warner Brothers has done much better than Universal Pictures. The result is also quite obvious. The Dark Knight only took 2 days to successfully sweep $150 million from the North American theater market. When the box office figures were continuously reported by the media, the sensation caused became greater. All of this shows that Steven Spielberg is very likely to fall this time. Looking at the silent old man in the study again, the woman sighed slightly and prepared to close the door and go to rest first. At this moment, the fax machine in the study rang, and the movement of the fax machine attracted the attention of both people at the same time. The woman did not hesitate and hurried to the desk, picked up the fax she had just received, and handed it to her husband. She knew that the other party had waited for a whole night just for the few simple numbers on it. Interesting. Unlike the scene imagined by the woman, when Steven Spielberg picked up the fax and scanned it carefully, he smiled abnormally. Not sure if it was an illusion. She didn't hear the pressure that should have appeared in her husband's whisper, but felt the seemingly suppressed excitement. This was hard to understand. She also looked at the fax paper and read softly. The advance screening on Thursday was $17.2 million. On the first day of release on Friday, if the advance screening box office is not counted, the box office on that day was $67.16 million. The performance on Saturday was even higher than Friday, and it took in $68.8 million again. On Sunday, it took in $47.65 million. So the total box office of The Dark Knight just ended this weekend has reached $200 million. To be precise, it is $200 million. Steven Spielberg smiled and shook his head. This number is not only higher than his own guess, but also higher than the predictions of all professionals in the circle. I'm afraid that no third-party prediction agency dares to give such an outrageous prediction before the accurate box office comes out. $200 million in the first 3 days of the weekend? The woman finally reacted and exclaimed in surprise. This number can be said to have broken all the records of the first weekend box office figures. The first day box office record in North America, the fastest box office exceeded 100 million, the fastest exceeded 150 million, the fastest exceeded 200 million, and the box office exceeded 200 million in the first 3 days of the weekend. This kid is making history. Steven, go to sleep. Steven Spielberg stood up, patted his wife's shoulder, with an abnormal excitement on his face, and prepared to leave the study and go back to the bedroom to rest. Kate, since David, Jeffrey and I founded DreamWorks, or even longer, I can't remember how long it has been since I last felt this kind of pressure with expectations. Don't worry. At this moment, his heart was indeed occupied by excitement. Although they were not released on the same weekend, strictly speaking, the two sides were released only 1 week apart. He was very confident in his Jurassic Park. 2 films of the same size, facing each other head on in a schedule where no one can disturb them. Shouldn't this be exciting? In recent years, although the personal relationship between the two is good, as Wayne's achievements are getting bigger and bigger, the media inevitably began to compare the two frequently, especially when the other won the Oscar. At least in terms of hard honors, the two sides are no longer much different. If we go back to 1993, even if Wayne swept the world with Joker before Steven Spielberg, everyone recognized Wayne as a film genius, but no media would think that the two had reached the same status. But the situation is obviously different now. So, although the personal relationship between the two is very good, when it comes to business, he really wants to have a head-on collision with his young friend. In fact, it's no wonder that the media started to compare the two frequently, because there are some similarities between the two. The sudden appearance of Jurassic Park in 1993 allowed movie fans around the world to see the power of the Hollywood film industry, especially the realistic special effects in it, just like the Tyrannosaurus Rex was about to rush out of the big screen. The appearance of this movie completely detonated the trend of Hollywood science fiction special effects blockbusters. The appearance of Joker is another case. A character that exists in comics has set off a great discussion among countless people in society. Many people see their own shadows in the character of Joker, and the film's appeal is unparalleled. It is precisely because of the great success of Joker that the trend of Hollywood comic adapted superheroes has been completely opened. In fact, the two can be said to be poles apart in terms of directing style and film type, but it is precisely such two different people who directed films that not only succeeded continuously, but also achieved a certain similarity. At the same time, Steven Spielberg was not the only one who couldn't sleep and was waiting for the statistics. In the brightly lit office of the Warner Brothers building in Burbank, a burst of hearty laughter also came out at this time. Shit, what did Wayne do? Bruce, what did he do? Jeff Robinov didn't even wait for the secretary to leave. He kept throwing a piece of printing paper in his hand, and the excited expression on his face was not concealed at all. $200 million. Bruce, $200 million. He is creating his own history, creating the history of DC, creating the history of Warner Brothers, and also creating the history of the entire Hollywood and the history of the entire North American film industry. F***K, 200 million. Holy S***T. When Bruce Rosenblum heard this number, it was as if all his strength was taken away. His upper body suddenly relaxed and leaned on the sofa. The smile on his mouth could no longer be suppressed. The worry and anxiety in his eyes disappeared without a trace. Damn it, I'm going to call Wayne and tell him the news in person. Damn it. Seeing that he had picked up the mobile phone, Jeff Robinov was stunned for a moment and subconsciously looked back at the clock on the wall. Yes, it was already early in the morning. Hey, Bruce, check the time. Seeing that the other party was about to make a call, he hurriedly stopped him and said, "Don't forget, this is Los Angeles time. He should be sleeping over there now." "I don't believe he can sleep now." Muttering, Bruce Rosenblum stopped what he was doing and put the mobile phone back into his briefcase. Chapter 546. Is this a big step? Unlike what Bruce Rosenblum thought, Wayne had no time to think about the box office figures. The frequent and intensive publicity activities almost drained the last bit of vitality of the entire crew. The better the performance of The Dark Knight in the theater market, the more intensive the various activities on the crew side. Almost everyone is not a newcomer. They have experienced such non-stop promotional trips of getting on and off planes more than once, so everyone has a similar way of adapting, that is, to seize all free time to sleep, whether they are on a vehicle or not. In the early morning sunshine, a convoy of cars, accompanied by the sky that had just brightened, noisily headed towards the airport outside Boston. After finishing the publicity plan in Boston, the crew of The Dark Knight had to take a plane to the next city immediately without any rest time. The publicity task before the movie was released was very heavy, and there was no time for them to rest. Unlike the situation in the previous few days, today, after getting on the plane, the group did not fall asleep immediately. The large passenger plane chartered by Warner Brothers was filled with all kinds of excited noises. Although Christian Bale, Nicolas Cage and other main actors had tired bloodshot eyes, they were still infected by the excitement and couldn't sleep. Wayne, we set a new box office record. The box office exceeded $200 million in the first weekend. Damn, $200 million. Compared with the other main creative members of the crew, who were cautious when facing Wayne, Naomi Watts was more relaxed. She directly pulled off the eye mask on his face, excitedly stretched out her hands to grab his shoulders, and shook him hard. Hey, boy, don't tell me you can still sleep. This is not 20 million, but 200 million. Nami. He shook his head helplessly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Anyone who created such a box office record would definitely have a strong sense of accomplishment, and he was no exception. Listening to the excited chatter of the crowd behind him, Wayne knew that his plan to calm down and have a good sleep was completely ruined. $200 million. This number is basically impossible to be broken in this era. Although the North American cinema market has been expanding rapidly, and the latest multi-hall cinemas are being built rapidly in major cities, it is still impossible to break this number in the next few years. He certainly knew that The Dark Knight could get such an extraordinary box office number only with various coincidences, luck and other factors. Even if he wanted to replicate the performance of The Dark Knight, it was basically impossible. I want to remind you, Ms. Naomi Watts, you will participate in a TV show immediately after the plane lands. If you don't want to be on TV in this state, you'd better take the opportunity to rest for a few hours. Although Wayne was also full of excitement in his heart, his mind was much clearer. If you can't sleep, go have a drink. You're so old-fashioned. You're like a man in his 20s. The Australian actress curled her lips at Wayne, rolled her eyes, and turned away to share her happiness with the excited crew members. Just as he was about to pull up the blindfold and force himself into a doze again, it seemed as if the crew had a tacit understanding and began to line up one by one to congratulate him. Everyone was obviously completely ignited by this terrifying number, and the plane was no longer as quiet as before. Mr. Greenberg, to be honest, I really don't know how to thank you. Charlie Sheen had been waiting, and only came over with a sincere face when there was no one around him. He looked at the young face that was also tired. This is very important to me. You saved my career. After the film was released, it can be said that it immediately ignited the entire North American theater market, and as the film became popular, it was the main actor standing on the big screen. Although most media outlets give the main space to Christian Bale and Nicolas Cage, compared to other actors in the crew, he, the actor of the double-faced man, has also received a lot of attention. And as his agent has been helping to market his character of a prodigal son, it is now difficult to see those unfavorable comments about him. It seems that in an instant, the asshole things he did before were forgiven by movie fans all over North America. And all of this actually came from the man in front of him. His eyes looked at Wayne sincerely, and he gave him enough respect in both his expression and words. Don't think too much, Charlie. Wayne certainly knew the terrible private lives behind these actors. Ordinary audiences might believe in the drama of the prodigal son, but he would not believe it at all. But this is a common phenomenon in the circle, now and in the future. Before the movie is officially off the shelves, Charlie, I don't want the media to report any rubbish about you. You should understand what I mean. Of course. Charlie Sheen nodded. I mean, yes. Wayne didn't want to care what the other party thought, and didn't even care whether his gratitude to him was true or false. His request was very simple, that is, no matter what he did, he couldn't affect the good situation of the Dark Knight. He winked at Nina beside him, and the assistant took a blanket and covered him. After being seen by Charlie Sheen, he smiled again, nodded, and took the initiative to leave Wayne's side. "Boss, are you so sure that he is not really a prodigal son?" Nina knew that her boss was not sleepy, and asked in a low voice, while flipping through a fashion magazine. "I actually know everything about the crew." Wayne curled his lips. In his heart, he didn't believe that the other party could give up those rubbish. Not only Charlie Sheen, almost all the actors in the circle are almost the same. Prodigal sons turn back. Those who can really turn back can be said to be rare. The reason why he warned the other party was that after a few working days, The Dark Knight would inevitably face Jurassic Park 2. For Universal Pictures, as long as it was good for the films they released, the other party could do anything. This was just the norm of Hollywood competition, and he did not look beyond the bottom line of the production company at all. Not to mention his relationship with Steven Spielberg, as long as both sides stood on the position of competitors, he believed that any means that could hit the other party would be used without hesitation. Sometimes, business is really just business, and the existence of interests forced not to be soft. Jimmy called this morning. Seeing that Wayne would not fall asleep for a while, Nina took the opportunity to report on the work of the past few days. He said that Marvel has been tempted, but if they want to make the plan happen, they probably have to talk about it. Marvel's CEO Avi Adela should want more benefits. Let him talk slowly, we are not in a hurry. Wayne raised his eyebrows unexpectedly, and was also a little surprised. He did not expect that the other party would really be tempted by the idea he had thought of at the time. He didn't expect Universal Pictures to hand over the copyright of the Hulk, nor did he expect Arts and Entertainment to let go of Black Panther easily. All this was just to disrupt Marvel's plan to covet the copyright in his hands. Well, won't those people from Marvel really take action? He was also murmuring about this matter because he had no plan to shoot Iron Man or Black Widow at all. But if Marvel could really buy back the copyright of the Hulk and Black Panther, it would not be a bad idea to disrupt his work plan. In fact, he was just thinking inertia, because the impression of Marvel in his mind was deeply influenced by his previous life. At that time, Marvel's magic was indeed very buggy to some extent, but the current situation was obviously different. This was a comic company that frequently changed hands and had to rely on banks and investment institutions to borrow funds back and forth to survive. In fact, it was already on the verge of extinction. "Oh, right, boss." Nina seemed to have suddenly remembered something, opened her work notebook, pushed her glasses on her face habitually, and said, "Luke Simmons and Joseph have made almost all the preparations. Now we just need to wait for the first batch of funds to be deposited into the insurance company's account, and then we can start the preparation of Charlie's Angels. If this film wants to achieve a qualified screen effect, the investment must not be too low." Wayne thought silently. The production cost he quoted for the whole film is $50 to $60 million US. Of course, this money can be deposited into the insurance company's account in many times, as long as the preparation can be started in the early stage. "I need to remind you, boss." Speaking of money, Nina's face became serious. "If we don't use the money you invested in the internet stock market early on, Greenberg Studio will be under great financial pressure to implement the next series of plans. Blue Sky Studios is doing well in the near future, but it is always a bottomless pit that can swallow up money at any time. After the launch of Charlie's Angels, according to your plan, the studio will successively launch projects such as Tomb Raider and Resident Evil in the next 2 years. By the way, there is also the early preparations for The Lord of the Rings, which also requires a lot of real money investment, and the capital recovery period of this project is too long. And there are also those 2 stories about dogs and the uncertain Marvel superheroes." Hey, stop. Wayne waved his hands irritably, wondering if he had taken too big a step. "I'll call Jeff later and ask him to pay for the follow-up income from The Matrix. Also, after I get the income from The Dark Knight, I should be able to relieve most of the pressure. Let Jimmy talk to Fox and see if he can advance my initial salary for X-Men." In fact, he knew that the only film that really had financial pressure was Charlie's Angels. With his own related income coming in, Greenberg Studio would not invest alone in other projects. Warner Brothers would have to get involved. If he was pushed to the limit, he could even resort to the tactic of borrowing chickens to lay eggs. In the next few years, it was a long-established plan to increase the weight of Greenberg Studio, and there would be no change in this. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 547. Come on, Wayne, keep going. The plane landed smoothly in Phoenix. The airport hall was still swarming with reporters. After the news that the first weekend box office of The Dark Knight exceeded $200 million, the stars of the crew became the focus of media pursuit. The number of 200 million is unprecedented in persuasiveness and influence. Unfortunately, something happened that disappointed the reporters. As one of the protagonists, Wayne got into the car to the hotel through a special channel after getting off the plane. Fortunately, except for the director Wayne, all the rest of the crew were there. Everyone was surrounded by excited reporters and fans who were surrounded by airport security personnel. They kept answering various questions. Even several behind-the-scenes staff were not spared this time. Compared with the crew members who were wandering between pain and joy, Wayne was talking on his mobile phone in a quiet car driving to the Hilton Hotel. According to the original plan, he also had a task of accepting media interviews. The purpose of all the publicity for The Dark Knight was to increase exposure. In order for the movie to have more box office, he would certainly not be an exception. But after getting off the plane, he first received congratulatory calls from several executives of Warner Brothers, and then some calls from friends in the circle. It can be said that the phone never stopped ringing. He simply handed the crew to Charles Roven, took Nina and Sergey, and chose to leave alone and return to the hotel first. You have to come back for the premiere of the movie, and it would be best if you can come back a few days before the premiere. Zack Snyder's voice sounded on the phone. Obviously, his main purpose was not to congratulate, but for The Matrix Reloaded to be released next month. I will try my best to get back to Los Angeles. Looking at the street scene that was constantly receding outside the car window, Wayne thought for a while and replied, "The promotion task of The Dark Knight is also very heavy. I will try to make time. Not only the related matters of the release of The Matrix, in fact, 20th Century Fox has also been urging X-Men and some work of Charlie's Angels. It is destined that after the hot period of the release of The Dark Knight, he will withdraw from the publicity team in advance and return to Los Angeles to handle other work. There have been some unpleasant reviews about the preview of The Matrix Reloaded," said Zack Snyder on the other end of the line, his voice filled with undisguised resentment. Several film critics said that the film should have more philosophical thinking instead of showing off special effects, action scenes and coolness to please the audience. What a bunch of bastards. Listening to the complaints coming from the phone, Wayne showed a sarcastic smile at the corner of his mouth and said bluntly into the microphone, "To hell with those people's opinions. Ignore their ideas, Zack. This is a commercial science fiction film. The first thing we need to please is the ordinary audience, not the so-called professionals. As long as those audiences are willing to pay money for tickets, spend money to buy peripherals, and spend money to buy everything related to The Matrix, let the critics say whatever they want." Of course he knew that Zack Snyder would have some small emotions. The main reason was that the first The Matrix was so successful. At that time, this movie was a dark horse that no one was optimistic about. Not only did it win the weekly box office championship in the theater market, but it also continued to rise in professional ratings and won praise from countless film critics. In fact, to put it bluntly, this is a pure American entertainment movie. Wrapped in those supernatural coats, it is almost no different from traditional American science fiction popcorn. If you have to talk about its characteristics, it is the way the movie uses special effects and the refreshing fighting methods. The audience has long been aesthetically fatigued by the American action scenes, and the kung fu routines everywhere in this movie are not only gorgeous and smart in the eyes of the audience, but also give them a strong sense of cool, after combining with the cyberpunk style. This is the main reason for the success of the movie. The so-called artistic elements such as human thinking, philosophical speculation, etc. are at most embellishments. If you hold on to these, the film will be farther and farther away from the audience. Unlike traditional American science fiction films, The Matrix has added many new elements, and the crew has also put a lot of effort into the makeup of several protagonists. The looks of the main characters are cool enough, especially Nia in a trench coat and sunglasses, and Charlize Theron in a black tight leather jacket, showing her long legs all the time. Whenever there is an action scene, she is so cool in front of the camera that male fans drool. Although the movie is dressed in the coat of sci-fi wasteland and is full of all kinds of weird dialogues, if you observe, this story has never deviated from the traditional routine of Hollywood movies. For example, the savior saves the world and all mankind. Although such a setting is cliché, it is precisely this routine that suits the taste of mainstream audiences. Even after 10 or 20 years, it is still common in movies. In fact, in this regard, Wayne admires the explosive Bay the most. Almost all of this guy's works will be ridiculed by the critics as soon as they are released. Those people are no longer commenting on the movie impartially. They are mindlessly belittling and even directly attacking Michael Bay. But the fact is that, after experiencing an unforgettable failure, Explosive Bay is still the madman who can only explode. It is by relying on cliché plots and nerve-stimulating explosion art that he has made a lot of money for the production company after several big productions, and has also successfully turned himself around. Therefore, for the selection of investment projects for Greenberg Studio, Wayne's goal is very clear, that is, commercialization. The purpose of all the films invested by the studio is to earn more profits and continuously increase its own weight. After comforting Zack Snyder, Wayne came to the hotel room, plunged into the bedroom to catch up on sleep, and fell asleep soon. Last weekend, the traditional annual summer season in North America finally ushered in the long-awaited Batman: The Dark Knight by movie fans. After the start of the summer season every year, there will be blockbuster productions released almost every weekend under great attention. This is the most important schedule in North America. This year is the opposite. The major Hollywood production companies have announced early that they will avoid May. The reason for this result is because of the release date of Batman: The Dark Knight. In an office on the upper floors of Times Square in New York, Kevin Tsujihara smiled and took a sip of coffee, his eyes never leaving the Los Angeles Times in his hand, the special issue of the entertainment section specially issued for The Dark Knight. Amid the public's attention, Wayne Greenberg brought his new film Batman: The Dark Knight to 3,700 theaters in North America on a large scale last Friday morning. After 3 days of the first weekend, the box office closed at $208.1 million, and the single theater box office exceeded $54,000, which undoubtedly topped the North American box office rankings. The figure of $200 million is exactly the total investment of Warner Bros. In Batman: The Dark Knight. Wayne Greenberg is frantically refreshing all box office records. It also means that in just 3 days, the huge amount of money invested by Warner Bros. In the film was easily recovered. Such market results are like a dream. It is also due to the box office explosion of Batman: The Dark Knight that last weekend the total box office output value of the North American theater market set a new record and became the weekend with the highest total box office in the North American film market to date. The overwhelming performance of Batman: The Dark Knight strongly drove the total market of the North American film market this weekend to a staggering $249.8 million, creating an unprecedented result. According to the investigation of this newspaper, there are some necessary conditions for Batman: The Dark Knight to achieve such results in its first weekend. The basic fans contribute to this. This group of people is composed of die-hard fans of director Wayne Greenberg or several leading actors of the movie. They are basically young people with movie-watching habits and consumption power. They are also the main force who choose to go to the theater in the first place. What is surprising is the family fans. As we all know, the family fan group have always been the largest potential consumer group for Hollywood movies. They can be found in every work that has achieved super high box office results. In the past few years, Wayne Greenberg did not have a deep connection with this audience group because of his production style, but this time there has obviously been a change. Batman: The Dark Knight became the first choice for countless family entertainment and gatherings in North America last weekend. According to data analysis by a third-party survey company, the fan composition of Batman: The Dark Knight is very balanced, with male audiences accounting for about 57% and female audiences accounting for about 53%. At the same time, the audience covers ages 7 to 60. It can be said that the film has rarely achieved the goal of appealing to men, women, young and old. This is the first time this has occurred in Wayne Greenberg's works. At the same time, it cannot be ignored that the previous Batman movies and the excellent works of director Wayne Greenberg in the past few years have laid a solid fan base for the current Batman: The Dark Knight. The concept that Greenberg's production is equal to fine movies has almost become a subconscious idea of fans, and the strong brand effect of the film director is also one of the reasons why the box office of the film has been rising. Because of the special style of the films he directed before, Wayne Greenberg's films usually become the main force in video rental and sales once they are released from theaters. The long-term domination of the video market has provided him with a huge fan base. It also allows him to have a huge hardcore fan organization that is rare in directors, as well as terrifying box office appeal. With the blessing of various favorable reasons, the film has an unprecedented first weekend box office of over 200 million. In terms of the film's reputation, the audience rating of the emerging authoritative online movie database IMDb hovered between 9.7 and 9.6. It took only 3 days to rank third in the top 250 must-see movies. It is worth mentioning that the second place is also a film directed by Wayne Greenberg, Joker in 1993. In the entire top 250 list, the only film ranked above Wayne is The Godfather. This newspaper collected the ratings of the film from more than 90 authoritative entertainment media in the market. Taken together, the average rating of professional media is as high as 90. It can be said that this film has not only won explosive audience reputation, but also won unanimous recognition from professionals including film critics. In particular, a number of authoritative large media such as The New Yorker, The Hollywood Reporter, Variety, Premiere, Los Angeles Times, and Times directly gave the film a full score of 100. Batman: The Dark Knight continues to crush the market. Professionals from many professional forecasting agencies claim that before this Friday, the total box office of this film in North America will definitely exceed the $300 million mark. All box office records will be raised to an unattainable height by Wayne Greenberg. According to the current market trend, if the new film Jurassic Park 2 released this weekend cannot stop Batman: The Dark Knight, the 1997 North American summer box office champion will be booked almost at the beginning of the summer. According to the information revealed by Warner Brothers, the film will be released in dozens of overseas markets this weekend. As for the global box office performance of the film, whether it can become the third movie to exceed $1 billion, or even break Wayne Greenberg's previous record, all of this is very possible. Kevin Tsujihara saw this and threw the newspaper back on the desk with a smile on his face. You can see that there are other newspapers and magazines on the desk, including almost all the mainstream media in North America. Faced with a $200 million box office of The Dark Knight in the first weekend, most of them tacitly chose to issue special issues and report and analyze it extensively. Due to the composition of the Time Warner Media Group, Warner Brothers occupies a very important position in it, and as the head of the Time Warner Media Group, now it is very certain that the blueprint of the $10 billion market that the young man drew for himself is being realized step by step, which makes him feel very proud, because he was the first one to lay a solid foundation for the DC universe together with that young man. The great success of every Warner Brothers movie is not only related to the stock price of Warner Brothers, but also affects the market value of Time Warner. Now Kevin Tsujihara is very confident that, if it continues to develop smoothly according to the plan, the media group Time Warner is very likely to become the world's #1 in market value in his hands. Standing up from behind the desk, he walked a few steps to the large floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the busy Times Square outside the window 24 hours a day, and muttered softly, "Come on, come on, Wayne, that's it. Keep working. You are not yet 30 years old. We have plenty of time to create a more brilliant future. The same special report of the Los Angeles Times, in the eyes of different people, has completely different feelings. In the CEO's office of the Universal Pictures headquarters building at 100 Universal Studios Plaza Street in Los Angeles, CEO Ron Meyer slowly put the newspaper on the table and fell into deep self-doubt. It was he who stubbornly proposed in the board meeting to release Jurassic Park to the weekend after The Dark Knight. It was also he who provided more than $50 million in advance publicity and promotion funds for Jurassic Park 2. At least before seeing the historic weekend box office figure of $200 million, his confidence was still very sufficient. But now, he has an illusion of doom. In this Dark Knight, with the strong competition from the Hulk, can Jurassic Park 2 achieve similar results in the first weekend box office? I'm afraid even director Steven Spielberg would not dare to boast about this. Since March, the hot box office performance of Liar Liar has been the source of Ron Meyer's confidence. Previously, the criticism caused by the bloody attack of the Hulk in the company's senior management and the board of directors gradually disappeared with the success of Liar Liar. He needs Jurassic Park 2 to defeat Batman head-on. Only if such a decision continues to succeed and defeats Warner Bros., which has been the #1 in revenue in recent years, head-on, is the best way for him to prove his ability to the board of directors. The success of Liar Liar alone is not enough. But the glaring figure of $200 million in the newspaper made his confidence less firm at this moment. Ron Meyer knew very well that, if his stubborn plan this time caused Jurassic Park 2 to fail to achieve the company's expected results, it would be far more than a simple setback. I'm afraid those board of directors and shareholder representatives would vote no confidence in him at the first time. At that time, the failure of the Hulk will be brought up again, and the director can be blamed for the failure. If Jurassic Park 2 fails to meet expectations, no one is more suitable to take responsibility than him. Sitting in his office chair, Ron Meyer frowned, wondering if he had made a wrong move this time. Ding ding ding, the office door was knocked gently. After a few knocks, a white woman in a professional suit walked in. Without any polite greetings, the woman sat down at the desk, stared at the CEO of Universal Pictures with serious eyes, and said directly, "We must change the release date of Jurassic Park 2. We must." "Catherine, does Steven know you are going to do this?" Ron Meyer shook his head, sighed in his heart, looked at the woman in front of him, and said, "It's too late, Catherine. The company has invested more than $50 million in the publicity and marketing of Jurassic Park 2. If it announces the change of the release date now, not only will this part of the investment be wasted, but the theater company will not agree. Shit, others choose to stay away from that dark madman. What about you?" Catherine Kennedy curled her lips, with obvious anger in her voice. "Ron, I have consulted many third-party companies today. According to the current market trend, once Jurassic Park 2 is released as scheduled, it will collide with Wayne Greenberg's Madman The Dark Knight. There is an 80% chance that fans will be divided, and both sides will suffer." As a woman, and the most successful female producer in Hollywood, Kathleen Kennedy has her own unique market vision. The projects she personally produced are rarely failed. In terms of ability, she is definitely better than 90% of the men in the industry. As early as the early 1980s, she and Steven Spielberg established the famous Amblin Entertainment, and the first film she handled as a producer was the highly successful *It*. Things like Schindler's List, Jurassic Park, The Bridges of Madison County, and even the Big Mouth ZHU's Pretty Woman, as well as the highly successful Twister 2 years ago, are all from this woman. And this woman is also a rare powerful figure who can achieve great success in Hollywood, a place dominated by men. Whether it is A Sixth Sense, Munich Massacre, War of the Worlds, Indiana Jones, The Life of Benjamin Button, The Adventures of Tintin, she is even the main planner of the reboot of Star Wars. In the end, she even sat in the position of CEO of Lucasfilm. It can be seen how powerful she is. Faced with the anger in the woman's tone, Ron Meyer's mouth twitched twice, and he chose to ease the atmosphere. He simply smiled and teased, "80% probability of causing fans to be diverted. Both sides will suffer. Isn't there a 20% probability of suppressing The Dark Knight?" "Don't worry, Catherine. No, you are wrong. Catherine Kennedy sneered twice, shook her head, and interrupted him before the other party finished speaking. The remaining 20% is that The Dark Knight will remain strong in the second weekend, and our Jurassic Park 2 will only be a great record. It will continue to be a runner-up in the next few weeks. No, you should believe in Steven. Ron Mayer's face became quite ugly, and he replied stiffly, "Like I said, it's too late to change any plans now. Go back and prepare for the premiere. We should all believe in Steven's ability. He has succeeded countless times and will never fall on a young back." Kathleen Kennedy looked at him deeply, but calmed down. She stood up without saying hello and walked out of the office directly. It was not until she left Universal Studios that she parked the car on the side of the road and slapped the steering wheel angrily. What a fool. In fact, she had tried to communicate with her old partner Steven Spielberg before, but that stubborn guy would rather take the risk of falling on his face than agree with her plan. This was the main reason why she walked into Universal Studios alone. From the perspective of the market, isn't it right to stop losses in time? Kathleen Kennedy sighed helplessly and started the car again. The premiere of Jurassic Park 2 is imminent, and since nothing can be changed, the only thing she can do is to make more preparations on her side. Chapter 548, a record that no one can break in the next 10 years. The performance of Batman, The Dark Knight after its release, in fact, except for the more than $10 million in advance box office, was expected by Wayne and Warner Brothers, and it was able to break a series of box office records later, and even to get more than $200 million in the first weekend, which was far beyond their expectations. Originally, in Warner Brothers' plan, if the movie could take advantage of the huge popularity and attention, as well as various favorable factors, and the box office exceeded $100 million in the first week, it would definitely be considered a great success. Now that the movie is making history, they certainly will not be stingy with publicity and distribution resources, and want to continue this incredible box office trend. Even though they will face a very powerful opponent in a few days, even though they have entered the working day, they have not relaxed at all in terms of publicity and marketing. Various newspaper soft articles, film critics' recommendations, TV programs, online platforms, and even used Wayne and George Lucas as gimmicks to sell Batman's single album early on Monday. As Warner Brothers spared no expense to promote the film, North America seemed to be bombarded with information for a while, and any channel where people could receive information was full of discussions about Batman. This is enough to show the strength of Warner Brothers in publicity and marketing. Universal Pictures has also invested huge publicity and marketing funds and resources in Jurassic Park 2, but it is still suppressed by Warner Brothers in this regard. Obviously, Warner Brothers' crazy marketing has reaped the sweet fruits they want. Batman, The Dark Knight has achieved quite impressive box office results even on weekdays after crazy increases in the number of screenings, and other means in the first 3 days of the weekend. Starting from Monday morning, the flow of people in the cinema has indeed dropped significantly compared with last weekend, but the attendance rate of Batman, The Dark Knight has remained above 50%, which is a jaw-dropping result for a weekday. After lunchtime, starting from the afternoon, all 3,700 theaters in North America that screened Batman, The Dark Knight saw an increase in traffic almost at the same time. Although this process was a bit slow, it really happened, and this process did not reach the peak of traffic until after dinner time. Many media reporters who interviewed in the cinema almost all found the difference in the crowd. From morning to afternoon, the fans who walked into the cinema were mostly teenagers and young people, and most of these people held a music album in their hands. Obviously, Warner Brothers' marketing strategy was very correct. In the evening, the cinema was full again. Even some cinemas located in better locations in the city were hard to get tickets, just like last weekend. The primary reason for this situation is the difference in the audience, because the fans who walked into the cinema at night were mostly family fans, and many of them brought children. Due to its strong performance and scheduling, the cinema still maintains an average of more than 70% of the super high scheduling rate. Basically, except for Batman, The Dark Knight, other low-cost films in the same period in the theater market have no shadow under its strong and domineering performance. The one-sided phenomenon in the cinema market has once again relieved many Hollywood production companies, especially the executives of these companies. They had voluntarily given up the golden period of May before the summer season began, and chose to release their own films at least 1 month after the release of Batman: The Dark Knight. This obviously proves that their strategy is extremely correct. As early as when Batman: The Dark Knight just announced the release date, there were some similar rumors in the circle. According to the words of some executives in a certain script-led production company, there were many "I would rather go to June or July and squeeze into the same weekend with those big productions with hundreds of millions of investments, and I absolutely do not want the film we worked hard to make to be the victim of that dark madman. Never." And with the hot performance of Batman: The Dark Knight, it has remained stable even after the arrival of working days. Wayne's mind inevitably began to shift to the next work. Although now is the most important promotion time for Batman: The Dark Knight, he has been constantly communicating with Los Angeles on the phone. Especially for the upcoming premiere of The Matrix Reloaded, he has discussions with Warner Brothers and Zack Snyder every day. He owns 50% of the revenue share of this series of films. Many of the plans to come are big money eaters, so he certainly has to pay more attention to them. Wayne's senior Luxmans and the director he handpicked, Joseph McGinty-Mitchell, have also started frequent telephone conferences on the preparations for Charlie's Angels. According to Warner Brothers' plan, The Dark Knight will definitely appear directly in most overseas markets after a full week of release in North America. By then, dozens of countries and regions will release it one after another. Wayne will definitely not follow the team to drift overseas for long-term publicity activities. His plan is to return to Los Angeles immediately after traveling with the crew through major European cities to handle the next work. As the summer season begins, The Dark King continues to rule the cinema market. Wayne Greenberg is indeed Wayne Greenberg. In the third-floor office of AMC headquarters in Leverfort, a small town near Kansas, CEO Adam Allen sat behind a large desk, staring at the data summary from its theaters, and sighed with a smile on his face. His Batman: The Dark Knight is going to be a masterpiece. The others may not be clear, but in terms of box office, it is very likely to surpass Joker in 1993. The two executives sitting opposite the office also had a relaxed expression on their faces. After looking at each other, one of them said, "On the first working day, the North American box office closed at $24.493 million US. Compared with the previous day of rest, the box office fell by only more than 40%. Such an explosive and stable market trend is really surprising." This is a working day. When the box office results on Monday and various statistical data were sent to the executives of the theater headquarters, basically everyone was shocked. For a movie like Batman: The Dark Knight that had a super explosive box office in the first weekend, the normal market law should be that most fans have consumed their enthusiasm, and coupled with the start of a new week of work, the box office will inevitably fall sharply. Especially in recent years, with Wayne's increasing influence and the ever-changing form and pattern of Hollywood, the significance of the first week box office in commercial productions has become increasingly different. The major Hollywood production companies have basically become subsidiaries of the major media groups in North America. The only one that is truly completely independent is Walt Disney. However, since Walt Disney acquired and integrated ABC and other TV stations, it has actually become a member of the media group. This has resulted in the current production companies having much more power in publicity and marketing than when they existed independently. The media groups behind the six giants have too great an advantage in film publicity and marketing. As a result, the big budget films released in the past 2 years have tended to drive most potential fans into the theaters within 2 weeks of their release under overwhelming publicity, and even through intensive publicity and marketing, most fans have entered the theaters on the first weekend. This situation is becoming more and more obvious and more common, which means that the first weekend box office accounts for an increasingly important proportion of a commercial production. Some films, under the more eager marketing of the production companies, can even account for half of the total box office of the film on the first weekend. Wayne Greenberg's first weekend box office is always very good. Adam Allen leaned back in his office chair and recalled for a moment, saying, "Except for the horror film The Clown, which was obviously aimed at short-term profits, His other films usually have strong staying power. Adam, I have to remind you. Another executive who had remained silent saw the relaxation on the CEO's face and suddenly said, "We are a theater company. Although Wayne Greenberg's films can indeed bring us huge profits every time, we still have to be conservative." Thinking of the call he received this morning, his voice paused slightly before continuing, "My personal suggestion is to prepare for the box office explosion of Jurassic Park 2 as early as possible. We all know that the positioning of this film is the first choice for family viewing. Whether it is the director Steven Spielberg or the huge popularity accumulated by the previous film, it is destined that the box office of this film in the first week cannot be low." As soon as he finished speaking, Adam Allen, who was leaning on the office chair, put away his smile and frowned slightly. These situations are objective, and the other party's reminder is not wrong. Jurassic Park 2 is indeed worthy of investing in more screens, theaters, and screenings. The principle of not putting all eggs in one basket is always the first strategy of theater companies. What's more, in a few days, Batman: The Dark Knight will enter the second week, while the highly anticipated Jurassic Park 2 will be released in the more popular first weekend. Movie fans tend to like new things and dislike old things. No one dares to say that Wayne Greenberg's movie can beat Steven Spielberg in the second weekend. This is it. Adam Allen raised his hand and snapped his fingers, attracting the attention of the two executives opposite him, and said, "Before this Friday, notify all our theaters to maintain the scale and number of screenings of Batman: The Dark Knight, and try to squeeze out the potential of this film. When next weekend comes, we will decide whether to adjust the screening rate and the number of theater screens for the two films, based on the first day performance of Jurassic Park 2. The two executives nodded, stood up and left the CEO's office together. This is indeed the most conservative strategy, but it is also the safest business strategy for theater companies. If the box office of Jurassic Park 2 explodes at that time, and can completely suppress Batman: The Dark Knight to be released next weekend, then it is necessary to cut the screening resources of Batman: The Dark Knight and draw more screens to invest in Jurassic Park 2. Everything is based on market response, so that even the extremely powerful Warner Brothers cannot find any reason to object. If the box office of Batman: The Dark Knight can still continue the current strong crushing situation, then it is not impossible to maintain the same screening scale and completely send this film to the altar, but everything will depend on market performance. In fact, not only AMC, the world's largest theater chain, but other theater companies in North America are almost the same strategy. This is the hottest schedule in North America in a year, and it is also the most important time for theater companies to earn revenue in a year. No theater company is willing to make a desperate mistake and miss the income that should have been obtained. With the strong support of theater companies and the desperate publicity and marketing of Warner Brothers, Batman: The Dark Knight still showed a box office performance that stunned people in the circle even on weekdays. After the box office closed at $24.493 million on Monday, the media's surprised reports had not yet fermented, and it achieved another outstanding result on Tuesday. Since Tuesday is the traditional discount day for North American theaters, the number of moviegoers has obviously increased a bit more than Monday. Batman: The Dark Knight won another box office of $24.45 million on that day. By Wednesday, the movie's attendance rate finally declined significantly, closing at $18.37 million. The fans' enthusiasm for watching the movie also began to gradually subside. This is a normal market trend. In fact, too many fans have already watched the movie during the few days since the movie was released. After Thursday, the box office continued to decline slowly, closing at $16.46 million that day. So far, Batman: The Dark Knight has been released in North America for a full week, earning $200 million in the first 3 days of the weekend, and $24.49 million, $24.45 million, $18.37 million, and $16.46 million on weekdays from Monday to Thursday. After a full week of release in North America, the total box office has reached $284.54 million. At the beginning of the summer season, it directly topped the 1997 North American annual box office rankings. It took only a week and 7 days to temporarily surpass the second place The Liar by $100 million. This result made countless media exclaim that the wolf is coming. Putting aside the premiere of Jurassic Park 2 on Thursday night, the first week box office of The Dark Knight has been reported extensively by numerous media outlets, and even numerous experts in the film industry have come out to assert in various media that this first week box office record will not be broken for at least the next 10 years. Since I learned that Wayne's first week box office exceeded $200 million, I'm not surprised at all that The Dark Knight has achieved such a result. When Steven Spielberg was asked by reporters in the media interview area in front of the red carpet of the Shrine Theater in Los Angeles what he thought of the unprecedented first week box office of The Dark Knight, he waved his hand to stop the staff from suggesting that he skipped the topic and spoke freely to the reporters' cameras without any hesitation. As everyone knows, Wayne and I are very good friends in private. The Jewish good man's face did not change, and he remained calm and confident. I still remember that a few years ago, George Lucas and I commented at a party that Wayne was the young man in the industry who was most likely to catch up with me in a short time. However, a few years ago, none of us old guys thought that his pace would be so fast. So, for the dominant performance of Batman, The Dark Knight in the theater market, I can only be happy for him. You know, if my film was not released this weekend, maybe I would have attended the celebration party for Wayne's film. At this point, Steven Spielberg shrugged at the camera, then smiled and spread his hands, causing a good-natured laugh from dozens of reporters at the scene. Director Spielberg, now you have become the most direct competitor. What do you want to say about the first weekend of the release of Jurassic Park 2? After a burst of laughter, the reporters saw that the Jewish good man was about to leave the interview area, and a reporter from Premiere magazine couldn't wait to ask again. Steven Spielberg paused, then smiled and shook his head, and raised his eyebrows at all the reporters in the live camera. What do I want to say? Okay, Wayne, you've been in the spotlight for a whole week. It's time to end the domination of the theater market by Batman, The Dark Knight. Although it's a bit unfair, let's let the Tyrannosaurus Rex and Batman collide head on. Everyone knew that what he said was a bit unfair, because Batman, The Dark Knight was released on the weekend, and the fans' enthusiasm for watching the movie must have subsided a lot, while Jurassic Park 2 was released in the first week, which itself occupied a considerable advantage. After saying that, Steven Spielberg ignored the media or reporters who were never satisfied, and walked towards the Temple Theater with his wife who kept smiling. Universal Pictures can be said to have invested a lot of capital in this premiere ceremony. The fans on the scene cheered constantly, and the big stars who came to the stage also dazzled countless people. In order to increase the popularity of the movie, Universal Pictures invited almost all the celebrities who could attend. Steven Spielberg shook his head as he listened to another ear-breaking scream coming from behind him. Obviously, considering the strong opponents that Jurassic Park 2 is facing now, Universal Pictures is willing to spend all means to increase the chances of the film's success. George. Just over 10 minutes had passed, and after another cheer on the red carpet, George Lucas, after a brief interview, went directly to the VIP lounge on the second floor of the cinema. The two old friends hugged each other, and Steven Spielberg smiled and teased, "Well, I thought that apart from being busy with the preparations for the new Star Wars, you spent the rest of your time singing. I didn't expect you to come and support me." Hey. The father of Star Wars spread his hands and said without showing any weakness, "You can't say for sure, maybe I will be invited to the Grammy Awards next year." After a few simple jokes, the good Jewish man took his old friend and greeted the guests who came to help stand on the stage along the way. The two found an empty corner and sat down. George Lucas carefully looked at the other person's face, picked up the coffee and slowly took a few sips. After the waiter left, he put away his teasing tone and said seriously, "Steven, Wayne's movie this time has almost won the attention of men, women, and children in the theater market. I believe you have also seen this film. In terms of art and commerce, Batman, The Dark Knight can be said to have achieved a perfect balance. Do you know, when I learned that the box office exceeded $200 million in the first weekend, I was not as surprised as those media. After the premiere night, I had a hunch that it would break various box office records. The only thing I didn't expect was that the trend of this film could still be so strong even on weekdays. Man, if nothing unexpected happens, you are in big trouble this time. After saying that, the two looked at each other, almost at the same time, reached out to touch their beards, and laughed inexplicably. George Lucas couldn't help but continue to say, "I seem to have seen those media reports. The handover of the Hollywood Jewish director's leadership baton." Steven Spielberg lost to his own hand behind his back in a head-on contest. Actually, I'm not surprised, George. Straightening his face, Steven Spielberg whispered, "But the higher the box office of Batman, The Dark Knight, the more excited I am. In fact, I'm also looking forward to competing with Wayne. Such an opportunity is destined to be rare." When the figure of $200 million came out, Catherine and Kate both advised me to put pressure on Universal Pictures to change the release date, but I refused without exception. George, this kind of pressure and feeling will only make me more excited. George Lucas stretched out a hand, patted his old friend on the shoulder, shrugged, and stopped teasing. He himself had thought about it these 2 days. If he and Steven Spielberg exchanged positions, even if he held the world's #1 hype Star Wars, when facing this unreasonable Batman, it would be difficult to be 100% sure to kill the other party in the theater market. I'm afraid no one would have thought that a few years ago, the niche-style director who relied on large-scale shots to attract attention was good at playing with human nature and exposing social problems in his works. Always with sin, greed, and deception as the theme, and there was never a lack of death in the film, would one day use his unique and alternative dark-style movies to create great achievements that fans all over the world would worship. I'll go to the theater and wait for the movie to start. You go and get busy. After hugging his old friend again, the father of Star Wars left the rest area in a low-key manner. Under the guidance of the staff, he sat in the screening room early, waiting for the official start of the movie. Chapter 549 Provocation requires a price. Whether it is the media hype about the new generation of Jewish directors in Hollywood competing against the old Jewish directors, or the gimmick of the handover of the baton between the new and old top directors in Hollywood as mentioned by many media and film critics, all of this shows that even in the process of Batman, The Dark Knight sweeping the theater market, people are still full of expectations for Jurassic Park 2. On Thursday night, May 22nd, 1997, this movie that made all kinds of dinosaur toys sell like crazy 4 years ago returned again. While the grand premiere was held at the Shrine Theater in Los Angeles, Jurassic Park 2 also opened more than 3,200 advanced screenings across North America. Like the choice of Batman, The Dark Knight, theaters under Universal Pictures and the Theater Alliance did not choose to open midnight screenings for the film, but chose to open advanced screenings simultaneously in major cities. After tonight, the film will be screened in about 3,650 theaters on Friday morning. At that time, the theater market will usher in the most important battle since the start of the summer season. Even though the popularity of the two films is very high, generally no well-known person dares to give a prediction in advance. This time, even the third-party prediction company and even the gambling group in Las Vegas have cancelled the bets on the box office of the two films this weekend. The tickets for the VIP theater have been booked long ago. I only have this one, and I bought it from a scalper at a higher price. In the top floor presidential suite of the Hilton Hotel, Charles Roven's voice was helpless. While handing a few movie tickets to Nina, he looked at Wayne, who was putting sunglasses on his face. He obviously wanted to say something else, hesitated for a moment, and swallowed it back. "Honey, I'm done. Let's go." The door of the master bedroom opened, and Naomi Watts took off her usual gorgeous clothes and completely transformed into a girl next door. Her figure was well maintained, and she didn't look like a woman who had given birth to a child at all. Simple tight jeans, a white t-shirt, a baseball cap with DC letters, a simple and refreshing ponytail, and a pair of sunglasses that can cover most of his face. Similar to the Australian actress's girl next door look, Wayne also rarely took off his tough dark custom suit and wore jeans, white short sleeves, and a baseball cap with DC letters. Compared with his usual mature and steady image, he looked more like a young man who had just graduated from college. Seeing the two people holding hands and walking out of the presidential suite with the assistant lady, Charles Rowan shook his head helplessly, grabbed Sergei, who was following closely behind, looked up at the Russian security guard who looked like a bear with a serious face, and whispered, "Listen, don't leave Wayne's side for a step. Make sure he is always in your sight. Damn, this is Chicago. The chaos at night is definitely beyond your imagination. Okay, don't worry." Nodding, Sergei grinned, leaving the other party with a smile that he thought was reassuring, striding out his long legs and quickly chasing after the three people who had left in front. Not long after, a business car, provided by the hotel, quietly drove out from the underground parking lot. The other members of the crew were exhausted by the intensive publicity activities in one city every day, or even two cities a day. Obviously, no one cared about their stay or departure, and they were all seizing every minute to rest. The car did not drive too far and stopped in front of a theater under the National Artists Cinema chain 3.5 blocks away from the Hilton Hotel. Before getting out of the car, Wayne and his friends checked their clothes again to make sure they would not be recognized by fans, and then opened the car door and walked into the theater lobby. Shit, maybe we shouldn't have brought Sergei with us. As he slowly moved forward with the long line of fans, Wayne whispered to the woman next to him. Nina and the other three were fine and basically did not attract any attention, but the tall and strong Russian bear has always been the focus of many people's eyes. He even heard some young fans whispering and wondering if this guy could kill a cow with one punch. "Come on, boy." Naomi Watts held the man's arm with one hand and rolled her eyes secretly while slowly moving forward. "This is Chicago. Do you think Charles and the others dare to let you leave the hotel alone at night without Sergei?" Wayne shrugged and did not continue the topic. The silence between the few people returned again. Listening to the fans around him constantly discussing all topics related to dinosaurs, his thoughts were slowly dispersing. In his memory, he had only watched the first Jurassic Park in 1993, and he had not watched the subsequent Jurassic Park 2 and Jurassic World series of films in full. Taking advantage of the fact that he had just arrived in Chicago and there were no announcements at night, he also wanted to get to know his competitor in advance. He didn't know the upcoming film, but when it came to Jurassic Park that turned out in 1993, Wayne had a very deep memory, and after living in this era, he could better understand the difficulty of that film. You know, in the early 1990s, computer special effects were far less developed than in the past 2 years. That Jurassic Park was completely completed with models and animations, a crude special effects production method. However, the technical limitations did not reduce the viewing experience of that movie at all. At least in Wayne's vague memory, he had heard friends around him mention more than once that the story and pictures of the first Jurassic Park were more powerful than the increasingly realistic special effects in the later ones. He only remembered the general story of the movie back then. A scientist used genes in amber to create a giant dinosaur. People put all kinds of dinosaurs on an island and built Jurassic Park. The control system was paralyzed, and the dinosaurs ran out to destroy and eat people everywhere. The protagonists had a natural aura of immortality and finally escaped from the island. What are you thinking about? After the movie officially started, Naomi Watts and Wayne sat in the corner of the last row. The Australian actress turned her attention away from the big screen, glanced at the man who had remained silent beside her, and teased, "How is it? Are you shocked by the movie? Are you starting to worry about losing to Steven? It doesn't matter if you cry out of fear, I will never tell anyone." The woman's words interrupted Wayne's thoughts. What made him laugh and cry was that the woman not only teased him unscrupulously in her words, but also took substantial actions, opening her arms to him, like comforting a wounded child, and gave him a warm hug. F***ku. Naomi. While changing out of their usual dresses, the two seemed to have put down their usual masks. Wayne reached out and knocked off the woman's arm without hesitation and tapped her forehead with a finger. "Damn it, don't treat me like a child." "Uh-huh. Are you sure you want to do it here?" Naomi Watts had a playful smile on her face, as if she had succeeded in a prank, and suddenly leaned on his shoulder and blew gently in his ear. "We haven't tried it in a movie theater yet, but my former high school classmate told me that it's very exciting here. Do you want to try it, boy?" Hey, helplessly pushing away the woman's face. Wayne subconsciously looked around, and after making sure that no one noticed him, he let out a long sigh. Crazy woman, do you want to create a big news that will completely explode North America? As long as he thought of the headlines in tomorrow's newspapers like famous Hollywood director Wayne Greenberg and famous Hollywood actress Naomi Watts having sex in the dark in a movie theater late at night, and so on, he immediately shuddered. That's right, this circle is basically full of assholes. No one is better than anyone else, and it's not news worth reporting when people in the circle fall in love with each other and mess around. But with the popularity of Batman, The Dark Knight, if the film director messes around on the set of a rival film, then the two of them will definitely become the talk of the town throughout North America. Ha, coward. Naomi Watts tried to hold back her laughter. She suddenly felt that occasionally provoking the old man next to her would definitely bring a lot of fun to her future life. Watch a movie. Wayne stretched out a hand, pressed on the woman's head, and bent it towards the big screen. At the same time, he also cast his eyes towards the big screen again, and deliberately lowered his voice, muttering, "Wait until we get back to the hotel. Shit, I swear I will make you regret it, stupid woman." While watching the movie, he kept observing the reactions of the fans. After the whole movie was over, everyone gave the movie a warm applause, and they also clapped along with the audience's applause. Judging from the reactions of the fans in this already full advance screening, this movie was at least successful in terms of entertainment. After leaving the theater with a few people in a low-key manner and getting in the car, Wayne's brows slowly relaxed. Based on his experience of watching movies, it is now certain that this movie still has not escaped the curse of Hollywood sequels. Whether it is audience reputation or professional reputation, it will definitely decline significantly compared to the previous one, but this does not mean that the box office will be low. Based on the memory of the first Jurassic Park, he summed up several particularly important elements. First, the movie is exciting, humorous, curious, and has boys and girls. The movie as a whole has almost achieved the extreme of the word family fun. Second, the movie has been telling the audience that violating the laws of nature will definitely not end well in the end. Third, the movie has also been showing the greed of human beings. Fourth, the movie has never deviated from the most enduring routine of Hollywood. Human love can overcome everything. Human beings are loving. This is shown very well by the protagonists, who never give up and help each other. Compared with the first part, the Jurassic Park 2 that I just watched has some innovative attempts, but basically these four tones have not changed at all and still exist in every corner of the film. Obviously, Steven Spielberg is very clear about the reasons for the huge success of the first part. But after watching the whole movie, Wayne was relieved for his next Batman, The Dark Knight, and the head-on collision with this movie, because according to his current hunch, the box office of this movie is completely impossible to explode globally like the first one. It is very difficult to catch up with Batman, who has already created greater glory. Steven wants to express too much humanistic feelings. Looking at the night view of Chicago that was receding outside the car window, Wayne muttered to himself in a low voice, attracting the attention of the Australian actress. "What?" Naomi Watts hugged his arm, took off her baseball cap, and threw it aside, and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Do you expect the box office of this big dinosaur to pose a threat to us, Naomi, in the theater market, or in the business field?" Wayne shook his head with a smile and said, "No one can underestimate Steven. My feelings about the movie are definitely not representative of the box office trend of this movie." He paused at this point, recalling the shocking scenes he had just seen, and commented, "It's just a personal feeling that Steven's humanistic care in the film this time is a bit heavy, which may cause some fans who come to the operation for family fun to have a dislocation of the viewing experience." Also, did you notice the authenticity of those dinosaurs? Compared with the first film, this film has made great progress in special effects, but it pays too much attention to the display of special effects. It is inevitable to sacrifice some of the story, which is also the most uncertain part. It is possible that fans go to the theater just for the realistic special effects. It is not certain whether there is a story or not, and it is not necessarily important in the eyes of these fans. Finally, there is another point, that is, compared with the first film, the film does not bring enough stimulation to the audience, nor is it big and strong enough. This is a common problem of sequels. If you want to continue the successful factors of the previous film, this situation will inevitably occur. However, these are my personal feelings. The reputation is very likely to fall, but no one dares to make an assertion about the box office results. It seems that in the past 2 years, the sequels produced by Hollywood have all declined in reputation among fans, media, and film critics. Naomi Watts nodded, and it was obvious that she had similar feelings, but looking at the tough face of the man next to her, the Australian actress smiled sweetly. Honey, in the field of sequels, no one can do better than you. The Dark Knight has already said it all. Thank you. The lack of good sequels has become a common phenomenon in Hollywood in the mid to late 1990s. This is related to the conservative production strategy of the production companies for sequels, and also to the business strategy of the production companies and the entire circle. To put it bluntly, the ultimate goal of Hollywood film companies in making movies is only one, that is, to make a profit, and the best way to ensure profitability is to continue the element of successful movies. Whether it is due to the lack of surprises, the cliché of the story, or the aesthetic fatigue of the audience, these are all the reasons for the so-called lack of good sequels. However, such a business strategy can ensure that the risk of large investments is reduced to a minimum. The decades of experience in Hollywood have told production companies that doing so is the most reliable way to make money. The business car quietly drove back to the hotel parking lot again. Charles Rowan, who had been standing by the window, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He, as a producer, had been worried all night. This was not their base camp, Los Angeles. He had never seen any billionaire looking for such excitement in the middle of the night. After confirming that the few people had returned safely, he went into the bedroom and fell asleep. Time was slowly approaching midnight, and the bathroom of the Hilton Presidential Suite was steaming. F***K. If you hurt me, all the subsequent promotional activities will be ruined. Wayne, you beast. The man gently wrapped the woman with a bath towel, picked her up, and went to the balcony together, blowing the Chicago midnight breeze. Hearing the woman grinding her teeth and swearing, he seemed not to notice the other party's resentment. He lit a cigarette refreshed and enjoyed the mental relaxation after indulgence while puffing. Naomi Watts rolled her eyes, adjusted her posture on the recliner, stretched out a white arm, unceremoniously snatched the cigarette that had just been lit from the man's mouth, put it in her own mouth, and imitated the other person, taking a big puff with a comfortable expression. In the light smoke, the Australian actress's white fingers brushed across the corners of her eyes. Now this face is definitely beautiful even without delicate makeup, but every woman knows that no one can keep their youth forever, especially her age, which is actually not young anymore. Wayne, maybe I should think about my face after it's expired. Naomi, believe me, your face is much more resistant to attack than most North American women. Wayne had just lit his second cigarette, and when he heard the other party's sigh, he looked up in surprise at the white face and the charming blue eyes, and said with a smile, I swear to God, in a few years, you will be more beautiful than you are now. In his impression, Naomi Watts is definitely a representative of late blooming female stars. When she became famous all over the world, this Australian woman was already over 30 years old, but her image on the big screen, especially in the later King Kong and other films, is still the dream lover of countless men around the world. Compared with North American women, it seems that Australian actresses who come to Hollywood are much more resistant to attack in terms of appearance. For example, Mrs. Cruise, who divorced Tom Cruise for a long time, was the most poisonous box office poison. But as time goes by, this woman who has found her place in Hollywood again, presents an image on the big screen that is far stronger than the same period or even younger North American female stars. Don't lie to me, boy. Naomi Watts heard his words, raised her eyebrows with some joy, and then rolled her eyes without scruples. Everyone will grow old, and no one can change the natural rules. This is much more cruel to women than men. She knows the man next to her very well. Even if she has a special place in his heart, even if she has given birth to a child for him, when she is really old one day, and has wrinkles on her face that need to be covered by makeup, he will definitely choose other young and beautiful faces without hesitation, and young and beautiful faces are always the most abundant thing in Hollywood. In fact, according to the women Wayne has had scandals with in the past, countless gossip media have carefully analyzed the preferences of this young Hollywood tycoon. After those entertainment paparazzi have interviewed Charlize Theron, Jennifer Connelly and other women countless times, they finally concluded that this man is very loyal, so loyal that he is only interested in beautiful young girls. This is not only clear to the women around him, but also to Naomi Watts, who spent most of her time with him. No one knows this guy's personality better than the Australian actress. Don't think too much, Naomi. Wayne's eyes gradually narrowed, and his mind began to replay the scene in the bathroom just now. His eyes also began to linger on the woman on the recliner, especially the other party's lazy and delicate temperament, which was provoking his violent emotions little by little. Damn, what do you want to do? Naomi Watts' eyes widened suddenly. When she found the familiar beast-like eyes of the man, it was too late. Under Wayne's beast-like eyes, the woman sighed helplessly. She could already imagine what she would face. F***K. I regret provoking you in the cinema tonight. Hey. Watching the woman slide from the recliner to the carpet, as if she had pulled out a bone, Wayne's mouth corners slowly curled up and stretched out his tongue to greedily lick his lips. Different from the passionate and exciting scene in the Chicago Hilton Hotel in Sin City, in Glendale, DreamWorks Industrial Park, in an office in the live-action film production office area, Steven Spielberg leaned on the sofa and rarely chose to go home, even though it was past midnight. Secretary Sanders hurriedly crossed the corridor, holding a fax document in his hand, and stood in front of Steven Spielberg's office door. He tried to adjust his breathing, and then reached out and knocked on the door. Come in. The voice of the Jewish good man immediately rang in the office. Secretary Sanders pushed open the door and went directly to the sofa lounge, where the other party was. Boss, the fax sent by Universal Pictures is a rough statistical report on the advanced screening of Jurassic Park 2. After putting the fax paper on the table, without waiting for Steven Spielberg to watch it in person, Sanders, who knew his habits, took the initiative to speak. In major cities in North America, 3,215 advanced screenings of Jurassic Park 2 were opened simultaneously, and the box office statistics of the theater company were about $12.4 million. Well, not bad. Steven Spielberg nodded slightly. This result was indeed a little more than he and Universal Pictures expected, which showed that the audience was full of expectations for this movie. Go on. Chapter 550. Only conventional means within the rules can be used. The advanced screenings of Jurassic Park 2, which opened simultaneously with the premiere, reported a box office of $12.4 million. This figure is indeed higher than the expectations of Steven Spielberg and Universal Pictures. According to the market survey conducted by Universal Pictures before the release of the film, the advance box office of this film would not exceed tens of thousands of US. The third-party survey company hired by Universal Pictures and the investigators sent by Universal Pictures themselves issued a total of 6,500 questionnaires and collected 6,500 questionnaires. According to the survey data just summarized, 5,025 questionnaires rated Jurassic Park 2 A+ or above, and the rest all rated the film B or below. The overall fan reputation is around A. The secretary read the specific information of the fax line clearly and quickly, while carefully observing Steven Spielberg's face. Batman: The Dark Knight has been released for a whole week, and its specific data, especially the data related to the fan reputation, has been widely reported by the media countless times. Now everyone in the industry knows that the first collision between the works of these two friends is like a collision between Mars and the Earth. It seems that the personal relationship between the two is very good, but who would not be arrogant for such a top director who can succeed in this chaotic circle? In addition to the first word of mouth of the fans, which is closely related to the box office, Jurassic Park 2 has won unanimous praise from film critics. Many well-known film critics who have participated in the advanced screenings have said that the humanistic care in this film is very touching. Up to now, the professional rating represented by film critics and commentators is 8 points, which is a rare high score in recent years for a science fiction thriller commercial film. Hearing this, Steven Spielberg, who had remained silent, frowned deeply. To be honest, in this special period of the summer season, he really didn't care about the opinions and suggestions of those film critics. Since entering the 1990s, Hollywood has proved more than once that this group of people who claim to be the guides of the film industry have basically zero influence on the summer season. However, a commercial science fiction thriller that should have been aimed at the summer season and the general public was praised by those film critics for its humanistic care, which made him feel a deep sense of malice. The element that can cause these people to praise are likely to be element that ordinary film fans hate, and Steven Spielberg is very clear about this. Waving his hand to interrupt the secretary's action of continuing to report, he carefully thought about the film he made himself, and judged with a grim face whether some of his innovations this time would become the cause of Waterloo. After about 3 or 4 minutes, Steven Spielberg finally said, "Anything else?" The secretary nodded and immediately continued, "Since the pre-screening of Jurassic Park 2 ended, the emerging online movie database IMDb has collected all the information related to the film, and has begun to open it to website members. So far, the film has an average score of 8.5 on IMDb, and the more than 500 comments and reviews collected are mixed, but there are no bad reviews yet. The influence of the online movie database IMDb has already begun to show. Warner Bros. Has used online marketing methods several times, and has also been noticed by all Hollywood film companies. Faced with the new channel of the online platform, which is low cost and has excellent marketing effects, no filmmaker is not tempted. And every time Warner Bros.' online movie marketing plan, it all starts from this movie database where movie fans gather. There is even accurate news that Warner Bros. Has set up a special marketing department specifically for the emerging platform of the internet, which shows the influence of the internet on the movie box office. Steven Spielberg also knew about the website IMDb. He knew that the fans gathered there were almost all young people who were the main force of movie consumption. Their opinions were definitely comparable to the first-hand word of mouth of fans, and it was a word of mouth that could be learned without going through investigators, so the authenticity was very guaranteed. "I see, you go back and have a rest." After listening to the secretary's report, Steven Spielberg nodded. Regardless of other things, just looking at the market feedback tonight, his Jurassic Park 2 may surpass Batman, The Dark Knight in box office, which made him feel relieved. After waving to the secretary who was working overtime with him to go home, he walked to the window and looked at the night view of the DreamWorks Industrial Park. No one knew what he was thinking at this time. $12.4 million. $12.4 million. At this time, it was not only the film director Steven Spielberg who was not sleepy. In an office at the top of the Universal Studios headquarters at 100 Plaza Street in Universal City, not far from Glendale, CEO Ron Meyer had a smug smile on his face and kept tapping a piece of paper with advanced box office data. In fact, as the head of one of the 6 major Hollywood giants, Ron Meyer would never easily underestimate a director who had reached the highest level in the circle, but the performance of the previous work of Jurassic Park was too amazing. It was one of the only 2 films with a total box office of over $1 billion since the early 1990s. Moreover, this sequel with clear family attributes would obviously not fall at the box office. This was the main reason why he dared to go head to head with Warner Bros., even though the opponent this time was the maker of another film with a total box office of over $1 billion. But now things have reached a point where it is difficult to get off the tiger. The head-on collision films have already entered the theater market. Now he can only find ways to increase his confidence. Catherine, the CEO of Universal Pictures, looked at the producer who had remained silent, stood up from behind his desk, and walked slowly while speaking his analysis. The first weekend box office of Batman, The Dark Knight is indeed an unattainable $200 million, but if we want to win this competition, we don't need to find a way to achieve that result, right? Kathleen Kennedy, the most successful female producer in Hollywood, nodded. Although she had always strongly disagreed with the other party's release plan, these words were correct. Their Jurassic Park 2 is not facing the strong first week of Batman, The Dark Knight, but the second weekend, when the opponent has consumed most of the fans' enthusiasm. with the number of theaters, screens, and even the number of screenings after the opening of the film being similar. As long as they can suppress the opponent's second weekend box office, they will have achieved a preliminary victory in this competition. You're right. As long as the opening weekend box office of Jurassic Park 2, or even the single day box office, can suppress The Dark Knight, there is a very high possibility that the theater chain's screening strategy will be changed, and more theaters and screens will be sought for our subsequent screenings. So, Ron Meyer smiled and shrugged, then sat on the sofa opposite Kathleen Kennedy, then put away all the pride on his face, and continued to analyze seriously. I have studied it carefully, and asked the marketing department to conduct a strict investigation. The weekday box office of The Dark Knight is indeed frighteningly strong, with a drop of less than 50% compared to Sunday. However, starting tomorrow, affected by the large-scale release of our film and the fact that most moviegoers have exhausted their enthusiasm for watching movies this weekend, even if the box office of The Dark Knight is still only down by about 50%, or even recovers a little, it will only earn no more than $50 million in 3 days. At this point, he paused proudly before continuing, "Don't tell me that the sequel to Jurassic Park, which Steven directed himself, can't get $50 million in the first weekend? That's a joke. Today, we have already received nearly $13 million in advance box office alone. The production cost of Jurassic Park 2 is only about $63 million, because it is a sequel. In addition, Universal Pictures invested a large amount of $50 million in publicity and promotion costs in the early stage. When Ron Meyer saw the advance box office of $12.4 million, he was extremely confident that the box office of this film would exceed the production cost line in the first 3 days of the weekend, and even exceed the investment in the early publicity and promotion costs. According to the current market trend, the box office of this film in the first 3 days of the weekend, even if it does not reach the terrifying $200 million of Batman, The Dark Knight, will definitely not be less than $150 million. Producer Kathleen Kennedy also smiled reluctantly. She understood that Ron Meyer's prediction of more than $50 million was actually very cautious. Their opponent this time, Wayne Greenberg, dared to underestimate the other party's production company, and every time he didn't lose a lot. The bloody failure of the Hulk by Universal Pictures 2 years ago was still vivid in her mind. In Kathleen Kennedy's mind, even if Jurassic Park 2 was the first weekend and Batman, The Dark Knight was the second weekend, the other party's box office was too terrifying, and the two sides were evenly matched. But after the analysis of the CEO of Universal Pictures, she was more confident. That's right. You can lead the team to start the nationwide promotion tomorrow. The rest will be left to the Universal Pictures distribution department. Ron Meyer took the initiative to extend his right hand, tilted his head, and said firmly, $150 million. This is definitely not difficult for Steven. This number is enough for us to suppress the arrogance of that young man. It's enough. The woman stretched out her hand and shook it with the other party. She took a deep look at Ron Meyer's confident expression again, turned around and left the office. As the first producer of Jurassic Park 2, she will take the team on the plane to start the promotion journey early tomorrow morning. Even if she still has a little worry now, she has no ability to change anything. Just like the tacit understanding between Universal Pictures and her, the competition with Batman, The Dark Knight is destined to use only conventional means within the rules. No one, including Ron Meyer, is willing to have a crooked idea about the young boss. Putting aside the counterattack of Warner Brothers, who can guarantee that the Dark Madman will not go crazy again because of some special means? Exclamation mark. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.